Hello, hello. What is good, everyone? What's up, Snake? What's up, DJ? Hate these hours, no one's awake. No game to play, barely anyone to watch. I mean, hey, we'll be watching stuff soon. Game? Can I get in? Thank you. That was very odd. When's NBPL starting? In 2.5 hours. I just woke up. Like, what time is it? 1:50? I woke up like an hour ago. Then I stayed in bed until like 1:20-ish. What's up, Andromeda? Gamer hours? Gamer hours indeed. So I also woke up and saw that there wasn't anything about there wasn't anything at all about the stuff, like the English version of the video. Hmm. Why don't you like Fan Katana? Um, because I'm not flashy like that, and I just want to use like ranged as my secondary. I mean, I do think it's better than the dual blade R&B, but it just I don't know. Time for all the dupes to rain down. Could always back swap. I think back swapping should not exist either. Back swapping is low-key the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And that's too much effort.
学びて思わざればすなわち暮らし。へえ。前の大災害では私を知る者。私はユさんの原女、荒野。名前。ボル。健身。
添付なんてない。最後まで努力するの。
Wait, I have the wait, I'm pretty sure. I was about to say, I was like, this looked like it was unlocked. I was like, I don't think I have this grapple yet.
添付なん
The event has ended. Which one of these will be the last? This event ended so fast. I didn't even. I realistically did not care about this event that much. Like, got emotes and shit that I ain't even gonna use. Like, I don't play these characters and shit. I mean, I might as well get this because it's fucking like, it'll help with my collection score. The fuck is this? Didn't unlock everything yet. Name it emotes. Didn't even accept quests for that event. Yeah, but I mean, I would accept them and then I would just not even do anything. Like this, how you know that at this point in time, like we've gotten to the point where if you're not actively like thinking about the event or like going to check it every now and then, like you're just not gonna go and click on this event tab and go through and be like, oh yeah, let me go and like accept all of these and then fucking remember to just do it. Like most people are just getting in, getting out, fucking queuing back up and shit, and no time. Like you could say that you have time if you're fucking playing the game to do this shit, but I really do feel like these events are kind of stale, lackluster. I mean, they're all basically the same thing where you take quests, you go and finish them, and then you just literally the quest is just like you playing the game. What's up, Arcade? Also, I don't know why, but I reinstalled my graphics driver and NVIDIA broadcast, and now it's actually saving my camera quality that I want to use, which is the camera quality and resolution. Every time I would always reopen it, it would default back to 1920 by 1080 at 60 FPS, but I would always have to move it back down to 1280 by 720 and 30 FPS. Now it stays on the setting that I chose, so I don't have to keep on going back in and changing it.
Oh wow, no, but you're so talented.
Gostas, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I still need to also fix my alerts. I don't know why I can't hear my alerts. Chillin' playing Ghost of Tsushima. Nice, nice. I saw Assassin's Creed Shadow. Wait, did I talk about this last stream? Pretty sure I did. But Assassin's Creed Shadow dropped. And I'm not gonna lie. Visually speaking, the game looks good and everything. I think for graphics, it looks like a very well polished game. I saw some gameplay and everything, and I just want to say I don't even know. Like, just playing Assassin's Creed Shadows, I'm just like I really don't know why Yasuke is playable. Like, it's not anything against Yasuke, but like, bro is very clearly like not an assassin. Like when you're playing as Yasuke, you're not even playing Assassin's Creed. You're just playing a samurai game. That's what it feels like. Your alerts are fine, instantly shows up. Yeah, I mean you guys can see it and hear them, but I can't. But I went through a lot of like different audio issues and stuff, so I had to like fix it. This is long, I think it is. It's not okay. Check your Stream Elements alert systems. Oh, I don't use Stream Elements for my alerts. I just use Streamlabs. I did restart the cache or refresh the cache of the page for my alert box. Twitch settings? What Twitch settings? You mean Twitch alerts? If you once open accidentally, it bugs all of them. I don't think that's don't think that's the problem that I have. I don't use Twitch alerts.
Oh wow, Nova, you're so talented.
Yo, SLG Master, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I did not hear that. What about this? Change it to monitor off.
Oh wow, Nova, you're so
Can't hear
talented.
anything. Change it to monitor and output.
Oh my
Can't hear
god!
anything.
Wow! Oh my god!
This is a test bit alert for
Was there a setting that you could change to make this like mono and then not mono and then it will end up fixing it? Fee, on your take about Assassin's Creed, I think they're just trying to use the fact that you could play as Yasuke to sell the game more than anything, but then players will find it more fun to play the actual assassin now way. Yeah, I saw that, like, I think there's some parts of Yasuke's gameplay that's fun, like that powered dash shit where he literally just blink strikes his opponents. His ability to decapitate his opponents. The fucking kick that just sends them flying. Like, those are all cool and all, but whenever people like play as Naue and everything, I'm just like, okay, wait, she's fast as fuck. And her her play style just like you're playing Assassin's Creed, and the one thing that I don't understand is like There's some people that are just like, oh, they're just gonna play as Yasuke, and they're not gonna like the game's not gonna force you to play as one or the other, and they're just gonna play as Yasuke. I'm just like, well, when you're playing Assassin's Creed, you're not playing the assassin character. I don't know. What's up, Vivis? I like that Ghost of Tsushima as a samurai, but that's throwing away his honor, and it's more like a shinobi, so that's Batosai. Yeah. My alert stopped playing. Still. Well, now.
Oh wow, Nova, you're so
Nope.
talented.
Wait. Yo, Labyrinth, thank you for the raid of 7. I appreciate it. Trying to fix my audio because I can't hear. Wait, let me just do this. Output device. Maybe this will fix it.
Oh wow, Nova, you're so
No, it
talented.
did not. If I do this.
Oh wow, Nova, you're so
Nope.
talented.
I forgot where I went to actually fix this. This new stuff you mentioned show around 4 a.m. or a different time? No, it's this NBPL starts at 4 a.m. I don't know where the translated stuff is. They said that it will be March 19th. Also hate the stuff where they say March 19th PT. Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Doesn't say anything. March 19th PT is not a time. It's a date with the fucking time zone added to it. And I really wish it just was not. I wish they didn't do that. So Shwelly. Alright, let's hope that Naraka is now, like, whatever the hell was happening yesterday is just not gonna happen today. What the? Bro, what just happened to my fucking... Okay. Problem has not been fixed. My game is still... What the fuck is this? Dude, I'm literally about to... Not even gonna. After this, I'm just gonna reinstall my fucking game, dude. Like, this shit is literally unplayable. Like, I'm just hard lagging. What's up, Kimmy? What's up, big body ace?
傷病手当はちゃんと出しな。刀は磨かな錆びるのと同様、人はねな、あかんくなってしまうもんや。
暗闇は
これええやん。俺の真の力が見せらるで。もう楽勝や。
全てが破壊されるのをとくと見よ。
Should have figured out different routes. Oh, what the fuck? Whoops. Taught you well, twin? Aw.
やられるときはやられるもんやな。
Let me go Yang.
刀は磨かな錆びるのと同様、人はねな、あかんくなってしまう
I
もん
don't
や。
know if there's something wrong on my fucking graphics card driver or if there's something wrong with my game or something, because this is not the only game. They new, no fans are kind of old. They've been here for a while. You get the new drivers yesterday or the day before? Are there new drivers again today? I mean, the last drivers were like March 5th, so I guess I could install the new drivers, but I'm on the March 7th drivers, and those ones have been pretty buggy. Like March 18th, 19th? I did not get those ones. What pertains to said drivers though? I'm not sure if these new drivers would even fix my issue. I just feel like it's a Naraka problem. What would you recommend for a new player learning the game? I recommend to go to the Bizopedia and go to the beginner guides tab at the very top and then start from the bottom of, I think, the third from last tutorial in the intermediate section. Kind of cold. You turn off the fan. Still waking up. Oh no, this is bad. Kimmy said that I have to reinstall my game. I'll let her know first though. charge into that.
終わりなき大厄災が来るだろう。
Can I get off of this? We need a bow. Not gonna lie, I haven't had a bow all game.
普通に満ちた顔で震えをおののけ。
Huh? How did I mark this guy? What the? Bruh. Nice, nice. Okay. Manage, uninstall. Install. Is it 4 a.m. Eastern? Eastern. Your game's not showing? I mean, I just closed it because I'm reinstalling my game because it keeps on stuttering. Alright, Kimmy, never mind. Wait, are you still here? 4 a.m. tourney is brutal? I mean, they're in China. It's 12 hours or 12 hours ahead. Gimme. It's too fast. Don't queue. Don't get a game. I hate when Steam does this shit. Bro, Steam, fucking stop, dude. Like, bro, this shit's so dumb. What the hell? Did my mic cut out for you guys? You hear? Alright. Holy, the download speed is crazy. Yeah, every time I download shit, it's pretty fast. Me and my 100 megabytes per second, bro, I got like 6 megabytes, no, that's per second. Or that's, no, that's crazy. That's per second. Okay, wow. Yeah, bro. Ethernet, fucking fiber, internet. Only thing that I don't like is when Steam does like this shit where, what the fuck? I don't like when Steam does this stupid shit where it's like, oh, where it drops down and it stops like fucking now, where it does this. Like this shit is so dumb, bro. I literally went into my settings to remove this. Steam Force Throttle is so ass. Wish I would download like everyone else. Get new Wi-Fi soon. Hope it's actually good. Like I have to sit here and fucking deal with this shit, dude. I have my brother's old PC, so it doesn't use an SSD. Oh, well, yeah, because you're on, it doesn't use SSD. The fuck's happened to the speed? Ask fucking Steam, cause Steam does this stupid shit. You see how it's going back to normal again? Yeah, if you're on a hard drive, then it's gonna be slow. Like the game functions like the game functions normally on an SSD, but on a hard drive, the game was not built to run on a hard drive, so everything is just fucking like terrible on the hard drive. They say that Steam downloads their games completely differently to any other platform. Steam's downloads are archived in packages. They're downloaded, decompressed, and moved all on the fly. This means that to achieve fast download speeds on Steam, you don't need just fast internet, you also need a fast storage and a strong CPU so it can churn through all that unpacking. When your download speed drops to zero, most of the time it's because Steam is waiting for your PC to finish dealing with that last archive before it downloads the rest. But you see, the problem with that is that still, even with a good CPU, like this is still like the issue and everything. Like even with the fast read and write speeds, you still have this. As I said, I have the same issues. I have a great computer, the best internet I can get, super fast and everything else, and I've tried absolutely everything to get it to go faster, but it averages 14. What's your SSD speeds? Well, this one is being 100%. Oh, this is my C drive. Which is the other? What's this one? I think that this one is supposed to have like better read and write, but I don't download anything to this because I'm using this one as like my storage. This one is my main C drive. Okay. Where the hell is my thing now? I was just reading another response to that thread. It was like, okay, so while getting better hardware will always yield better results, this is far from the answer, as most people with this problem have good hardware already. Came across a guy on Reddit who told me to set a download limit slightly higher than what I should theoretically be capable of on my connection. Mind you, our connections are measured in megabits and Steam downloads are megabytes with their download limiter using kilobytes, so make the correct conversions. I pay for 800 megabytes per second, or megabits per second, but I often reach closer to 1 gig, so I set my download limit to 1 gig plus 1 kilobyte just to be sure. 1 gig, 1000 megabits per second, 125 megabytes per second, 125,000 kilobits per second, or kilobytes per second. I set download limit to 125,001 kilobytes per second. Speeds went from hitting low teens to easily 100 megabytes per second immediately, and my disk usage speed shot up as well. Try this out. You're welcome. Or just don't set a limit. That's what the guy said to the entire response. Yeah. Steam, the way that Steam does this is just like, bro, it's really should not be that difficult, especially with how Steam does their own. Like, other platforms don't have this. I mean, Steam's method is the fucking issue, not, we ourselves are not the problem. Oh, that was fast.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Are you ready?
I am indeed ready.
Nice. I slept so late yesterday. It doesn't feel like 2 a.m. right now, or 3 a.m. Holy shit.
Wait, when did you sleep?
I don't know, like 6 or 7 a.m. I think.
Yeah, that was early.
Wait, when did you wake up?
12:40 a.m.
Wait, that's when you woke up?
Yeah, like 2 hours ago.
Oh, you mean 12:40 p.m.
No, I woke up at midnight.
Oh, 12. Oh my god, I mixed up 12 and 11. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, damn. Wait, does NBPL start today?
Yeah, it starts in 2 hours.
Oh my goodness. Nice. Are you excited?
Indeed I am. I'm trying to see Lonnie get played.
Oh, true. You said that yesterday. Let's go.
When no trios was LS? I don't know.
I don't think Alice wants to play right now.
There any reason for that?
Cause I gotta play like trash earlier.
Oh my god, my game is still
Oh my god.
fucking stuttering and freezing. Nice. I'm just
Oh,
like
I think we're gonna die.
not even able to fucking do anything. I reinstalled my game and somehow it's like playing worse. Like what the
Okay,
fuck is this,
I'm getting
guys?
chased though. Okay, Habanova, help me.
I can't even fucking move,
It's fine, it's
bro.
fine.
Bro,
Uh-oh.
what the fuck is this? Bro, I literally can't do anything.
Oh my goodness, what the fuck is happening?
Dude,
What the fuck? I happen to have disconnected in my game. Oh my god.
what the fuck? I can't even do anything.
What the fuck? That's crazy. What the fuck? Mhm. Wait, yeah, did you like update your drivers?
No.
Maybe you can try that. Hey, you want a purple weapon?
I mean,
I got a staff and a dual blade. Which one do you want?
dual blade. Actually, I'll take staff.
Here.
Oh, that guy can't pick shit up. Reflex being on since drivers are not updated. How does that make any sense? I haven't even changed reflex at all.
Oh?
There's a Zai on me.
Okay, I'm coming.
Real Zai.
Oh my god, half the game.
Wait, I think my
Nice
dodge.
five guys. Nice. Oh my god, ow. What the hell is that? Is that my actually?
Bruh.
You guys can die.
No, fuck you.
Nice. Fuck your ult.
Zai's dead.
Nice. I think there's a thing didn't res. Wow. You can't take her old body for a purple armor.
Yeah, she had one.
Also, you want the 1, 2, 3 shade?
Yeah, I'll take it. Reflex
Yeah, I
based
need
off
a
of drivers for most games. Yeah, that just goes to show that Nvidia is getting worse, because that's never really happened before with any updates. Like, you can have outdated Nvidia drivers up until the 50 series release. And you could have outdated Nvidia drivers using Reflex, and this you would not have these issues. But it was a purple arm. Wait, not this purple cannon, never mind.
Okay. Oh, I have a key.
Oh, nice, a noble key.
It's right here. Oh, people here. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh fuck.
Wait, what the fuck? Bruh, I cannot.
Did he come to me? Or, I don't know, is there fireflies?
You are pretty far.
I'm here. Is there fireflies? I think so, right?
Yeah, there probably is.
I'm not looking.
Buried?
Hey. What the fuck is that? Like another scene.
Scene is dead.
Nice. They go for the other scene. I'm gonna try to get the fireflies. You know that?
Alright.
Okay, I'm coming with ult again.
Bruh.
Okay.
Almost have my ult.
There's no ult. Okay. Is there more fireflies? I think there are more.
Shit, my ball.
Nice. I'm gonna try to get more fireflies.
Popping a heal.
Okay. Oh my god, there's another team here.
Coming over to you.
Oh my god, what is this? Oh, that's a zipping. Oh my god, kill that zipping. She has full armor.
Wait, it's the Zippy's I team.
Yeah, that's really. Nice. You guys just didn't release.
Wait.
Okay, not buried.
Shits were fucking broken.
Nice. You can take the gold armor.
Alright.
Well, I've never used the fireflies that much.
I mean, there was just always a ton of people.
Yeah.
What's up, Charlie? Yo, Zeno said hi.
Hello, Zeno. XO. We still need a dagger
Here,
though,
people.
so let me know if you find one. Okay. Maybe it's the souls.
I have a blue dagger.
Oh, sure, I'll take that. Thanks. I dropped purple elsewhere.
Alright.
Oh my goodness, earlier you were like 0 HP though. I thought you were dead.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
Lonnie's ball with the heal is very useful.
Yes.
When the NBPL streams start,
What do you mean this is NBPL stream?
the title. Unless it's not the title anymore. No, it's still at the title. Why can't I climb up this? Like, what the f— Jesus. Ah, team over here.
Wait, give me a second. Just getting some heals.
They shot this bell.
They shot this bell and ran away?
No, like, I heard someone shoot it when it was already down.
Oh. He's about to go. There's another team.
Shield ult.
Yeah, we can just go Yang and Nova. I see a Lucian.
Bruh, I need. Bruh. Why are there so many people here? Bro, what the fuck?
Yang, Nova, let's go fast. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Oh, missed my grapple.
No, just kidding. Wait, I don't have ult.
Yeah, I don't have ult either.
Okay. Okay, we got this, right? I got Dreadful well, so if you want, you can try to bait in the middle, and I'll just go up. Never mind, I missed my grapple. You can just kill this guy or whatever.
I don't know why I didn't know. Like,
Maybe they don't have ult either.
maybe.
Nice. You have a repair kit?
Yeah, I have one.
Can I get it?
Yeah, I'll drop it after.
Okay, sure. Nice. Okay, nice. Let's go kill these guys.
On the barrier.
Okay. I'm gonna chase the shield and get another one.
Bro has ult still.
The fuck? Nice.
Full armor.
This one also has one. I'll just take it. Wait, I think you took my purple back. You can take the flower too.
Alright. In a group heal.
Oh, nice. There's Assault Smolder.
But yeah, I've never once in my life seen fucking such problems with NVIDIA drivers after driver updates with fucking settings that you can use on NVIDIA cards. This is all fucking NVIDIA's fault, bro.
Damn. Oh, damn.
The monk.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a Lonnie. This is a wiper.
Nice. Oh, you got Assassin's Lunge. Wow.
Hey yo. The
What the
ballista,
fuck?
I knew it.
Ballista? Okay. Wait, are these the guy from the Yang or not?
I don't think so.
Okay, let's go. There's one more. Nice.
GG's.
GG's. But was the game fine at the end? It feels like the lag was only
Yes, it
like
was.
mostly okay at the beginning. So are there any other new people coming to play in the NBPL?
I don't think so. At
Okay,
least not that
okay.
I've seen. I think it's just a lot of team swaps.
Okay. Wait, we got skipped. No.
I think the only person that was new was like, I don't think they're even new, but like whoever is playing for fucking Alliance, this Miyaski person that's literally never played in solos. I don't think I've ever seen them play for Alliance. And since Frost isn't
Oh.
on Alliance anymore, he's probably gonna play.
True, he's in what? He's in Bamboo right now?
Yeah,
Or oh, do you know why he
I mean,
changed?
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh my God, Kai Bao joined OUG. What the fuck? I didn't even notice that.
Oh yeah, I don't know who that guy is.
Kai Bao? What was Kai Bao?
He's a solo player.
Yeah,
Okay, maybe that's probably why I don't
he
know
was one of the
him.
OG players.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
I don't know what happened with EWG. I think EWG just rebranded to WZ.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, because Arano is still part of it, and all the EWG players, I'm pretty sure, are also still part of it. Yeah, the
Okay, yeah.
EWG is now officially renamed to the WZ.
Wow. Look at your chat, Hypernova.
Hmm. Best tip for Shift in Naraka, because I'm spamming all the time fights, how to change minds. What do you mean how to change minds? Polaris joined 521 and is probably going to be their solo player. Actually, the Naraka channel is live right now. It's going to show who's playing. Okay, it's never mind. It's not showing who's fucking playing, but it starts in 42 minutes. And when I say it
Wow.
starts in 42 minutes, I think it like starts in like 55-ish
'Cause
minutes.
they always have the like 15 minutes of nothing at the beginning, right? Where they're just like showing content
Hmm.
and stuff. Right. That means we have time for 2 more games, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, my approach to fights. Your approach to fights, by Zapedia, you click this. You can't see it real quick. Let me just show you with display capture. This is so loud. You click on the Bizapedia here. It'll open this. Beginner's guide. Intermediate. Attack, focus, restraint relationships. You start from here. This will basically tell you, like, in advance, you'll learn about it more here. Here are these. Those guides are extremely useful. Thanks, no problem.
I don't even know what game we got into. Everybody got in the game like 5 minutes ago. That's so sad.
True, true. I need to get some food soon.
Oh, what are you
I haven't
gonna
eaten.
get? Yeah.
Just rice, chicken, and shita.
And what?
It's shita, it's an African pepper.
Oh, what does it look like?
It's like black pepper, but like in a sauce.
Oh, wow. That sounds cool. No, I'm still thinking of our last game. Like, holy shit. I ate like a billion fireflies. Crazy.
True. Huh. I asked Heather when we like what's the progress of like the next payout for like the Twitch partners or the Naraka partners, and she said that we'd be getting paid out today for the November
finally.
payments.
Finally! Oh, you said just a monthly payment.
Yeah, I didn't ask if it was like November and anything else. She just said payment for November will be paid today. So maybe it's
From
just
November. Oh my god. That's
yeah,
so
just
sad.
only November.
Okay. Alright. Was there? Oh, I hear people.
And we just got two fucking.
I'm gonna get on the bridge.
I have
Oh,
some
fuck,
weapons.
There's another team here. Oh my god, I literally have nothing.
I've got a purple. I got a blue staff for you if you need.
Okay, sure. I can get that. I just don't have it on. Thanks. Oh, I found a blue one. You can go fight.
Alright. Let's fight this team here.
Okay, I'm coming.
Bro, what the fuck? Hey, where's oh, his body's in here.
Nice. Now we're gonna have it. Let's find the other team. Cause I saw a shield in the bridge.
What's up, Dank? I'm gonna shoot this bird real quick.
Sure.
Wow, mortal.
Wow,
team
wait, I hear
rezzing
people rezzing. Yeah.
Yeah, the team probably just killed them.
Yeah. Maybe it's hard for the ult.
Yeah.
Where's the
Wait.
team? I saw a mobile, I think.
It's over here.
There's
No
one
grapples.
About 6. Oh, this guy is so long. Hey, there's another. I'm gonna go for his teammate.
Killing this okay, bro.
Uh-oh.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Alright. No grapples. This Valda's gonna get away. I'm coming to
The
you.
Titan's an ult, by the way. Oh my god, who's that? Nice. Where did the Chiron go?
Just ran.
Okay, okay.
You can eat the flower.
Yeah, sure.
You can also eat this flower over here. It might not be up for long.
Okay, okay.
All the test is here.
Okay, okay. I have 5 stopper. Nice theory.
Perfect.
I-Force and Soul Release. Wow.
I mean, Skyforce and Mortal is just like unkillable.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
Alright. Nice, I got a Soul Jade bag. That's actually what I needed.
Yay.
Okay. When I opened the Sky Cave, I was all the way over there.
Okay, okay.
Let's go over here.
Yes.
Actually, let's check up over here. I would assume if they go from the Sky Cave and are going into the circle that they'd stop by here. This has not been
Okay,
looted.
I think there's a bounty here. Nope. This is like half looted. One trove is open.
I got alchemy.
Oh, come take this.
Oh, focus slide, engraving, Skyforce.
Oh my god. Wow, I'm coming. I'm just gonna shoot this bird. See what I get. Overcomer. Did you all get that in the same trove?
Yes.
What the hell? Let me know if you find a great sword.
Alright. Let's go to this Yang.
Yes.
Mochi Kawaii-chan? What the fuck? Long ass name. Oh, blue greatsword.
Okay.
Ooh, I hope I can get some money from this trophy. Nice. Need a weapon bag because I need this backup spear,
Nice.
even if it's white.
Wait, why do you want a light spear? Because your heart's
The Heartstopper. Yep.
Is the team here?
Lonnie Tarka. Fuck is this?
Oh, maybe that was a team that we saw in Celestia. What do you think?
I don't think so. That other Tarka I ended up killing. I think that
Oh,
was the Tarka Kylan team.
oh, you're right. It's a different one. Nice.
I have a fucking. I don't know why I have an alarm set for this.
Uh-oh. What the fuck?
Full armor, rupture.
Nice. Wait, I have a question. If I focus side, can the Tarka just punch me and stagger me?
Yes.
Oh, there's. Uh-oh, I don't know what I might do this.
The fuck? Oh, my F just got eaten.
Thanks for
Easy.
coming. Nice.
Here, Kimmy, you should take this.
Oh, okay, thanks.
What's the difference? My emote? Are they putting in new lobbies? I don't know. That's a good
There was
question.
literally a lobby with like all my friend lists in it, and we didn't get in. Like, what the fuck? Give me tip emo.
Yeah, we
No.
got fucking skipped.
Yeah.
Earth Shaker.
Alright, I'll be an Earthshaker gamer.
Hey yo.
I don't know. Earthshaker is so satisfying to land.
I'm not gonna lie, it does. Swan Post goes hard on Lonnie. With or without the red skin. Oh, a purple bow. Let's go. So many blue great swords. What the hell?
Wait, where? I'll pick one.
And I got a blue spear.
Wait, are you still rocking a white spear?
Yeah, I have a purple one too.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, it's because with your ult, this is so good, right?
Yep. I got this dead rounds and I dropped one of my the pistol. Where's the pistol? Oh, a blue staff. I'm gonna go to this shop real quick.
Sure, sure. I'll just get in line. Guess it's in here as well.
Alright, I think I should have gone to the other shop. It was closer.
Okay. Wait, this guy is banging. What? What are you trying to bang? They have 2 banes! What the fuck? Yo!
That's crazy.
That's crazy. I'm grappling one and I see the other baiting right beside me. Hello? What the fuck? Okay, Hypernova. You have to bait my Earthshaker, okay?
Okay.
Alright, alright, alright.
What? My parry. No, my stuff.
Don't worry, I'm coming in. Woo!
Wait, the Syra fucking.
I'm feeling this well-done ult.
No.
Nice.
I couldn't get the Syra dead. Popping a heal.
It's okay. It's okay.
Wait, how did I just get... Interesting.
I can ult for you here.
That's interesting, bruh.
Wait,
It's
I
above
think
you?
it's just like the radius. Wait, can I get the... Oh, no. Wait, what did you say?
I didn't notice she was... It looked like she was like right in front of me, but I didn't see the radius on the ground, which is why you're saying that she's above me.
Oh, that's weird. Wait, they're gonna have another Bane, I think. They had 2... they had 2 Banes, the fuck? They're already rest 2. I just need to buy a hammer. I'm coming. Look at him! He's winning! Oh my god.
You tried to headshot him.
Bane here.
It fucking worked.
I want that ult. I bet. I'm still
Alright.
trying to call
also
that
ulted.
Bane.
Why is bro like... He's AFK.
I think he's still trying to call the Bane.
Gold Bane.
Pardon me, no Bane, please. No Bane in my game. Time for me to Bane somewhere random.
I wonder how to purple spat. Yeah, let's get the staff. Change that. Went back up.
Nice. Really nice. Oh, they were so rich. I have 34k.
Another mortal.
Oh my god. There's a razor sword.
Nice.
Wow.
Still have a minute left.
Yeah, I'm trying to find God.
Trying to pick up this red quest.
Alright. From the challenger. is it?
Tarka, Lonnie.
Okay.
Ow.
Nice.
Spear Lonnie Gaming, bruh.
It's too good.
Alright. Pace T225 versus Frost. Oh, Frost is playing today. Mike AS Arano.
Ooh.
Polaris. Yes, Polaris is. I like how Wang Liang just is now named Edward. Bro got inspired by
Edward?
EDG. A little too much.
Wait, what do you mean?
As Edward Gaming is a team name, or a Chinese team.
Oh, 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 oh.
Yeah, they're showing the. Are they showing the Dark Cyrus? No, they're not. I think they're just showing the Cyrus shit from this box. Yeah. Can't believe mobile has its own, like, this. They have a dark version of Cyrus promo outfit, and I think it's an extreme skin.
Oh?
Yeah, like she has, instead of like white, instead of like a white and purple outfit, she has like a dark purple outfit with like red eyeshadows and red eyes and shit.
Yeah, you're.
Your audio
Are
studying?
you?
Which audio?
Oh, no, you don't like it anymore.
You mean my voice audio?
Yeah, it was like cutting every like half second. I mean, I could
Hmm.
understand what you were saying, but I mean, I also thought it was my fault. That's why when I saw the chat saying it, I was like, oh, never mind.
I don't know. Shit's weird.
It's okay.
Oh, Ivan is on BBE now. That's who it was. No, Ivan's on 521. I forgot that he was on BBE before.
Oh my god. Okay.
I
Wait, so
thought it
like
was
a
only
lot
the
of people
CN teams
change.
that like be swapping around, not like the Southeast Asian teams. That they
I
stick
guess
together.
everybody is. I mean, Frostivus joined Bamboo. Isn't that like a Southeast Asia team?
Hmm.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where this fucking video is. I wish I could see it on YouTube. Maybe someone would upload it sooner or later. Where is it? It might be in this channel. Naraka Mobile spoilers. Also, there is a... Wait, what is this? Why is this so like not zoomed in? Is this from Atari? Wait, why does this Atari skin look so good?
Wait, which one?
I'll show it soon.
Okay.
I just need to get everything. All these images. Wait a second. Okay. Yeah. What the fuck is that? Wait. Look at this.
What?
Opening Discord. This is what Justina on mobile can do with her dash between multiple targets. It auto tracks.
What the fuck?
It
Oh
just
my
dashes through
god.
two people. What the fuck
What
is
the
that?
fuck? Wait, so then how are you supposed to like...
Wait, her
What?
mobile. This one
What?
interrupts gold like freezes through gold focus.
Oh my
What is,
god.
dude?
Wait, so Naraka Mobile's actually gonna become a thing? Like, I thought it was like never
No,
gonna...
Naraka Mobile has always been a thing. They're in season 4 right now. This is a
Wait,
season 4
what?
thing.
Wait, so I could download Naraka on my iPhone right now?
Um, I don't think it's not released in global yet.
Oh, it's only in CN.
Yeah.
Wait, that's so weird. What the
Wait,
fuck?
when she freezes people with her V, she heals.
What the fuck?
Why does Sunwing look 1,000 times better? Wait, what?
Wait, there's an ad. I can't see it. So does that mean that in China there's like pro players of mobile Naraka?
I don't really think so, but there probably will be. But
Yes.
right now, the
Like, maybe you
Chinese
can
player
show.
base is very unhappy because they're releasing, like, the focus has been on mobile Naraka, and the CN players are like, they're not happy because they keep on giving like better cosmetics and doing better updates and everything on mobile compared to PC.
Oh, but you can show the Sunwings right now.
Yeah,
Like it
I
looks
mean,
less broken.
yeah.
What? It looks so different. There's too much green.
The fuck is this? Man, I don't give a shit about this. Yeah, this is Justina's release stuff.
Okay.
This is a Zippy skin on mobile.
Wow.
I mean, this Justina skin looks nice. It's like her, I don't know, it's kind of like a mix between Viper's fit and like Justina's fit.
Yeah, yeah. It looks also like
But I mean,
Corny, like the dress.
yeah.
Yeah.
But like the anime, like this. What is this? This is the same outfit but a different fucking color. This is just the exact same thing that it showed. They got the champion skins, but the Zippy skin, I was like, yeah, this is the champion skin, but there's two versions of it. Like this, she has like some fucking leggings on this. Bro, look at how many slots they have on mobile. What the fuck?
Oh my god. Wait, we only have like 5 slots because they put too many real faces. Like, wait, those faces are so nice too. What the fuck? Wow.
The Balda skin that she got, yeah. This is like all the way back in December though. But there is one thing. Look at, Justina's red looks way better.
Wow.
This is like a Matari skin. I don't even know what the fuck this is, but this looks really good.
I didn't even expect there to be like different cosmetics.
Yeah, there's a lot of different cosmetics.
Come look at us, Hypernova.
Huh?
In game.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know
You're gonna
about
love
that.
it.
Absolutely not. As I think mobile is in season 5 right now. Who is this? This Tessa? That looks like fucking Tessa.
Wait, who is
I'll like
that?
I'll pull all these up like after. Hate when games
Okay,
focus on
sure.
mobile. Yeah, it's not really the best feeling. There's a Tessa on me.
Okay.
Yo, my game.
I'm coming.
Yo, my game is lagging. A little bit.
Oh, there's a couple
Wucha.
spots here. Okay, I'm coming. Just
Bruh.
oh, there's people under. You have to heal up, Hypernova.
I don't have armor.
You had a blue armor.
I don't have any heals.
I gave you heals. Pick it.
Thank you.
No problem. Wait, why are you not fighting us?
They're
What?
running.
Okay. Oh my god, I feel like earth shaking people.
I thought that was a blue armor.
No worries. Yeah, we can go do puzzle.
Alright, alright.
Oh, engraving.
I will pick it up. It'd be so funny, you have to heal up Hypernova.
No, it's just I see Hypernova going in with no armor. I'm like, wait, did you have blue armor? But I didn't have heals.
Slide, okay.
I'll tell you.
I should be recording, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, to make a YouTube video, Worlds Duos?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Dude, this one is down? This one is down too. This one is up. Oh, there's a purple armor here.
Alright. Maybe this one will have not red armor.
What is
The
it?
gold cannon.
Oh, okay. You want this, Jade? It's kind of trash.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay, sure. I got dead around, by the way, so I'm gonna keep trying a pistol.
Yeah, it was a purple cannon and purple pistol.
Oh, nice. Thanks.
Alright, let's go Tang.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, mainly the reason why I have all these audio issues is because I was trying to fix my shadow plate to be able to record gameplay, like game audio and voice audio separately and not include like Spotify audio.
Wait, you're too funny. Not like you, like I don't know if I'm supposed to say his name or not, but it's so funny because Nova, like it's funny to call him Light because he even removed it from his name now. He's not even Light Hypernova anymore. So that's why I think it's funny. But I mean, a lot of people call him Light, so I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
Okay, I don't know if this was looted.
Everything is destroyed.
Loot a pistol.
Oh, nice.
Okay, it was looted, but it's still here.
Oh, people. Purple.
One of Valda.
Okay.
Ow.
He doesn't.
Look at him, he's trying to dip. Wait, is he
Yeah,
trying
what
to
the
dip?
heck? He's fighting other people actually. There's a laggy viper. I'm scared. Fuck. Kill a laggy viper first. Hey, you're not getting away, bro.
Probably his teammate.
No, I think his
hell?
teammate is his teammate.
No, that was not his teammate. You are right.
Oh, focus side.
Hey yo. Focus side and purple greatsword.
Wow.
Okay, what
Ow.
the?
What the hell is shooting at me?
Should be.
Oh my god, what's an LS?
Okay, I've got.
Wait, why
all
did
the
you say
slots I
hi
need.
to LS?
Huh?
Why didn't you say
Oh,
hi
I
to
didn't
LS?
because I didn't look at my chat. I didn't even know. I
Oh.
thought you just said LS to say LS.
Oh, what the fuck?
What's up, LS?
Oh my god, unbelievable. Wait, really? Did you say that, Habinova?
No. Oh shit, you have to go yang.
Yes. Let's go. It's good. Wow, that's mean. That's very mean.
Also gonna unfriend me? I mean, this is like you're saying pretty mean things about yourself.
That's true.
Bruh.
I'm ready to dead around them. Zippy and
Yeah, you see this gray sword? Yeah, you're gonna eat
wait,
it.
take my purple pole sword as well. I just found it.
Oh, alright.
I'm not ready for this. Oh fuck. Oops.
What? You teleported to me and I got hit through that.
What the fuck? Oh, this up. I don't care, I'm just releasing 1.0 every time! I don't care!
Wait, danger? What the fuck? Why is she on Kylan?
1.0! 1.0! 1, 2, 3.
Bruh.
That was danger and Dimension.
I didn't even know they were playing duos
Oh my
right
god!
now.
Wait, I didn't see them either. But they always have different skins now. Oh, this is...
Wait, where?
I just got spotted. I don't know where they are.
I'm gonna shoot this bell over here. Played that comp yesterday too before TFD. CIC. Well, no one here, so it's time to go plume.
Alright, I'm gonna just get some repair kits real quick.
Alright, sounds good.
Yes.
Great sword, Lonnie. Duncan will be proud. I can't
Anything,
crouch into this.
Lonnie.
Yeah, honestly, I could be doing a lot worse if I was, or I could do much worse if I switched to my staff or spear.
Oh, okay. No, your focus side was gaming there, because whenever you focus fighting them, you're just hitting them from the back, you know.
Yeah, coming from the back indeed. This bell is hit.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Going this way. They didn't hit any of the bells. Oh, we're still left over there. This bell is
Okay.
hit.
Oh my god, where are the people?
This came up 60 seconds ago. I'm gonna need some grapples. I'm gonna stop by here.
Okay, yeah. talking. Wait, did you hit this one? Or was it the hit?
Yeah.
So?
Yeah, I shot it.
Wait, so earlier when I TP'd to you, you still got hit by the Kylan ult? Is that what you
Yes.
said?
I was literally
What?
on the wall. I was on the wall and I was just like wondering if I wanted to skill rush or not, or just like hold on the wall and everything. And then when you TP'd, like I got hit by the Kylan's shit through space and
What
time.
the
I just got golden
Oh
onions.
my god. What? Nice. I don't even have space for all of this. There's a Atari. Is this a bot?
No, he has gold armor.
Oh, you're right. Is that a U-shell?
That's a Kylan.
Oh my god, it looks the same. Whoa!
Oh, he has
I wanna
Heartstopper.
get taken. Yeah.
Fighting. Oh. There's a team that died to fucking Yang depletion.
And
Oh shit,
Oh my
Prosper's in this
God.
game too.
yeah, there's so many people on this island. What? Did I hear Aurora Burst? Oh my god, okay.
Yes.
I have Aurora Burst. What is doing this Matari?
Ow. Yo!
Look at the Matari, look at the Matari!
Ow.
What the fuck?
What the fuck? That goes through my shit.
I'm voting for you. Matari's healing on top.
Aw, Atari's dead.
So make sure that you don't die.
That is a pole sword. Assault Smolder? I already have one.
Okay, I'll take it then. Oh, the fuck, I had this and I didn't even realize. I don't know if you even want
I'll take it.
Oh, people
It'd be good
here.
mode.
There's a
On my way.
Kurumi and Rai.
You have buff?
We can just kill the Kurumi then.
Well, I'm on the die.
Okay, sure. I'll kill the Kurumi.
Got Zyda ult.
Kurumi's only
Zyda's dead. Gold armor.
Oh, another one?
Yeah, on the Zyda's body. Oh, another focus slide.
Yeah, I'll
Ripple
take
step.
it.
Wait, I'm taking that.
What was-
Fuck
Yeah,
that
yeah.
great sword Jade.
My god, Merciless.
Merciless too. I didn't even see it. I didn't even check the Jades. I'll be
You
taking
gotta get
that
the
though.
focus time.
Your Lonnie DDoS my internet? Huh? No, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what's going on.
Hypernova is disconnecting earlier as well. Like,
Yeah, I literally don't know what the fuck. I think it was because my drivers aren't updated and I was using reflex and shit, and reflex doesn't work well if your drivers aren't up to date, but Nvidia's never had that issue before until the 50 series came around. So I'm just like,
Wait, like you
Nvidia,
should
get
have
your shit
seen.
together. No, that was the
We're not
dumbest thing
doing
ever.
one focus attack and just standing still for the rest of the fight.
I'm constantly desing and crashing way more than usual. Yeah, when I'm not playing and I'm just sitting in the lobby, like I'm, or in free training, like my game just like
people here,
randomly
people here.
disconnects.
It's
What's
a
the Callan team?
invitation.
Pop up.
Oh, the guy's baning. Get up.
Where?
He was really far. I saw him on top of a house.
Oh, Sumatari over here.
Yeah, that's the guy.
Outside
who's
of.
baning. He's outside the bane, so he can die. Do they have a good field? Ah!
Nice berry. My parry didn't come out.
Oh wait, look at her. Oh, I missed. Oh fuck.
Ow. Taringa.
Oh. Over there? Why didn't
Could
see
be.
this?
No,
This is not
that's
her.
her.
What's
Oh,
a
it's
fucking
laggy
laggy team?
team. Yeah. I'm out. How many?
Dude, this game is laggy. Yeah. Oh my god.
Bro's teammate.
Oh, I
Oh,
haven't
there he
tried
is.
that one.
Above us.
Yeah.
Hey.
Oh my god. How did I get out of
That is a great question.
that? Yeah.
When I'm an Akos noob and should learn from Hypernova, he taught me Akos. I don't. Wait, did I? It's been so long, I don't even fucking remember if I did.
Wait, I know that you taught me Echoes with somebody else. Oh fuck, there's another person who also helped me back when I was trying to play solos.
Yeah. Alright, let's see
What are you
this.
doing?
They are not started yet, but I want to go back and keep going through this. There's a
There's
lot
some
of skins,
skins.
especially a fucking, there's a Valda skin that looks really, really nice that I wish we had.
Wait, so are you done for the night? You're gonna focus on NBPL?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm pulling all these up. Fuck is this? Is this a Yodo skin? No, that's the whole Valda skin. Wait, this Valda skin looks sick. What the hell? I don't care about the men's skins. I only care about the women's skins. That's definitely a Yodo skin. Like, if you look at the outfits that the guys get from mobile, like, okay, bro, you're not really missing out, okay? But if you look at the female outfits, yeah, there's a lot to be fucking desired. Is this a Tarka skin? This is a Tarka and Valda skin. Yeah. Yo, these skins are so good though. I think I have to go to the Naraka mobile spoilers or the discussion area so I can find it. Yeah, here it is. This is one of two. Alright, now I'm pulling up my browser. The KFC skins? No, not that one. These skins. These are the skins that we we should get and everything. These are all mobile exclusive skins. You see this Valda skin? This looks nice. There's also a video, like let me pull up my display capture. There's a video that goes with this too. Look at it. It's an animated skin. That looks really, really nice. That's this skin. That's the same one that I was looking for earlier. Look at this Valda skin, bro. This is the skin that was released alongside this one. These two skins are very nice looking too. Let me start from like over here. So this is that Matari skin that I saw earlier. Obviously it's Matari because you can tell by the hairstyle. But this looks like a really, really nice... This looks like a sick Matari skin, bro. OMG Toes Freak? Yeah, I don't know about that one, Cookie. What? Were you talking about this one? Bruh. This is that Justina red skin that looks better than her actual red. If you put these two side by side, not including the star skin, right? You put Justina's red next to this one, and bruh, it just looks pitiful. This is that skin that we saw in the video that looked like a mix of like, it looks like something that Viper would wear, and also it's like combined two outfits that Viper would wear and Justina would wear, and you put them together, and this is like the outcome. This, I don't even know who the fuck this is, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I can't tell by the face of the character, but I would say that this is a Cyrus skin. Actually, it is a Cyrus skin, never mind. She's the only character that fucking looks like this. Wait, it's literally her. Yeah, it's literally her red skin, but it's like a dark version of it, bro. Cause I just needed to make sure that the outfit, the entire outfit, I saw the top, I saw like the shoes, and I was like, wait, is this the exact same? And yes, it is. Everything is the same. Then we have the Tessa fit. This is what people wanted for Tessa's red. Like this just looks like when you think about a vixen or like a nine-tailed fox, like this is, you think of a kitsune, bro, okay? And this is being depraved from, like, I don't even play Tessa, and I know for a fact that like if I saw this skin on Tessa, I would probably get that skin if I could. This Valda skin. At first I saw the ponytail and just like, is this a Yodo skin? But then I saw the eye patch. This Valda skin looks fire as fuck. I'm not gonna lie, bro. This looks really nice. And then this one is the Yodo skin. And then I don't know who the fuck this is supposed to be for, but I would assume that this is like either Tarka or Yushan, alright? But like, let's be real. Remember what I said that you're not missing anything if you're a male, if you're playing a male character? Yeah, this is one of those times. Like if you're playing Tarka and you want this, there's nothing wrong with wanting this, but this one is nice, alright? I will say that this one is nice. But if you compare how many male skins that you have on mobile compared to the female skins that are like just significantly better, bro. And when you look at all of these, you can tell why this is only a fraction of why CN is very livid when it comes to content that is being introduced for mobile that is exclusive to PC. And they made a statement. They literally made an actual public statement saying that they, oh shit, C8 is casting tonight. They made a public statement saying that they have not forgotten about like seeing mobile comparisons and stuff. Like let me go to the Discord here.
Okay, Hypernova, you have a good stream. I'm gonna go play some solo trios. I'll see you
Alright, sounds
later.
good. See
Thanks
ya,
for the
Kimmy.
games. Bye bye.
Yeah, GG's.
GG's.
There was somewhere here, it was like literally like a public announcement that they made saying that they hadn't forgotten about like the West. Yeah, after this is a note that they got from WeChat that Ghost Eye said. Let me just open this in browser. After witnessing the bumpy road of many large-scale PC games to mobile games, we truly realize that the terminal game is the foundation and the base of everlasting. Whether based on emotion or business rationality, we have no reason to affect the experience of terminal game players because of mobile games. And they put this here because they were getting shit for this entire season. Now, like I said, this season is like the worst season for the game, and it's not really because like there's literally like not really any content for this entire season, right? But the thing about what they're saying here, what makes this like very key to take away, is that they saw what was happening. They saw the backlash that they were getting for like the differences in PC and mobile version of the game, and they saw that like a lot of players were very unhappy that they were not being able, like they released these mobile exclusive skins and different like content and gameplay and all of that stuff, and PC wasn't getting any of that. And it makes it feel like PC is inferior to mobile, or that they are just doing the bare minimum when it comes to mobile, which, by the way, they kind of do. It kind of is that they're doing the bare minimum. Like I won't say it kind of is, but it obviously like it appears that way, right? Like they probably aren't doing the bare minimum, but when it comes to like low effort changes and everything, like they're not really changing much with the game. Like the game kind of feels exactly the same. The only difference is like there's more weapons, there's new skins, which you can obviously include as content. You have like the new character drop, and then that's pretty much it. There's nothing that changes with the map. There's nothing that changes. Like the events are always the exact same. Rinse and repeat, copy and paste. Same premise, nothing different. We have different bases that the entire guild can customize to their liking, and we have competitions comparing guild bases. Really? Mobile got a wider total player base, but they both the game off PC, so kind of land they move away from it. I mean, if anything, I would assume that them putting this out there, I'm just like, yeah, you guys really have to like stop, like you have to get your shit together because you're pissing off your player base. And there's very clear ways and very easy ways to avoid doing this, but they just need to like build their rapport back with the player base because right now it's deteriorated to a point where their main players are not happy. And also this skin should also have not been for Faria, I would say. Like it's fine that Faria got it, I suppose, but like they could have held off on this skin until Lonnie released. Like knowing that Lonnie was the next character and giving this skin, this magician, this magic-based skin to Faria. Like I said, bro, there's like something like there's a fucking disconnect somewhere. That's all I have to say. Is that like I don't understand why they would do this to their audience or they would do this to their own players. Like have a theme and stick to it. This is why, like if you look at mobile, ow, fuck. They have a theme and they fucking stick to it. Characters that have a certain theme, they stick to it like for the most part and everything. Like Justina gets ice related shit, Valda gets water related shit. Not this, not like the thing that pisses me off the most about this will forever be that Zai has this skin and it doesn't belong to Justina. Why this skin doesn't belong to Justina, I don't know. And the only excuse that people can the only valid excuse or reasoning that people can give as to why this skin didn't go for Justina is because that Justina had too many skins recently. That's not a fucking excuse. That's like that's not a reason. That's an excuse. There's no reason for Zai to have this skin. You can say that her personality is cold, but there's literally nothing about her that like emanates this skin. And that's why I'm just like they've done, and this was like the first instance of them doing that. They've done it more. I just don't have them off the top of my head right now, but they've done it more. They've done it more after this. And the latest one is that Faria skin and the Lonnie skin, you know, just wait or fucking if you have a character for or have a skin for a character that perfectly fits, but then the chest releases before the fucking character releases, how about you just fucking release the character with the new season? Like, how is that? I don't understand. Or you push this new season, you push the new chests, the new universal chest, you just push it until like when the season treasures drop, and then problem solved. And then you might have those people that are all like, but they already created the skin and everything for like this character. I'm just like, yeah, the point is you're supposed to do it before all of that, and don't put yourself in this situation where you're just gonna kind of piss off people for making skins that don't align with the character's attributes or their personality. And that's not to say that skins can't diverge from that. But obviously, you can have a little bit of outliers here and there. But there's so many times recently where like you have skins that just don't feel like they are representative of like that character.
Happen. You know, Zaping also now getting a little bit of change. They did get rid of some of her skills, but the most important one.
And mobile players are actually not sleeping, by the way.
Now she does get a
Wait, what do you mean they're not sleeping?
well, like she does with her F. So, you know,
I didn't get that Valda skin, random ass skin. I wish I had that Valda skin on PC, bro.
Yeah, I mean, the absence of the V very much not felt. We've never seen any team try to utilize a V free zipping before a rework. Like you said,
like 3,000 games? Oh, I bet. I'd fucking bet.
I mean, it's interesting, like you said.
No, there used to be a player in season 1 of Naraka who had 2,000 games played in one season. He would literally just like he would load in, run it down, die, off drop most of the time, load back up, run it down, rinse and repeat. His name was King Solomon. I remember seeing 2,000 solo games in season, I think it was either season 1 or season 2. And that was when queue times were ass. So, like I said, it's possible. If you have if there's a will, there's a way. All right.
That used to be the Arano comfort pick. It is now branched out to become a standard fare for every single one of these players. And as we talked about, Liam is immensely strong at the moment, right? Both Liam and Shield being in the meta means that when it comes to things like option selection, there's another option that you have to sort of go through in terms of that mental checklist of what you think your opponent is going to do.
Oh, this is nice.
What makes them immensely strong.
That's a nice jumper.
To shore up that counter attack so that you don't know when it's going to be able to come.
Jumper jacket.
Means that you're always, whenever you stagger her,
it's a standard here to be playing 2,000 games per season just to catch up with players. Yeah, I'd say that. All right, now the earbuds are not matching. We gotta change the earbuds, Frost.
And that player doesn't have a longsword in the back pocket because you're getting wall carousel comboed.
Oh yeah, the wall carousel combo, but yes, Shayo, like you perfectly explained it. I mean, it just, from just reading it in the patch notes, I can just see that really will slow down the fight against who is against her.
Arano with his girlfriend coach.
Option of being able to cast the shield whenever you want. It's just a great change there for that hero. So it's another mind game. You can't really waver as much anymore, so you know.
All right, I can switch my title now.
Has changed a lot, and the game will continue
Verse
to change.
on WBG now, taking up Spider's mantle.
Rework for Tarka soon as well, so I'm very excited for that. Yeah, so
I know someone who's a Dunkin' Donuts who I'm guessing is gonna be watching that one like an absolute hawk when Tarka could potentially become meta again, because like every single time we've seen a rework go through, it has pushed that character to the forefront.
yes.
So hopefully the days of Tarka being a pick and not just because of diminished hero points will return in full, as he did used to be actually a staple of NBPL
Yes.
solos meta, and then Zipping released.
It's a ping release. I believe it was 2023 was when he was played up in J-Cup heavily. He had that staff tech. I don't know, everybody at home remembers. He would, you know, just aerial R&B in the air with the staff, and it was super strong, being able to
Spider not on WBG looks weird. Yeah, it does.
That change,
People actually play, and the queue times are 1 and 2 minutes only. Yep.
While they're on the ground, and then from there, you know, it's just rough. But it makes sense. Like a character like Tarka, just one change can just drastically make him very strong. Or it could just, you know, take him back to little back steps to the midsection for Tarka. But I'm very excited to see that character get his change, and hopefully I would love to see being played out of Pro League, because I think his character design is amazing.
Yeah, I really hope that we get to see Tarka come back into the mix, because I mean, when you hit a target infinite, oh, there's no greater feeling for a lot of these players to come on through. And we're also probably going to be seeing a lot of those combos come out. Something to note as well is that a lot of these players have moved away from grapple kick, apparently Raven was saying, because the terrain can be just so unpredictable when you go for a grapple kick, right? Much more commonly, we're going to be seeing the sheath combo, also known as the 2-1-1, coming on out from these players. So keep an eye for those uppercut animation cancels, because that is what you're going to be using to extend your combos, as opposed to the previously touted grapple kick.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it's just a safer route. And you know, I think it's just something to better have in your muscle memory. Just get the 2-1-1 down for every uppercut, just in case the situation.
Is Cyrus still viable on solos? I would say so, yeah. How many Lonnies do you think we're gonna see today? You know, that's a very good question. I think, you know who I know is gonna play Lonnie today? I know. Wait, this shit looks fire as fuck. Spider is playing Lonnie. 1000% Spider is playing Lonnie, bro.
But it looks like we are locking in for our first round of hero picks here for our opening night of the 2025 spring split here for the Naraka Blade Point Pro League. Our game one. We do have our groups with our players now locked in, but I'm very interested to see how.
It's so weird seeing Wang Liang's name being Edward, bro. That's so. That's just so. I feel like that's so generic.
You know, everybody has to go against him. So coming off of a second world championship,
everybody yawning like they just fucking woke up. Holy shit.
You know, who has been in the lab? Who came off a J Cup and just went straight back to the game?
First pick, Liam. First pick.
You know, obviously at the end of the season,
second pick.
Like to use that as a break, but Moxie, as we are not surprised to see, look at our first selection of picks. It is going to be Liam.
That's a surprise, though. Arano is going to be.
I told you. Look at that man. I'm telling you, he's going to play Lonnie. He's gonna fucking play Lonnie. He's going to fucking play Lonnie, bro.
I'm kind of not surprised. I thought Mike or Spider would have been the one.
Someone, I told you they're gonna play Lonnie for fucking game one, bro.
On through, given the fact that Spider was experimenting with Wuchan when we saw him last over on the side of Jacob to see if he could use his ultimate to outlast the Syra duration. Star is going to be picking up the Sheol since that pick was left open. Frostopus also likely going to be picking up that. No, Frostopus is going to be opting for the Syra. So Sheol can potentially still be grabbed up by Edward and Lipo, who are immediately going to be locking that one on through. And I'm really excited to see this Lonnie pick, and especially
Wang Long's dead.
That Mike is going to go
Wang Liang's fucking dead.
It's
a lie. The Syra buff is a fluke. It's not the Syra. The Sheol buff is a fluke. It's a lie, bro. Don't fall for it.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna use the combo extension one. I'm pretty sure they're gonna use the carpet ride. When I think I was watching Mike play, I was watching him stream, and he was playing the carpet ride. He was hitting some insane ult balls from like 30 meters away. I don't know how he does it, but I was watching him, especially closer to when she released, because I was very curious to see how she played.
07.
But, I mean, Mike just makes.
I'm gonna get my food while the game is starting.
But yeah, that's crazy. Lonnie picks, and the Shios were closer to the end for these players. For the picks, I mean, obviously the Liams are always going to be possibly the first round picks for a lot of players, which is how strong of a character Liam is. But game number one, locked and loaded here for our first game of the night. We're back. And I'm here with Moxie. My name is Creatives. We're locked in for our first game of the night. Wow, it's crazy. It's crazy just to see the screen. You know, the screen. You know it's game time once you see the players, the player cams. But here it is. There you go. What you were asking for. Mike is going to go with the F1v1 here for the Lonnie.
Yeah, Spider's actually going to be going for the F2V1, so that is the dash variant of the Justina ultimate, rather than the V2 sword freeze. Arana's also going to be opting for the dashes to have more mobility. Mike with the F1.
I'm in the kitchen. Did I just
Lonnie,
fucking
no
hear
surprises with Fungus also going to be slotting that one in, given the fact that it's the combo break variant. that you can use when under attack. And that's also going to be the reason that Edward and Star for the Sheol picks are prioritizing the F1 over the F2 V1 variant of the Sheol ultimate, so that turtle lock rather than the teleport bash behind is going to be coming on out from those players, as we can have a look and see where the drops are going to be located. No surprises, Fedora always sees an absolute hive of action towards the northern aspect of that map, given Arcadia is the home of the Thunder Coins that you can collect 7 of and then unlock the Vulpine Essence, which is an absolute game changer headed into that first realm of Yang.
I mean, the Vulpine Essence just being that super Jade everybody likes fighting for. I didn't even notice AS was on Temmie. I love Temmie. Temmie's my favorite character. So I love seeing a first round pick there for AS. But our first game, locked and loaded. We're back here with the Naraka Blade Point Pro League 2025 Spring Split. We do have SR Spider going at it against BBE Frostivis. Frostivis on the Syra, Spider on the Justina. Since the 1-2-3, big damage there from Spider. Now the catch there from Frostivis only gets a 1-2. And the follow-up LMB focus there from Spider to pick up the first elimination of the night.
Yeah, I mean, Frostbit's actually burning the F1 from that Syra very early at the opening engagement against Spider, rather than holding on to it for the longer aspect of that map. 2-5, just feeling out whether or not he wants to try and take a fight against Lipo, but Lipo having that blue armor, though 2-5 picks up purple armor, so that's definitely going to give him bold confidence to potentially try and enter into that 1-versus-1 that Mike and Polaris are currently going out. His verse reluctant to take a fight with that Gray. Move us up to the top of the birdcage before coming on through with those dual halberds. Looks for the counter, doesn't manage to find the parry. Drops down, charges up the scale rush, cancels it out as PXT was also looking for the counter if that one was committed onto. So it looks like Mike and Lipo have committed into this fight. Mike finding that parry, taking the Syra down low. There's the combo break coming out early. That's going to give a little bit of health back, but Mike still has enough damage with the blue nunchucks to find the chase down. Does he have enough, though, left to be able to take up the fight against T225, who's already invested that Liam F1?
Wow, Mike going straight for that blue armor there. Gets that armor swap quickly. T225 still with a health advantage there with the armor, but the LMB catching from Mike into the 2-1-1. There goes the big damage off the R&B focus there from the nunchucks. Now the pop comes in off the nunchucks. T225 now is going to be forced to pop that Liam ultimate. Since the LMB focus cancels it with the grapple, still get caught up at the 1-2 into the V2 ball. What's going to be the mix up here for T225? There goes the follow up, but no, Mike's going to have the ultimate there to counter it. And there it is, the carpet ride here from Mike. Look at the schmooma there off of that as well. Doing a perfect good job, still applying pressure there to T225, but T225 being able to cut line of sight, but gets clipped off that first. He is going to eat up a little bit of damage there. Still just waiting out for this ultimate to be out. He does call that V2 at a perfect time. Sends it, gets the damage there. Now Mike, with no armor, eats the damage off the LMB.
I'm hearing some shenanigans.
For OUG's Mike and T225, hungry for this elimination. Knows he could try to pick up a quick elimination onto Mike, but Mike not letting go of that gas pedal since the 1-2 off the staff. Mike still continuing to
because V2 isn't as safe, I guess.
It does not look for the
V2
that any other players are around right now.
V2 is way better than V1. Like, it's not even close. V1,
and Mike, it's gonna be very hard to try to catch him.
You don't even heal on
the best movement in the game. OUG's Mike
on V1. Like, you need to get hit for the heal to like count.
You saw the purple armor on the ground. He's healed all the way back up to full. 2-5 will be able to find the elimination, but now here comes Edward. 2-5 was able to grab the Soul Bloom, so he has been able to recover some of that health, but he's incredibly low, and without that purple armor, he's missing a lot of sustain that's available to his opponent. The F1 bash comes on out from the Shield. 2-5 already going to be activating one of those staggers. Doesn't get locked into the headlock as he just tries to utilize those nunchucks just the way that Mike was, kiting away from the fight until the Shield ultimate is going to be removed potentially, as Edward comes in with the 1-2 on those halberds, catching onto 2-5. This Liam not going to have that ultimate up just yet, doesn't have the opportunity to scoop and send Edward into one of those.
Oh, you didn't get the armor swap.
Now gets hit by the headlock into the follow-up. And that's one of the things that you have to worry about with Sheol now. You don't know when she's going to send that headlock out.
And I love that from Edward, getting inside the mix there and popping that ultimate, not waiting for him to be low, just to secure that elimination. And we saw they're getting the elimination onto T25, but NPSEQ Star against TE Wufong right now. The combos here with the fist blades here from Wufong. Now the Xiaoyu ultimate is going to be popped here from Star. What's going to be mixed up? He's going to wait this out, does not be able to get it. He does catch him off for that. Wufong's going to eat up the damage there from the ult. Now the second weave there from Star, being able to still applying the pressure onto Wufong.
Wufong is not
have the armor
using that V2
right now. Star with no armor right now. He is going to be able to cut the noise now. Looks like Wufong is going to get a quick reset in, as well as Star. The ties have been set just for now, but we do see Wufong going right back into the mix. But Arano and Lipo are still going at it.
Arano looks for the Dragon Slayers, doesn't manage to find it. Potentially gets caught up into that.
Actually glad to see the same character playing two different ults.
Now Lipo comes on through with that ultimate. Arano is going to kite out, waiting for the ultimate to be done for committing back on in with his. But through the window, Lipo comes, gets the stun. The F2 from the Justina is going to save them for 3 seconds, but that is not going to outlast this Syra.
I don't think Syra.
In the meantime,
I don't think Syra's that strong here.
The armor healed off though, and he has to kite out of the fight now.
Like, she's still probably going to be better in Yang than she is outside of Yang, obviously,
given
but
the fact that this Justina is still holding on to that V1 if he wants to commit it into this fight. Wants to try and utilize that purple spear. Charges up the Dragon Slayers, doesn't manage to land it. Finds the Scale Rush though, just before the Syra can just push away from that fight. He knows that Lipo does not have this ultimate. He knows that the Syra is desperately trying to open every single trove possible and find an armor swap, but unfortunately RNG is not on Lipo's side. There's that V1 coming on through to catch Lipo as he crests the top of that roof into the vertical slam down, and Lipo is then packing to that soul altar.
Wow, that was a beautiful dash there from Arano. One thing I saw there was Edward calling
him good in Yang, but not good in End Circle, I think.
Here for early on.
He's not.
Starting up a lot of damage.
Wait, Wufong is.
What?
Nah, that's so unfortunate. Wufong gets away.
1 HP. We can barely see the white hell. They are still going to be fighting for this Roma Yang. Our first Roma Yang gates already down. 23 seconds and counting. 40 players start going in. We do have Verse giving up this Roma Yang. Edward is going to be one of our first players to enter this, as well as OUG's Mike readying up here on the Lonnie to take the first
check
round.
DM if you can answer.
We have 2 eliminations here on OA Edwards on the Xiaoyu. OUG's Mike with 1, WBG's Verse with 1, WC's Arano with 1, as well as Jello AS, T225, and Wufong and Spider. A lot of players with 1 elimination so far. So the kills are spread out currently here for our first game. The Temi here on Jails AS, not looking very stacked on the Jade so far, but he does have the purple nunchucks in hand for him for his weapon of choice currently. OG's Mike on the blue fan, waiting this out still.
How do I enter this?
Until the last second to take the realm, as well as Edward on the blue halberds, not looking too crazy.
Every single time we're seeing production just check the inventories of these players, I'm looking to see if any one of these players has that red ball points essence. Spider on the outside of that no ult zone is forced to take a fight against Paste on this Volda. Does have that V1. Not dash into
Spider might be dead. Wait, he doesn't do the down RMB. Oh my god. He actually would have died had he just done the down RMB.
Going to secure Spider the opportunity of just dashing into these buildings and getting one of those Vitalias off. The Pace is hot on his trail.
Alright, Spider, it's time to dip. It's time to go.
Spider's only got the 1 left. He's going to have to keep himself mobile as we head into that first round of Yang fight. It's going to be going up against Mike and Frostivus. So Syra versus Lanny. Who is going to come out on top? So far, no ultimates have been popped. Mike already losing that armor. Gets hit into the 2-1-1 coming off of those nunchucks. The trick ball comes on out. Mike trying to disappearing X behind one of those pillars. Every single time he catches that ball, he is going to start getting a little bit of his HP restored, so he doesn't have to worry about being stuck in that static frame and allowing the Syra to potentially crest around that pillar corner and get the last hit of potential damage. He's looking for the LMB off of the dagger, doesn't manage to find the uppercut the first time.
No Frost.
Not manages to connect the soul break though, with Frostivus investing the F1 combo break, and it is a last hit situation.
No, bro.
Who's coming out
Could've
on
won
top?
that.
Mike with the dagger is just a little bit faster, and he's gonna be able to claim his first run of victory of the season.
I was just,
Yeah.
I was just looking at the Lonnie ball just knocking up the Syra in the background. He's hiding behind the pillar. It's just so funny. But there it is. Lonnie showcasing there from the OUG's might being very strong in the realm of Yang against the Syra, but SR Spider going at it. We do have our 3 teams currently here with the Vermilion Burst Might, OHLs, and OUGs. But PXC, Pace, catches the LMB prior, or PXC, as you say, against Spider. Spider is going to be forced to pop this F. Still trying to kite the situation out here with this Calm and Dagger. He's going to specifically use it for movement. But PXC not letting go of the gas pedal with that purple dual blades in hand, trying to see he can find elimination here onto Spider, but it's not going to be easy. Spider doing a very beautiful job, kind of around the zone, make sure he does not get caught up, trying to see if he can find a little bit of a moment for him to take a full reset in. Looks like PXC is.
It just feels like Syra is just not really.
Now, just wait it out. Gonna go ahead and try to collect some more resources to move on in.
Like, I won't say that she's like bad. It's just that like she was meta, and it's been a very long time.
Depletion timer is going to see if he can find.
And there's other characters that have like different, like there's other options against Syra now. She's also not as strong as she used to be.
He's gonna send that LB focus, big parry here for PXC. He does have the after to avoid the full damage. The whisk is thrown down. No problems there for no players. The double dodge trying to see if he can catch it out, but he overholds the R&B focus there for the damage on to PXC. The gold Hong Sword on PXC is gonna hurt though, so he needs to be real careful. Does catch some damage there off the LMB. Now the Scare Rush connects as well. Does not catch the damage off the R&B focus. It was Frostivus now in the back end. Does have the perfect time here to try to cleanse his depletion timer.
Yeah, Frostivus is also going to be approaching this fight with the ultimate. AS is going to be able to
AS is cooking pace right now.
Longsword, which he lost the pace, managing to pick it up off of that first parry. Swaps on over to that repeater crossbow. Doesn't want to put himself in that middle player situation because that's the one that both of these players are going to turn on. Because both of these players weren't fighting the Valda previously, it's not Spider. They didn't.
There were 3 blue armors on this fucking thing,
that
bro.
V2 is building up incredibly quickly off of the back of every single one of these parries. Frostivus again forced into investing that combo breaker of the F1 to escape the consequences of getting parried, and now they know that it's going to be on cooldown. The Syra becomes the problem that everyone is going to turn on to, just because if they apply enough pressure, they're going to be able to force out that ultimate. And
F1 Syra ill. I mean, that's always what you play on Syra.
Of being able to kite out the fight.
Yes, is trying to get this Valda up because he already popped ult. He's probably, yeah, he has his ult again.
Unfortunately does not have the luxury of being able to wait. He's got 1 minute 46 seconds. He can't appear too eager. He didn't take a Realm of Yang fight against either the Valda or the Temi, so they don't know he's hit with Yang depletion currently, and he can't afford to make them aware of that fact, because otherwise they'll just time him out and manage to get that last hit before that depletion expires. Wufong now comes on out with the Lonnie trick ball yet again, making it really awkward to try and get a hold of this player, of this character. Every single time she gets a hit, she gets a little bit of HP all the way back, and you get staggered for your issues. And even though we're in a multi-wave fight currently, Wufong is doing a very good job of applying multiple aspects of pressure to every single player around, so they haven't been able to full stack up against
stun. I mean, but the stun, like,
yeah, and I was seeing Mike ran it right back in the situation.
F1 is better because it's just better for you to like be able to get out of stuff. Like, if you can't get out of a combo, you're just basically dead. That's why people aren't playing F2 Sheol.
Wufong still trying to catch Star with 40 seconds remaining here to try to cleanse the Yang depletion timer. The time is ticking. Not really a lot of options here. Star gets a full reset, and the damage connects there off the R&B focus there from the Halberds. He sends the R&B of his own as well. Now he is going to get caught up. Does have the F there to escape that for now. Overholds, gets the damage off the LMB. The F caught in there for the Xiao as well. Since the 1.0 off it is, now the Xiao ultimate is being invested here from Star. Now the prior here for Star as well. It's going to be big damage off the 1.0 from the Halberds. Big damage, half health here for Wufong. Now gets recaught as well. That's a lot of damage into the 2-1-1 finisher. And that is what Moxie was saying right there. The terrain was not in his favor there for the grapple bump. So the 2-on-1 there showing out perfectly why that's the new meta.
Probably top 3 combo breakers in the game if you don't get bugged.
True. The counter charges coming in through from his
dead.
ultimate. Pace was also
bro.
off screen. He's not going to be taking Frostivus out off screen. It's 100% going to be in broadcast POV. As we now head into our second Realm of Yang, it's going to be 2-2-5 versus SR Spider. Spider, already having that longsword in the back pocket, is 100% going to be looking to set up that wall carousel variant. Has to just try and
Ooh.
force out the combo break coming through from the Liam the first time, but he's the one that loses the weapon. That's the worst possible opportunity. Now he's had to invest both the F2 and that V1 coming through. Finds the freeze, doesn't manage to find that toothpick though. Just trying to do everything he can to put the pressure on the Liam.
Nah, what the fuck?
That ultimate, the grab will be able to come
Bruh,
through, and
it's
Spider
Jover.
unfortunately did not have enough HP for 2-5 to even need to combo break off of the back of it. He just gets one little hit of damage, and Spider is done as Edward now goes head-to-head with Sheol versus Liam, already utilizing that V1 from the Shale early. Hasn't sent out the counterattack until just now. Utilizes it to dodge out of the grab attempt coming on through from that V2. And the hunt is on. Just like Shale in the lore, will she be able to pick up her bounty as the Pillar Scale Rush comes into play?
Wow, beautiful showcasing here from Edward. Clearly see he has been putting in that work. The raw uppercut there into the 1-2. That'll be focused there from the dagger. Now he does have to stay safe first. Now trying to seek goodbye some time to try to get a reset in, but a scare rush here from Edward. Double tap towards back. The F caught in there from Verse once again. Cancels it. Tries to catch the last hit. He's 1 HP.
Wow.
He's caught up off the 1-2, but a nice callback.
Oh yeah, Red Jade, bro.
It was an Edward's
That's actually
hand.
close.
He managed to stay alive in that situation. He is going to win this second realm of Yang. What a beautiful showcasing here from Edward, playing it with full confidence with that Jade in his inventory. He's gonna snag up a gold staff as well from this realm. Already had a gold fan. Spider with 4 minutes now and counting to try to cleanse the Yang depletion timer. He does have a couple players around.
Spider just started a combo from Jacina Dash. Yes, he did.
WDG's burst in the mix. PXT against OUG's Mike going at it right now. Both with gold weapons. LNB Pryor here for the Valda. Now here comes a double uppercut into the 1.0 here from the R&B focus. Now he is going to get the damage off the pistol. Mike is going to be forced to pop this ultimate here inside the zone, eating up a lot of damage. The Valda is going to go ahead and respond as well with the ult of their own. But Mike is going to go ahead, showcase a little bit of the carpet ride. He is going to try to create a little bit of space. Finds a little armor swap. Purple armor swap. Oh my god. Merry Christmas came early once again. Gets caught up. He does have the Santa hat on, so you know it is giving him that buff. But Mike trying to back on up. Nice little tap dodge there from Mike to avoid that catch. He does not get caught up off of this. Base out the parry in the back end. Arano now showing up for the third party. Gets clip off the R&B though. The fan's still doing a really good job here with the damage. Overholds does not get the parry there, but the Arano there with the R&B focus from
That's
the
insane that he just got 2 kills for free.
Well, WZ Arano with a beautiful third party here to
That's an insane back shot, bro. Oh my god. I'm gonna get my food from the microwave.
Just before the Valda can grab it and utilize that to heal and potentially get the ultimate with the V2 coming back into play. That Valda would have been a much scarier opponent, even though the shielding has been since nerfed from 2,200 to 1,800 on this current patch. The Spider, unfortunately, gets sent having to wait into that next lobby. A lot of our players already knocked on out. AS, Spider, Wufong, Frostfist, and Lipo, as well as Mike PXT, all going to be waiting for the second game of the day. But already we're starting to see players shifting towards potentially utilizing that Lani in areas of verticality. So we might get to see her when we head over to Holleroff as well still, as Edward has been on absolute fire.
Oh boy.
Something to note, that Volpone Essence popping in the second realm of Yang. He took a fight in the first realm of Yang. That means that he didn't have to use it and burn through a fatal strike in his first fight. He was able to win it super cleanly, and you can tell the surprise was there. The Liam, the commitment that came on through. He thought he had the Shell dead to rights, so when Edward had that Volpine Essence and was able to use it as his trump card, the surprise factor really allowed him to turn the tide.
Yeah, Edward, previously known as Juan Leon. I mean, Juan Leon has, you know, back in the day was a super strong player. I remember last year, he quite didn't really find his fitting with how everything was playing out, but watching him play right now, you can see how polished he's playing. Beautiful iframes there to avoid the Liam V2 from his Shayo. I mean, it's just straight clean gameplay coming in from Edward right now. Players just gonna wait this out to move on in to our last phase of the first round, our end game. But we do have T225 fully stacked as well, has gold armor and gold fist blades in hand, so he's gonna be applying a lot of damage to whoever he finds to strap off.
V1 is just too wacky.
Star does have purple
nah,
armor,
bro.
but The only thing is inventory for the weapon selection being purple.
V1, you see that like he's able to kite around with V1 and everything, which V1 does allow people to kite. But
these players love to use that dagger for movement, just common. But that is the the main raw.
Finally, man, I have all this bitch's parts. Yeah, how long did it take you to get them? The thing that I don't like about V1,
from that third party,
like yeah, you can throw it and then you can cancel your ult. Because Mike canceled his ult and he had like 20%, right? But with V2, you can throw the ball in a different direction, and then you can teleport to it. You can throw the ball in a different direction. You can run and then teleport to it, and then just like TP like way further away.
You're gonna test something out. Today's the best day. Yes.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be seeing a lot of players testing out just to see if anything that they throw against that dartboard is going to be able to stick. Spirit Well, though, is something that these players know. It's become the bread and butter of being able to play those end games. In your early to mid, you want to be able to win your realm of Yangs. And then when you hit into that end game, you want to be able to take control of the Spirit Well. You don't ideally want to be the player the first.
The farm is at 6 AM yesterday.
We saw a lot of success at Jacob with actually the
farm
third
is annoying
player to come on through. As we're going to see Stanchion come on out from Verse with that silence effect. T225 though has the much better soul jade for the staff in controlling that Spirit Well with the Merciless Havoc. Look at the arm's length that these players are having to keep this blue rarity staff just because they don't want to get hit up into by one of those frames of Merciless Havoc that is going to leave them absolutely at the mercy of all of the rest of these players in this lobby. And yeah, I think it's just going to be a no contest. T225 has the absolute chance of being able to pick that one up for free, so he's going to go ahead and pop his ulti, because once he's thrown those 2 grabs, he's going to have it back. So a lot of now is going to be the tempo of these players having to react to how this Liam is going to be getting aggressive, and that means the onus is going to be on these to try and, like we saw in the realm of Yang, utilize their ultimates.
You can be as good as you want to be.
Yeah,
but as soon as Sayo pops that ult, she can't do shit.
A lot of pressure by T225 in Verse, and Edward here just got the wrong end of the stick. Did have T225 quickly aggressing him there with the Liam ultimate. Big parry from Edward though, doing everything he can to stay alive in the situation. Does have a gold spear as well in the inventory, doing a really good job now. Swap on over to the fan, try to see if he can kite the situation now, but T225 in the back end applying a lot of damage, and there it is, the elimination there from T225 onto Edward. He is going to pick up the remaining loot there from his body, as well as Verse. He's like, get out of here, this is my loot, back up. I work for the kill, this is mine. So he is going to be able to get the remaining of the loot there. And PSGQ Star though, playing up a little bit more conservative here, playing the top side of the map right now, just to wait this out. We do have Arano as well, just jumping around, making sure he can stay up. We do have our next zone starting to close up now. 57 seconds for it to fully close. Our random bane is still in the air now. T225 trying to still apply some pressure onto Star this time around. We do have him full throttle in here onto Star. Star forced to pop this F here on the Shayo. We do have him trying to kite it out, but T225 looks like he is hungry for another elimination, currently with 3 on the board, and Arano, the one right now with the kill lead with 4 currently for this lobby. Star, he needed up a little bit of damage. He does manage to kite it out. It's going to be a quick reset in for himself, but T225 is still there for the pressure.
He wants to pop the V1. He wants to force the Sheol into having to throw out that ultimate. It's the only Sheol left in the lobby too, so it's going to be very easy to keep a track of. Star almost forced that Sheol to backstep into that Bane's Breath, but Star is able to avoid outside of it. Still has that blue fan in the back pocket too to be able to scare us away from this engagement, but 2-5, he knows he's still got this Mystic Might for just under a minute. He can get as aggressive as he wants, and there's not really a lot anyone else in this lobby can do. Liam is the best hero in these situations. No one is going to want to try and challenge him. Scarish is also going to be able to interrupt Star. This time around, Star is going to give 2-5 a bit of medicine that he has to swallow, but Legendary Spear is going to be doing a lot more damage, and finally the V1 force comes through. Arano is the one who actually gets locked, or rather 2-5 is the one that gets locked up into that headlock. He's got 2 charges left. Star will now look to potentially throw out that next stagger, but there's the aura grabbing T2-5 is going to send in package parceled all the way into that zone to eat the damage, and unfortunately for Star, he's going to get taken down. T2-5 though is not going to be happy that he is not getting the kill credit, as Arano was waiting on the inside of that zone with the bow, saw that the Sheol was getting pressured into, knew the potential that the Liam would be able to find that V2 connection and throw someone into that zone, and he waited. He bided his time for the perfect moment, and now he has to try and figure out which of these Liams committed that ultimate, which one can he try and pressure out.
Do have Rano though going to burst. The ultimate is going to be invested here from Rano, as well as the Liam's going to respond with the ult of their own. Do have him trying to wait this out. It's going to be very rough here for the lone Justina. Trying to come up on top. Damage does go towards his way though, into the freeze as well. He is gonna be able to weave that V2. But oh my god,
what the fuck?
Down there from the spear is gonna eat up a lot of damage. Arano now in big trouble, trying to kite it out to try to see if he can restore that armor. We do have him getting pressured on. But oh my god, he caught the opposing Liam and he threw it at Arano there. Oh my, that is so disrespectful. He got the damage off that. Arano's still getting applied a lot of pressure. We do have the app invested as well. So now it's full concentration onto the Justina right now with everything on cooldown. Overholds, gets the damage. The F called in there from T2-5 in the back end. He's still trying to stay alive. Gets another damage off the blue focus there. But now he is going to get caught up by another V2 there in the back end. But a big parry there from T2-5. But it's going to be burst with elimination. Now he does catch him there with the V2. Slams down inside the zone. Verse going to get he's going to take a lot of damage here from the zone. We see him with a quarter white health. He is taking a little bit of that armor there. He does see if he can try to find an armor swap. Does manage to find a common one. He sends it, gets the parry off as well. T2-5 now still has the upper hand, I would say, with a little bit of that gold armor. Eats up the damage off the armor. Be focused now. Both of these players might take a quick reset in, and it's gonna be just a little quick little reset. No, Verse going right back in. Does not want him to get that reset in. T2-5 though gets the last frame damage.
Why does he have this?
Be focused. T2-5 still trying to kite it out. Overhold.
Yeah, Cyan Fang, bro.
Damage off the armor. Be focused there from the halberds. Now the pistol shot connects there in the back end. Sends it for the third time. Just let him loose off that 1.0s, and it looks like Verse is not. He's not respecting it. He is just gonna get this damage. Still kind of in and out, but it looks very close. It's up for grabs who takes this first game of the night.
T2-5 looking to find these connections, might be able to kite back to that purple armor that he dropped previously. Uses that scale rush house, so he doesn't go too far into that.
Stop releasing 1.0s. What the fuck?
It is Verse. Manages to find the elimination.
Verse WBG versus MVP.
Everything possible to try and
interesting. Spear Storm? No, yeah, it's a Cyan Fang. That's an wait, no.
And we'll be able to claim the first
What's the other Jade?
Of the 2025 Naraka Blade Point Pro
it used to be Spear Storm.
2025 spring season for solos.
But doesn't no, not Erudition. I'm pretty sure that with Spear, since Spear had 2 1-2-3s, I'm pretty sure that if you have Cyan Fang, it does it for. I'm pretty sure that's the R&B version.
2 is adding a really cool bonus ingredient, like being able to go head-to-head against the Liams. Is why we're seeing a lot of these players try to go for the Sheol pick, especially inside of Ramolpiang. Having that Tortoise Shell block that you can utilize to burn through some of the uptime windows of that Liam V2 threat is going to be absolutely crucial when it comes to the rock, paper, scissors of the 2025 meta. And I can't wait to see, because this is just testing. We're going to get to see the solidify and become even stronger. 2025 is going to be such an insane year.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the years, in the beginning,
Storm
we
upgraded.
had a very big dominance there. Previously known as WBG Spider. He was pretty much just ahead of the game. Mike came in, you know,
that third hit.
That he is, you know, the best player in the game. He came in, did a lot of damage, especially against Spider. But last year, I did see a lot of more, you know, a lot of more competition. A lot of these players catching up. But off of today, just in 2025, you see how
I thought it was the
I mean, earlier I was looking at the.
Forgot that they added Spear Storm to Erudition. But Spear did in fact have the 2 R&B, like to do 1-2-3 Jades.
How high the skill
and so does like
over the years here for the
Halberds.
Pro League, and how much more it can expand, obviously, right? With how time passes and how good everybody.
Many players chose Lonnie in game 1.
That, you know, always comes back are these answer for treasures for everybody at home. The question is going to be how many players chose Lonnie in game 1, and me and Mox were both very, very surprised and excited to see this character being played out. We talked about it multiple times. It's going to be A1, B2, C3 D4. Make sure you guys go on over to the Twitch stream, twitch.tv/NarakaBladePoint, in order to get a chance to win an answer for treasure for everybody that is watching over on YouTube. But yes, what an interesting game one, Moxie. I mean, it's been a very entertaining sight to see from these players. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really liking how Edward's looking right now. He's looking very polished, he's looking very strong, looking amazing for sure.
Yeah, it gets a little bit caught out by being unfortunately too close to T225 when he's able to capture out that spirit well, and then when he's trying to kite away from that fight, he gets interrupted by his skill rush coming through from Burst, who is going to be able to pick up a lot of the loot from that body as well. Yeah. Loot that we saw him utilize in that end game to come out ahead of T225. Rano too, always impressing. He was a player that last year stood out, was doing exceptionally well in his 1v1s, but it looks like his macro this time around has been seeing a significant improvement. Like having the wherewithal to understand how T225 on that Liam would be playing, that when we get to those end game situations, the way that those Liams, if they do manage to find a successful V2 grab, they're not going to be applying it into something like a hit of damage coming through from any particular weapon that they would do previously in the game. No, they're going to be throwing them into the zone as far as they possibly can, so that zone
70 cores for starting out, really?
And also forces them into that panic situation where that stamina bar is going to rapidly deplete because you have to just keep dodging until you're back out of that massive hit of tick that you're taking, similar to the way that we see the monks, the Vajras, in trios throw those players into the zone. So sitting on something like a bow or a musket or even a pistol to be able to swap into and get that last
why not just jump R&B after that?
A lot of these players use to steal
that was super fucking risky.
We're gonna take a quick look at the highlights here for our first game. Wufong against Spider this time around. Tries to read the dodge there from the Justina. Nice little grapple there from Wufong. The freeze connector from Spider. Massive parry there from Wufong. Does manage to pick up the elimination there onto Spider. Gels, AES, and Aroma Yang against Wufong. Catches the 1.0 off the fan. Beautiful grapple combo there for himself. FPS EQ star. We are going to see him going against Wufong here once again. Since the back-to-back 1.0s from the stab. Pops the Shaya ultimate. Catches the prio. Goes for the 1.0 off the grapple. Now recatches as well right after this. Into the 2-on-1 to confirm the elimination. Beautiful showcasing there from Star. Arana here with the beautiful third party there against Mike and PXT. Gets one there onto Mike. Sends the 1-2 and an easy elimination there for his second one there on the board. WBG's verse against SR Spider. Overholds the R&B focus. Gets the damage there. We do have Arana here snagging up the kill there with the bow shot there to confirm the elimination. And verse there in the last and final moments of the game there to secure his MVP and the first one of the spring split on the Liam. Not very surprised here seeing the Liam on the top. I mean, since he's released, we did see the shift there from the V1 onto the V2 this time around. He was running Sky Pillar, Merciless, jabbing, standard damage reduction, and advance heal for himself. 14,000 damage, 4 eliminations. First MVP of the season of the 2025 spring split. But yeah, beautiful showcasing from these players. And that is just one game. We just saw one game. We still have 5 more games to go. And there's still a lot of action left for tonight's game. Super exciting times. Love to see how, how the pacing is going to change up now. Because, game 1, warm-up game, a lot of these players are, still going into the warm-up phase. But once we reach the end of game 2 is what I would say, where everybody's, all up to par and what their best skills are. And sometimes even the best players have a slow start. But, we're going to have to wait and see how that ends. We are going to have WBG for our MVP of game number 1.
And I mean, it's still experimental stages, right? So if something doesn't work out, you can just scratch it from the records. It's better to find out now that it doesn't work than try and take it into a bi-weekly final and have it affect your overall scoring. Especially because, like we talked about, those scores, that opportunity to qualify those points and get to Jacob, it's going to be all the more meaningful this year. If you're coming in with those duck eggs, those donut scores of a 0-point round, you do not want it to be in your bi-weekly final.
It's a crafting thing, not the cores themselves. I see.
Seeing a lot of these players testing the water to see whether or not, like, certain heroes are going to be the strongest picks into other certain heroes. Like Liam is still very much, it feels like, the most dominant hero currently. You could see too that Liam's prioritizing taking the Shagols out the way that we would see in previous metas. Players try to prioritize things like the Valda, not wanting to go for the kill, but just wanting to put enough pressure to force that V2 so that when endgame closes on up, that ultimate isn't there, because just like Valda, Shayol is going to benefit in those endgame scenarios where there's less space, there's less opportunity for you to be able to dodge away from those blocks coming on out, and then she can grab you into a headlock and force you to take so much additional damage that she really is going to be a strong pick going into those endgame situations. You want to force the ultimate, especially if you're the Liam, because if you go for that V2 potential burn, you might not have enough damage to get through a Shayol V1.
Yeah, and that is a character that I didn't think of. That was not even a game. We didn't even have a Valda that whole game. But you know, experimental.
We did. We had PXT on the Valda.
Oh, I'm just blind. I'm not locked in.
we got to see the ultimate come through. In fact, they had a really good spit connection onto Spider.
Lock
Spider
in
was trying
C8
to disengage when the Justina ultimate had already been burned out. But like the crucial point when we saw that Valda was not when the V2 was active, unfortunately, is when Arano shows up to that fight to third party with the spit. Because if Valda V2 had been available, that third party goes entirely differently.
Yeah, 100%. But yes, I mean, moving on in. Still waiting to see how everybody pans out for these games. We did have the Lonnie once again, the Liams now with the V2s, super strong. Especially like you mentioned, the end circles, you can't get the damage inside the zone. We've seen multiple variations. I've also seen with the V2 some bow shot extensions. If you just fling them up in the air, if you're able to connect your shot with the headshots. I mean, there's a lot of versatility with that V2, especially now being showcased a lot more for these games. It's gonna be very interesting to see, you know, who's been labbing more of the crazier sides of the V2. I mean, obviously just the standard, just slam down with the blue focus. I've seen some crazy back-to-back extension with fans as well with the V2. So a lot of versatility with that ultimate alone. But yeah, still have 5 more games to be played out. Game number 1 has concluded. Wow, it's gonna be a very long night, but it's gonna be very, very entertaining for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, there's going to be a lot of tape night here for these players to look back on when they head into the second day of play. Also, the players who are in the group that aren't playing today are going to have a little bit of an advantage at seeing how meta might potentially settle on out into. Like, if you see that a lot of these heroes and players are practicing Lonnie, then suddenly you know that maybe picking her up and trying to work through the hours of scrimming on Lonnie, because I know a lot of these players scrim things like the Liam is what we tend to see them scrim most of all, because when you have your Liam games, you need them to be high scoring, because the fact of, like, if you're not in that group 1, you're not getting access to Liam. It's not like Jacob, where we're potentially going to be seeing things like free Cyrus running across the map. No, it's always going to be Liam as that first double pick in group 1, so he's always going to be barred on out. We're not going to be seeing 3 of him. You're not going to have your opportunity to play him unless you're in that first group. So when you have your Liam games, you have to score well, you have to score high, especially because in 2025, we've still got the MVP eligibility rules for those bi-weekly finals coming on through too. So those games are going to be where it matters, but you also, when you're not having access to those premier picks, need to make sure that you're not falling behind in points because of that exact ruling. You do not want to be stuck not getting an MVP eligibility on your best hero when you're in group 1 because you slacked off in terms of scrimming hours practice with things like the Lonnie, or things that maybe are a little bit more like a personality pick, that aren't the greatest heroes, but you still need to be able to hold your own with.
And I remember for some time we did have possibly the only hero that was contesting Liam at a time was Keelan, right? I mean, Keelan, he was very, very strong in solos and also in trios when he first released. So now that, you know, some of the changes have hit him a lot harder, you know, I don't really think we'll see one for these games, but you know, who knows? We'll probably see some surprise. We still haven't seen the Zaping, which we usually get for our first game, but also
no
once
Matari.
Again, no Matari. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many characters now in the pool, right? So all these players just like you call them, personality picks. I like that because a lot of players feel a lot more comfortable running, per se, a Justina, opposed to, you know, back then a Matari. Those were like the picks more on the bottom side of the groups if you were in those lower groups. But now with just, you know, more characters, Shayo now in the mix once again, just being strong, how super strong like she is, it just changes a lot of the ball game for a lot of these players. And it could also be a double-edged sword. Like you mentioned earlier, everybody knew that Mike was picking that Zaping for his game right before Worlds, and he used that as his advantage going into J Cup. And you know, even in the game, even moving on to the spring split now, if you know you're using an off-pick hero, especially for your specific games like game 1s or 3s or whatever, a lot of these players catch on. They scrim a lot, so they know how everybody's tendencies are. So if they feel like it's a threat, I mean, they quickly know who they're fighting, especially with how long they've been fighting each other. We do have our second round of hero picks being shown up now. We are going to be taking a trip for our first time of the 2025 season onto Holoroth. We are going to have PXT and AS with our first round of picks, and wouldn't be surprised once again, the Liams always being chosen up in that group. But yeah, I'm just thinking about Edward. I mean,
Just thinking about Edward.
Yeah, he's looking really strong. I mean, Wang Liang last year also was looking immensely strong. He's always been a pillar of the Naraka esports scene. He's always been around. He's always been very close as well to taking those wins. He's been able to keep up to pacing with a lot of the top dogs of the regions. We're going to be seeing those Liams come through. What is going to be in second group? Justina from Lipo. Is Edward going to mirror? Are we going to be seeing 3 heroes run around this map? Lani is going to be coming in out from Edward. I don't think this is a personality pick, and by the way, credit for that linker goes to
Frost be
Raven
picking
and Tyra.
Lani?
The,
When will Frost
the
play
term that they
Lani?
utilize when they're looking at their opponents and trying to see whether or not they're going to be coming out with something a little bit off meta. Think like your Pandaman Taka way back when in the NBPL historians. As Frostivus is going to be picking up Sheol this time around. Star is going to be grabbing up that Justina. So Justina is now going to be taken off of the board, but there's still potentially 3 Sheol slots open. Spider's going to be snapping that one up. Wu Fong not going to be picking up the Sheol, picking up the Valorant. This is what I love to see when the league is so fresh into a year, because meta hasn't fully settled into, okay, this is 100% the best pick, this is the second best pick, this is the third best pick. So many different players have different ideas of what they want to try that we get to see things like 3 Sheols, 3 Justinas, and Arano is going to be picking up Tiger King Akos coming on through, trying to channel Mike.
Yeah, I'm looking at these selections.
I knew it, bro.
Our designated second round picker has always been a hottie. And you know that one change.
He's gone.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like that one change.
He is on a flight. He may not be able to use items in flight right now, but he is still flying off. He is out of this meta. Like, just not having access to those items while on the move when you have things like Yang depletion. You have these players who are trying to hawk you down. Endgame becomes that much harder for you to be able to take a win against. And also, you have to remember that there's heroes now who have verticality that can chase you down in a hottie.
You know, some people were actually saying that Hottie was going to be a safe pick. I was like, no. No, bro. It's Jover. You have no idea how bad it is that he cannot heal in his ultimate.
And that's definitely one of his, I mean, as we can see, was his strongest suit, just being able to back up from going into flight and getting a full reset pretty much for free, just constantly just popping a health into the dashes to continue to get that health back up. But we are going to have our first Akos here for Rano, showing up with that F1v2. We did have, I believe it was, I forgot who it was.
Hold on. Edward's gone V2 Lani.
Oh, I see it. Combo extensions?
Hold on a second. Combo extensions. I mean, that can be brutal in a realm of Yang.
Yeah. But very dangerous as well outside the realm. We're going to have to wait and see how he works around running that V2 and Alani. I've seen some crazy extensions off the V2. Once that F is on cooldown, it's fully her playground. She's able to catch Prio. So hopefully we do see a crazy extension there with the V2 Lani. But now moving on over to Holoros. We do have the spread here for our second game of the day. Do have some congestion as players there on the top right hand side of the map. I believe we do have some players landing near the bottom side of Plume Castle as well, near Puzzle. Yep, there it is. 2 players contesting for that puzzle off rip to try to see if they can try to get it solved for the upgrades. We do have Spider landing on the tower and Mike as well, and PXC all in this ice area for our second game. We do have Mike snagging up some of the loot here on the Syra on that beautiful skin that he has. WBG's verse.
You know, you said that, oh, well, there you go. Yeah.
Fong,
I was about to say, it's gonna happen sometime
armor,
this day.
some damage there from Verse, but
Yes,
purple
I
armor
got
is
my
gonna eat up the damage off the
partner
element focus there from the
program
nunchucks. We do
payment
have
literally
him still
just
trying to
20
cut this
minutes
out
ago.
with no
Cause I'm just like,
armor.
I'm pretty sure
Verse, though, not letting go. He's trying to see
they
if he can
pay
find
like
this
4
elimination
gamers
off
is in
drop.
Taiwan,
Does
so
have
as
blue
long
crystals in
as
his hand as well. It's gonna eat up the second damage
it's like
there from the
5 p.m.
element
for them.
focus. Beautiful showcasing here from Wufong, being very conservative here, being very careful to see where he can land is. He's gonna come in hot here with a big jump parry, and the F called in here for Verse into the drop down RB, but he's gonna caught up there off the F bubbles there from the vault. The prop comes in off the nunchucks into the 1-2, and what a showcasing there from Wufong.
Teacher 5 on V1 with Lonnie as well. Do they know something we don't? No.
Yeah, Versus
Really
doing
don't. I
everything he
mean,
could to stop
V1
Wufong from
Lonnie,
going and opening those
the only
doors
thing
in
that
case
V1
he
Lonnie
finds
can do is
armor
V1 Lonnie
reset
can just
too.
like
So
be
major
pretty
credit
mobile
to
and everything.
Arvada for being able to hold strong, anticipating, waiting for the drop down off of
But
that
it's not
F1
really
coming
like,
in through with the
it's not the
counterplay of
greatest.
that Boulder F2. Frostfist now losing that weapon, has to burn that F1 combo break into the horizontal prio, so it's shredding away this blue armor that AS has available, but the 1-2 from the halberds into the V2 grab is gonna set on up for the mincing down of the charged RMB, and that is Frostfist just not have the armor nor the health bar to be able to sustain that follow-up damage, as Wufong now not allowed to have the sustain of the V2. Whoever popped that no ult zone, and I'm guessing it was Arano, so that he didn't have to worry about shredding down the Valda's 1800 HP shield, is going to be able to walk away the victor of that fight. It's moving over now. It's going to be Mike having to burn his F1 combo break to escape out of the parry that came on out from the Liam that he's facing.
97% here for the ultimate here for Mike to come online, but we have the third party coming in high here from Spider in the back end. The 1-2 off the spear, trying to see if he can turn this fight around, eating up a little bit more damage, almost completely gone off the common armor. PXC though trying to wait this out. We do have him still applying the pressure there onto Mike. Spider now might be moving on in. We have T225 in the mix as well. Lots of player in this area. The V2 called in, I believe, in the backside. We do have the Sire ultimate now invested here from Mike as well. PXC trying to kite the situation out, but T225 has his eyes onto Mike, and looks like Mike is going to get canceled that ultimate by the no ult zone, and he is going to eat up a lot of damage there in the back.
Damn.
Trying to cut it out, but
T225 with Lonnie. Hey, bro, I'm just all here for Lonnie's. Forgot a regular descender is only 16 hours to make. Yeah. You basically just like you build it, and you go to sleep, wake up, and then you could just play it the same day. It's not like fucking Warframe 72-hour bullshit.
Spider actually canceled the ultimate
I'll never fucking
early.
forget.
Now has to go head
3 days to make a goddamn character.
If he goes outside of that forbidden seal, he's
Actually,
gonna
it's
be
not
able
even
to
3
come through
days.
with it. Utilizes that purple pole so to start hitting
That's 3.5
down
days
that skill
almost.
damage. Spider having to activate those frost flies around him, making sure that T25 does not try to follow on through with the pole sword until he's been able to find those resets. But
Oh, my
here
shit
comes
got
Arano
taxed. What
for
the?
that third party, and now it's a matter of who's going to be able to find this elimination onto this low HP Shio, and it will be Arano with that vertical swing from that pole sword when Spider
gonna grind the
is
plant in
on
4
that
hours to
ground,
rush it?
catches that cover, and now Arano can look to chase down T25, who was not able to disengage the situation cleanly. Arano coming in fresh to this fight, still with his ultimate charged on up, throws out the stone form, turns it.
I need to
in
see
the
more
direction
V2
so
Lonnie
that T25
action.
Isn't able to find the parry. As T25 utilized his RMB focus from that fan to buy himself spacing and get an armor powder reset off, and it looks like the two players part ways and decide to prioritize other positions of the map instead.
Edward already with gold halberds in hand into the early game of game number 2, trying to apply the pressure onto Lipo. Lipo does manage to find a common armor swap, I believe. We do have him gonna take a lot of damage off one focus attack there from those gold rarity halberds, but Lipo with purple halberd hung sword in hand, he can try to respond off of this alone. We do have him trying to back out from the situation, trying to see if he can find some more resources right now with this common armor, trying to get a little upgrade off of that. But Spider moving on in, he might be moving on in and see that common armor in hand with a little bit of a lock-on key just to see and check the health and armor of a player. We do have OUG's Mike though with the common fan in hand. We do have our first Roma Yang star to form on up here for our second game as well. We do have Edward starting to move on up there onto the Plume Castle gate. Spider, Lipo, and PXC might be contesting the left-hand side. The Moonbane purchased that from Edward again. This is the second
He's
time
always
doing
buying
this,
Bane.
for tonight. Spider though, still with common armor, trying to see if he can find another upgrade as well. Does not want to go in there with a common armor into the Roma Yang.
Edward won his contest on Salvation Podium too. He's got the legendary halberds.
Ooh.
So on Pedori he was able to get the Evolve Point Essence, and on Holoroth he was able to win Salvation Podium. His macro prioritization is on point. He has put himself into the best possible position to be able to win out this first realm of Yang. Moonbane is going to block off one of those entrances entirely so he doesn't have to worry about contesting it early, and it's potentially going to put more pressure on those other entrances too, forcing out fights from other players, which is going to mean that they're coming into that fight down resources. They might not be down ultimates, but they're going to have to be starting to eat for things like their armor and Vitalia suppliers. Mike has to eat the F1 cooldown. Now gets hit into that Valda bubble. Wufong able to catch the uppercut, and now Mike having to go for the overhaul RMB to catch onto that Valda's disengagement. The V2 comes on through. Mike's looking to try and disengage, comes on through with his own V1 and starts looking to shred this Valda's HP down. You might have 1,800 over armor, but Mike has a stun orb that's gonna absolutely blend you into that laser beam. Mike running out of that ultimate though, wasn't able to find the damage that he was looking for to burn the V2 out early. Has to turn his attention to going for self-sustain off of obliterating those dazzle orbs coming on through, and Wufong doesn't have the combo break, invested it aggressively, so now he has no way of escaping the grapple bump into R&B that comes through from Mike, who plays the long game perfectly.
Wow, beautiful scare rush there from OUG's Mike to recash the prio there to close out that fight. But WBG's first against OA's Edward here in the first Roma Yang. We have a Syra against Alani. Once again, Edward showcasing Alani for us for this second game. Do have getting caught up there off the 1-2 from the dagger. Overholds, gets damage off the 1-2, but now Burst trying to respond off of this as well. Gets the damage off the LMB focus. F called in from Edward to avoid the follow-up soul break damage there from the dagger. Does not catch the prior off the scare rush. Now there goes the ultimate investment here from Edward, and looks like Burst gonna go ahead and use this timeout to take a quick little reset as well. We do have Edward trying to find it. Does manage to catch that first one. Goes into the raw uppercut. The F called in there from the Syra. Recatches, I believe. No, it's the Syra ultimate called in there in the back end. Edward now has to try to see if he can kite the situation out. Gets caught up off of one stun. Now Burst trying to apply as much damage as he can, but looks like the movement there from Edward is just way too beautiful right now. Now being able to catch a lot of damage. I mean, he's pretty much full health right now. Now the ult is gone here for Burst. Both players parry. Edward's getting caught up here off the LMB focus there from Burst. F called in from Nalani once again. Burst has the F up if he needs it. We do have was PXT winning his realm and Yang. This realm going into distance. 35 seconds remain. Gets the damage off the R&B focus. Burst now drops all that armor. Edward still trying to get active here in the backside of the pillar. We do have him trying to see if he can take a quick little reset, but no, it's just a bait. The 1-2 off the dagger sends the R&B focus, gets the damage. F called in once again. It's on cooldown. Burst still hasn't used it. Big parry there from Edward, and the damage is not enough. The F called in there from Burst. The stun there for the follow-up comes a little bit too early, and Edward with a small mistake, but Burst capitalizing off of that with a beautiful showcase in here for our first Roma Yang.
Yeah, Edward forced into burning the combo break on Lani because he committed the R&B focus from the halberds, and all his opponent had to do was step into it and parry, and that would have been round. So unfortunately for him, back against the wall, he's forced to go for that option, and it just means the selection of that next staging of that fight does not go to his favor, and now he's going to be saddled with that Yang depletion. Will not be down though, that legendary weapon that he was able to pick up as Star.
No way.
Just to catch on to Spider, interrupting before Spider can make a play of going for that no ult zone potentially. PST also just showed up on that right hand side, so we do know he's going to be in the area as a lot of these players with Yang depletion start patrolling that map. trying to figure out who is going to be the best target to prey on, and everyone who's not in that position hides themselves very much out of LOS because they don't want to be turned on to. TD25 looking to vulture on the sidelines of this fight comes improve. This Salt Smolder just looking to apply some of that fire tick burn and start making sure that these players
Both Lonnie's lost. Wait, how did Wang Liang die in Yang?
Much of a reset as they want. The F2
I was
on out from this.
I was texting Snake.
TD25 goes for the clank against PST, throws out the R&B, overholds, doesn't go for the second commitment, is trying to get the mind games against this Liam. Now comes that V1 carpet ride, very much in full swing as TD5 gets to continue applying this pressure. Every single time that trick ball is able to find his target, he's going to be able to get a little bit of sustain. But can he find the Soulblum? Yes, he can! He manages to intercept before Arano can steal it
Like,
out.
the thing that I don't understand is, like, people could probably say that V1 is good because you could do something like that too, right? But you could do the same thing on V2. There's no difference. The only thing that you could do with V1 and not V2 is that for V2, like for V2, you have to hit them with the focus, or you have to stagger them so that, you know, the last hit attacks them, or you just like, they get hit four times, and then you just focus attack before the last hit, and you basically get off like the same value. The only difference being that with V1, it's just instant damage. That's like, that deals quite a bit of damage.
That's where we're at right now. Big V2 once again there from Marauder onto Edward. We do have a Liam ultimate out in the back end as well. The Lonnie's in the back end eating up a lot of damage, but Arano now has to try to escape with 1 minute and 50 seconds. The ultimate is gone. Needs to take a quick little reset and try to go right back in. PXT as well topping off that armor. Mike now in the mix. Arano now getting caught up by there from Edward. Edward in the backside trying to see he can find something.
Come
for
on,
himself with 1 minute and 25.
Edward.
We do have the goal.
Pop that ult and fucking show him what's up.
Ultimate invested as well. Gonna have to wait and see what he can do with this. Catches the first one there off the V2. He is gonna manage to back up the pressure just for the time being. Frosted is in the backside, trying to lay down some damage there with the cannon as we see him repair it. Arano now loses a lot of HP in the back end. Big parry there from Arano onto T225. He's gonna cancel into the LB focus.
Wait, bro just got hit through the fucking window. What?
We do have all these players still fighting very close to each other. T225 drops very low. Arano getting caught up in the back end. LB power here from Edward in the backside. Does not get the full damage.
Arano's getting fucked. Holy shit.
Frosted there with the cannon shot. Picks the elimination onto Arano. And now it's a big brawl once again.
Bruh.
Slap here for Edward. Doesn't even matter. T225 there with the Lonnie kill there onto Edward. And
That is also the only instance where Lonnie V1 is good.
Soul blooms have been picked up, bodies have been dropped, Yang depletion cured. Everyone scatters off into their own separate directions to prioritize this next area of the map because we're going to be having.
That is literally the only scenario where Lonnie V1 is good.
Players in this lobby. This has been crazy aggressive. I don't
That
think we're even going to see an end
circle.
game close. It's going to be determined in the next couple of moments. That ACOS, we could unfortunately see it from Arano's POV, just struggle so much into those multi-wave fights, and it was just an absolute uproar. So much CC being thrown out. Lonnie trick balls being thrown out left, right, and center. Justina freezes in the mix as well as Star on that. Justina takes to the skies. Mike holds his ground, goes for the bow shot before hopping on over to that dagger, threatening the LMB.
So much effort in the Siren mobile vid. Oh yeah, I was looking for that vid.
Throwing out the RMB, turning it away though, just utilizing it for spacing currently.
If you can send it, I would appreciate it because I was trying to
starting to chip away every single time this Justina
show that on stream.
Trying to put the pressure onto Star, finds the parry that he's looking for.
Saw from Ghost responded to you.
Yeah,
that video is like that video makes the PC video look like shit.
The invisible wall has no choice but to look for a scale rush disengage off of that pillar. Finds the freeze from the F1, buys himself one reset, but Mike is still quick. Has the Phantom Step as well to close up that distance and give himself an additional iframe every single time he looks for those dodges. He gets to lead into the 1-2. The F2 going to be cancelled early, but Mike is still on top of the matter and will be able to take the Justina down.
Wow. Pride's fall for Mike.
Blue versus blue.
Onto PXT.
Thank you for the link. Appreciate it.
Mike running prize fall. I mean, we know how hard it is to land a prize fall. So I'm not gonna do what I usually do whenever a prize fall hits, because just out of respect to you, Moxie, I just yell on the mic whenever a prize fall connects. But yeah, love prize fall. Very, very rare to see, especially in the pro league. But OUG's Mike now with the advantage here, coming out the Roman Yang with the White Tigers prowess. Does have the gold halberds, gold armor currently right now, applying lots of pressure onto PXC to be able to dodge. That let me focus there. Beautiful double tap dodges there from Mike. Now a lot of damage still going towards PXT way. Both players parried in the backside. Liam ultimate invested up from PXT. We do have Verse now showing up to the party with a gold pole sword in hand, so we know how hard that scare rushes there off the pole sword are going to be, even after the nerf that happened a couple months ago. It's still a very, very beautiful weapon to have for the scare rushes. We do have PXT now using one of those V2s. I do believe he does catch Verse in the backside. There goes the sling out there from the ball. We do have him now getting a lot of pressure from both players this time around. We do have the ultimate ran out, 4 minutes and 22 seconds and counting for him to try to cleanse the Yan depletion timer, but it's looking very rough for him, trying to cut out as best as he can. Third player showing up as well on the backside. Mike, the first one on the scene. Star falling right behind as well.
Wait, let me
have him swapping on over to a gray armor. The 1-2 off the gold spear in the backside. A follow hit there for the pulsar there for Verse. Just so much damage, and the RB focus there from the gold spear from Mike to pick elimination onto PXC, and that brings down our counter there to 5 players.
This is an insane topic.
Star
LA's
still with
doing
the
that right now. I'm not
timer
gonna
on
lie.
his back.
Like,
3
you
minutes
like-
and 42 seconds.
Yeah,
Has
I
the
can mute
ultimate
Discord.
to try to see if he can make that happen, but Frostivus
Damn,
cutting
you're
noise here.
Yeah, but what-
on the board. I feel like we haven't
Is
really
it-
seen
is
much
it-
of Frostivus, but he's been
Is
putting
it
in
bad
work
for
in
a
the
stream to
game, too.
hear?
Yeah, Frost and Tier 5, both playing the patient game currently. They're waiting out.
I
those
don't
bots
fucking
to be
mind.
done, and also
Talking about
waiting for
sperm
those players
production.
of Yang depletion who are
Dude.
desperately
Yeah,
trying to
I
get
saw
that fight
fucking the
to
stream.
have
I saw
completed it.
APM
So
draw
Mike
like
checked
fucking
out
4
this
circles. I was like, what is this?
push. No.
Why you,
Goes right
bro? Why you
top.
spying me,
Everybody
bro?
just
Why you
reveals
spying me?
They-
I just I
Fucking weird.
was about to
Okay,
join the
we're gonna
call.
stick
That's
the
what I
fight.
saw
It's
for the
going to be all
preview.
three of us involved. I'm not gonna allow Frostivus to go unchecked and potentially throw
Yeah,
a
the
party
only thing
on
that
in.
that like
the pressure has forced Frostivus away. Now
there's
it's gonna be a
no
1 versus 1
male
2v5
version of
and
an
Star
IUD,
not
bro,
pulling
for
that
guys.
punches.
You can't
Two
pull,
v 5
they're not gonna
already
shove some
investing
shit on my
that
fucking
long
ass
v1
crack,
though.
bro. And
Star
there's
still
nothing they
holds on to
can
his.
like. This
F2.
ID male
He's gonna
There
utilize
is, bro.
2v5,
There
waits out the
is,
3
there
second
is,
timer
trust me.
before
No,
Star
there is
pops on in
not.
with his
You
v1.
are
Let's-
retarded.
Connection of
Yo,
the
Yo,
you
damage
know
on
what
that
I
ID
trust me,
on
like
that
she's
monster
had it done to
doesn't
him
match
before.
You
behind it, but
didn't
the
even
1v1
know
is
what an
now over.
IUD
Star
was
can look to
10
make
I
his
seconds
know.
move,
ago.
but here comes Frostivus.
You
who's
I
like,
didn't know the
backing out
English
on
name.
that
I
fight.
didn't know
He's
the
waiting for the
English name.
ultimates to be
You
done,
fucking
but he's the
retard.
one in
bro, I
control.
told you what it
F1
was
connects onto
before, and you're like,
T2v5,
what's that?
stands up
I
into
literally
that
said
Watch,
triple
watch.
protocol
Look,
follow-up
look.
from that long
ChatGPT.
shot.
Let's
Busted
ask
does
ChatGPT.
connect
okay,
with
okay. No,
Frostivus.
because
Caught
this is
in
the
the middle,
problem when
looked
you
like
ever
he
say
was
you
a
ask
little
See,
bit
ChatGPT.
this.
unsure who he
No,
wants to turn on to,
no,
whether it was going to
listen
be
to
Star
me.
or the low
Every
health
time you ask
2v5.
ChatGPT,
Backs it
I
off with the fight
never
mentality. That is
feel
the
satisfied
last thing
because
that
if
Star
you're
needs
wrong,
to
you say
happen. He needs this
ChatGPT is
fight to
wrong all the
continue.
time.
He
And
Okay,
cannot
this time I
allow
won't
these
say
players
anything.
to
Oh,
disengage
chat.
away from him.
No,
I won't
Otherwise,
say
he's
anything.
type
out
it.
of the slot.
Is there
The buffs from winning the realm
a
of Yang fight are
male
over,
version
but that realm of
of an
Yang
IUD
depletion is going to
for birth
continue
control?
until Star is either
No, you can't
cleansed
ask like this.
No, there is no male equivalent of an IUD for birth control.
Yeah, but see,
However, there are
the
other
second
birth
one.
control methods
Yeah,
available for men,
yeah,
which
the
are
second one.
vasectomy, hormonal concentrations, withdrawal, abstinence, and
Yeah, the
condoms.
second one. Second one.
Fucking idiot.
Bro,
Second one is
I
not
can't.
permanent. You fucking retard. Second one is not
But
permanent.
it's going to be potentially Frostivus getting
Vasectomy.
that headlock.
Yeah, this is not
Hey,
keeping these
permanent.
permanent. The
players
second
off of
word
the
is
chase.
permanent.
Yeah, that's Stars.
The second word
Ideal
in the
situation
definition
now.
Okay,
of a
ask
vasectomy
ask
right
ask
in
it.
front
Ask
of
it.
his
Can
eyes,
you
having
can
Frostivus
you
pop
can
that
you
ultimate
recovery
gave
from
Star a better chance here to try to cleanse the Yan
vasectomy?
depletion timer. Super
Well,
unfortunate.
yeah,
that
your
for
body
Frostivus
can
that
probably
he was
recover,
forced to
but
pop
the
that
surgery
ultimate,
itself
but
is
now
permanent,
Star
and it's
trying to
probably a
wait
very
this
rare
out.
case.
We do
I don't
have-
think
No.
Star saw it.
Naturally, let's see.
Oh.
It's
No, you
probably
can't.
possible.
That's unfortunate.
It's no. You need to do the
Frostivus
surgery.
Yeah,
is
yeah.
getting full looked at by both of these players. So
A vasectomy is
if Star
intended to be a
has a
permanent
chance,
form
it'll
of
be
birth
right
control,
now
and the
with a
body
minute
does
and
not
counting.
naturally
do
reverse
see
it.
a lot of damage
There
that goes
is a
towards his way.
vasectomy
Might end up a
reversal,
little bit of
but
damage
success
on the
rates vary.
backside.
It
First, though,
varies.
trying to see if he
And-
can find
and
some sort of
that-
damage, but Star still in the mix here on the
has to be to get a
Justina.
vasectomy. The only
Trying to
way
see if he
you
can
would
find
do
the
this
perfect
there was
opportunity. There it
complications
is,
with
the
vasectomy
perfect
in the
drop
first place.
down
And
there.
if
And we do
if
have
something
him
went wrong
getting
with the fact
very
that
low
you're
there
too
against
that's the only
Frostivus.
way you
Frostivus
get
going
surgery.
very low. Now
You
Star Star
you don't
with
like.
35
I'm
seconds
not
to
gonna
count.
be
It's
like,
be a very close one.
oh,
Catches the LMB.
Jump
drops
LMB,
it.
you
don't worry,
fuck.
don't worry.
Bro.
He's not
You
getting
don't have to
off, but
get
it's
you don't
with
have
a
to get birth
massive
control.
parry
I'm gonna
there.
get
He does
a
connect out the Zephyr
vasectomy
as
and then
well.
I'll reverse
The
it
cleanse
later.
does come into
There's
play,
not
and
been a
there it
single
is.
guy on
Star
the planet
with the
that has
perfect
gotten a temporary
opportunity
has
unfolding in
gone
front of
into
his
getting a
eyes, making the
vasectomy
best
with
of
the
it.
thought
Does
that, oh,
manage to
this is
cleanse,
temporary.
and now he's
So
right back
every
into
guy
this
that
game.
gets a vasectomy, that
And he's
shit
got
is
his ultimate
permanent.
too off of that Soulblend pick.
Yeah,
and
but
How many
so
people?
even if he'd been
What
pressured, he would have been able to submit.
percentage
However, these players
of
had
people
not been
who
fighting Star
have a
previously. Remember, it was only
vasectomy
2v5, and
reverse it?
Frostivus, who had been fighting Star previously, they're the only ones who knew that the V1 had been burned
6 to
earlier.
10%.
Otherwise, Star would
That's a
100%
lot.
have been the player that everybody went
Double
after. When that
10
Justina does
years.
not have those ultimates, does
10%
not have
is not
that
a lot.
mobility option, she
10
has
6
very
10%.
easy
What do
to
you
be
mean
able to take down. And you do not
10% is
want
a lot?
Justina in the mix of
This
engine
is
fights because
this
she
is
is
like
ideal
later
for
on.
those
This is like because they
parties.
want to remarry. That's
Mike
the only reason they do this.
prioritizes positioning into the spirit
They don't
well,
even
wants
do
to
this
be
for
Yeah, I
able
mean,
to
Watchparty.
if
capitalize.
it's
Legendary
if
dual
it's
blades are
done
going to be
within 10
speaking
years,
a
the
lot
success rate
of
is
strong
pretty high.
words.
Yeah, but
The Steven
remarriage
Top
or
Bar getting
change his
absolutely
family.
melted.
This is
Okay,
not
we've got
because
Price
like
on the field for Michael. We've
this
got
is like
Assassin's Lunge on the
circumstances that they
field
didn't
for
predict.
T2
Like when you get a
5. Which
vasectomy
Dagger
with
Soldier
someone
is
you're
going to be
married
able to
to,
come
you're not
out on
expecting
top?
to divorce.
Lonnie is investing the ultimate. Mike
Because of your life
also investing the
circumstances.
ultimate.
The only
Both
reason why
of
you
these
get it.
players gambling big. They need to be able to secure the buff if they want these ultimates to
people
secure themselves
get
a second
vasectomies?
cycle. And Verse is now showing up to the mix, gate crashing the party and turning it into a full ballroom blitz. The ultimates are going to be done. Mike finds a parry. 2-5 going lower and lower. Assassin's Lunge actually called in not for the damage but for a disengagement
Everyone's fighting on the fucking
option.
spirit well.
As Mike gets an armor reset on through with one of those parries.
Yeah, do people
Looks
get
for the
vasectomies
parry,
for
temporary
start,
first
forces
often?
the Justina
No,
F2, puts himself
vasectomies
onto
are
the
generally
roof,
considered
potentially looking for
permanent
the
form
drop
birth
down.
control.
As T2-5
Look,
comes back into the
however,
fight, this time
some men
showcasing
choose to
that
get a
Aurora
vasectomy
burst on the
knowing that
home
it's
sword.
possible,
And now
but it
these players
comes with
absolutely cannot
a
allow
lot
him
of
to charge
costs,
that one
a
on
lot of
over the
risk,
spirit
and it's
well,
very
otherwise they're going to be hit by
complex.
that silence effect.
And it's
Coming
extremely
on
costly
through,
surgery,
2-5
bro. You know
again
how much
gets
money
that
it costs?
charge up,
Let's look up
and
how
Mike has to burn
much
the
money
F1
Bruh.
to dodge
is a
away from the
reverse
silence impact. Spirit well
vasectomy
wall drops.
Sinus
Remember, if it
Jared.
isn't capping in 180 seconds
Sinus
before,
Jared.
this one goes
without
away
insurance.
regardless
Let's
of
see.
the players around it. But these ultimates are being committed like these players are
5 to
the
15 grand. And it's not always covered. You're telling me you're getting 15 grand birth control for men? But let's see the cost of IUD for women.
Bro, this is an insane
Cost of
2v2.
Cost of IUD for women. Let's see, $500. That's without insurance. With insurance, it's for fucking free.
Trying to see if he can catch the damage off this one. If not catch off the second one, just looming around.
So you're telling me that, oh yeah, don't worry, your girl doesn't have to get an IUD because it's a male equivalent.
No, I'm not saying.
I'm
I'm saying. I'm saying some feminists are saying this.
In the middle of the spirit wall, you need a lot of
Reach
damage.
for some fucking balls for 15 grand.
Still in the mix.
No, I'm
Mike is
talking.
gonna be able to get
Saying
a
some
little bit of HP back
feminists
here
are
from the
saying
ultimate
this.
65
Saying
scanner
this.
around.
No, you believe it.
I don't believe it. No, I don't believe it. I'm the biggest fucking
Bruh.
fan in the world, bro.
Oh, okay.
Can't say that. Still applying the pressure onto Mike, but we have Thirst there,
You're
cutting out some of that
joking,
pressure
you
off of
can't
Mike
say
there
that,
from
bro.
225. Mike now getting
Yeah, I'm
pressed off by the
joking.
Justina. Star is not going to connect off that first dash. Catches the fire off the LMB there. The 1-2 off the halberds. Tries to weave around. Does not catch the enchantment there off the F though, but Knight now with a quick common armor strike. Big damage there off the R&B focus.
What the fuck is Star doing?
Drops very low. It looks like it's going to be a quick little reset for both of these players.
Like,
Mike
that is
picking up his
next
gold
level.
armor. T225 drops very low. Another Cyro to be invested there on the backside.
even know.
T225 getting
15K,
stunned there in the backside. And Mike going
15K,
right
your
back
1
in.
year
We
salary.
have the damage going towards
Oh,
T225's way. Eats up the damage off the beam there. A lot of damage to the backside is going to be first with elimination. First managed to get
Yeah,
the
let me get
soul
temporary
as well.
birth
Get some of
control,
that
but when I
HP
want
back
it to
Star
stop,
and Mike
20K,
both fighting for the Lou in the backside. Mike just
Insane.
applying a lot of pressure here in this situation.
ID's
Currently
delayed.
with 3 eliminations
Star,
on the board.
listen, when you get
WBG
there,
Spider with
like,
4.
when you get there, ID's
FPSQ
delayed.
Star with 2. And this is our last fight
What?
of game number 2.
What?
And
Good
the
question.
pace has not slowed down.
This is
Like,
next
it's just a crazy
I'm
brawl
looking-
going
I'm
happening here
looking
for
at
a second game
This
today.
shit is having
Yeah,
crying.
so it is
Yeah,
to be
bro.
noted that
Why he
Star
got
was
that?
able to secure
Bro.
that spirit
Profile
well
picture.
and grab himself that white
Bro,
Tigers press as well as the second rotation of that Justina V1.
That's not my profile picture. That's fucking live profile
As
picture.
he's looking to shock down WBG's
That's not
burst,
me.
the Siren
That's
not having
her.
access to that might all the happier to just sit on the sidelines, wait for these players to burn themselves out of those abilities and potentially coming through with that third party, as we do know that he still has access to his ultimate. So it's getting clipped by these skill rushes coming in from the side.
I don't think. Wait, did I say I have a question?
From the outsides of this building, and Mike now sees that versus low, sees that
Oh,
the F1
yeah,
has
that's
been
what I was
best
gonna
on
say. It's like,
Siren,
what the fuck
knows
even
it's his moment to strike comes on through.
is the
Looking
IUD?
for the R&B focus
No,
to be
no,
able
no,
to
no. Light doesn't need it. Light doesn't need it. Light is going backdoor.
into claiming up that elimination, and now becomes a 1 versus 1. Mike
No,
with the
no,
phantom
Light
step
doesn't need it.
with the
Light
R&B on the
goes backdoor.
legendary dual blades.
What do you say? What do you mean?
Apply that storm strike damage onto
Just
this
care-
Justina
just
as well.
wear
Every single
protection,
time he
bro.
goes for one of those dodges, already the
It's very
empty
easy to
is
get
going to
AIDS
be
if
forced,
you
and
go
now the
backdoor.
Mike doesn't have access to his
What?
F1. Will be able to escape, trying to
that's not
find
how
that
you get
last
AIDS. You
little
don't just,
chip
like,
to
you
force
get
out
AIDS
this
from
ultimate
this-
potentially from the side of Star.
from
Looks for the
that, bro,
grapple
from
kick.
lack of
It's coming
protection
through the
that-
Justina.
Yeah, but the percentage
V1
of
now
gay
going to
getting
play,
AIDS
but
is
Mike
higher
has access
than
to his
normal
own
people.
ultimate, and he's going to chase Star down.
I'm
but
not
Star
gay, though.
having access to that
Who knows?
legendary armor
What
reset
the
because
fuck?
people want to cap out that spirit well.
Gay never
It's
know.
thrown a
They
second
will
lifeline,
never know
and
they're
Mike
gay,
now
bro.
sees that
They
No,
never know
bro.
they're gay. Are you
opportunity
gay?
has
Are
been
you
shot
gay?
down by the armor reset.
You're so
Are you gay?
stupid, bro.
Spam out those
This is
Dazzle
move
Bolts to
on.
heal
Stop.
himself back
But
up
I'm
to
actually-
full
let's ask
before this
ChatGPT.
fight begins anew. Both of these players can have access to
Don't
those
look at my
combo
future.
breaks, but neither having access to the ultimates. Star comes on through with the tempo change up into the fist blades. The F2
Also, I'm
force
pretty sure
out
Aid is
early.
hella
Mike
rare.
with the R&B from those dual blades, turning
I mean,
its
it's-
attention into the
it's very
1-2
rare
man,
in
chasing on down
Asia.
with that phantom step before Star can skirmish away from
Oh,
the
yeah, you're right.
awning
Yeah.
of that
Yeah, just
building.
wear
And
protection,
now
right?
it's going to be overhauled central.
Okay.
Mike finds the parry onto
Yeah, but I'm
Star,
pretty sure can't you
showcasing
not,
the soldier
like-
that he had in the back pocket, goes for the grapple.
Yeah, no,
bomb
wait, it's a
kick, but
higher
Lucia's got the
transmission
F2
risk. So, like,
back
if
into
someone
the fight,
has
and
AIDS
Mike
and
now
having
with the
sex
jump
with
down,
someone that
looks
doesn't
to
or
find
has
that
HIV,
vertical, but
sorry,
will
having
not
sex
be
with
able
someone
to
that doesn't
find
have
it
HIV,
as he comes on through
like,
with the chase down.
having
F1 looking to minimize
that
the
type of
distance
sex,
of this
like,
thing that has access
is
to in
way easier
spacing.
to
And
transfer.
Storm Stride
Yeah.
and the light attack will finally close out.
See, if Star was using that
crazy
fucking purple path,
not
he'd be
lost zone,
still alive
the
right now.
second to last circle that we
Oh,
got
it's
to
also
see that just
on
went
average, like
and
people
on
who are
and
bisexual or gay
on.
have more partners.
That
They
was
have
some
more sex with
crazy
different
scrap
people, so
offs.
it's
That
higher
was
chance
just
than
mad aggressive
Yeah, it's not,
aggression from all of the players there. I mean, that has to be probably the most craziest spiritual
Yeah, use
contestants that I've
protection, like,
probably
that's my
seen
advice
so
to you.
far. That was just so much investment from everybody. They were
Thank you for
all
coming to
fighting
my sex ed
to
talk.
try to get that. The White Tigers power is there. First had Mike popping the ultimate, and as well as T225 and Alani investing the ultimate there to try to secure it. But wow, what a show there all the way towards the end. Crazy
Go
stuff
after it.
happening here for our second game. The tempo has changed, but a little bit more conservative gameplay. We did see a lot of aggression in the beginning of game number
honestly,
one,
bro, I've
but
had enough of
overall,
you
this
fucking-
game just had
I don't
a
know.
whole lot more hyper aggression from
Guard,
all
wear
these
protection,
players. I
light,
mean, moving on into our mid game,
vortex.
we're already at 6
Light.
players
Okay,
only
buddy.
remaining in the lobby. So what a
Sorry,
great
guys.
showcasing here,
Starting the
and
game,
a
bro.
beautiful showcasing there from Mike once
Don't
again,
start.
being our
I'm literally
MVP
going
for our
to bed.
second
I
game.
have
The two-time champ showing up once
Bro,
again,
why would you
showing
go
up
to
that
sleep
he
then,
is
bro?
ready to
Just
play
stay
for
awake
these
and then go to
games.
bed.
But wow, I mean, that's insane. I was keeping an eye
Bro,
on how
I
they're
already
slept
how
for
they're avoiding
2
that
hours
F
last night.
from the just.
This guy, man.
Go ask Raven. IUD or vasectomy? Ask Raven. Like, go in Raven's chat and ask him what IUD is. He'll tell you.
It's IED, you said?
Oh my
What?
god. It's like
Far?
too fucking.
What?
Oh my god.
But we also
You
have
guys are
another
both
answer for
idiots,
treasure for everybody at
I'll
home.
go.
Make sure you guys swap on over to
type
Twitch if you guys are watching on YouTube in order to win a treasure box here for our spring split random gifts. How many kills did
Bro,
OUD
drive
might
far,
get in
far.
game
That
number
he
2?
was getting
Was it
AIDS for
A3,
sure. You first. man.
B4, C5?
Raise
All
those
day.
legs.
I'm thinking light maybe.
Huh?
Shit.
God damn.
He's farther to light.
Moxie always tells me to do.
Wait, isn't it
Elevate my
That's what I was
legs and
saying.
fall asleep.
What the fuck? I can't talk in Raven's chat.
I just lay down and fall asleep.
Oh,
I
wow.
just,
But why you banned in Berlin's
just
street?
napping out for
Just
30
lie
seconds.
down
Bruh.
and then you can like.
Oh,
do-
buddy.
There's shared
What?
stream. I can't fucking talking chat,
Hey,
bruh.
why are you banned in religious streams?
That's wild.
I don't know what.
Why are you banned in religious streams?
Oh, bruh. That is a great question.
Listen, bro. I know you're notorious. I know the
Right,
way.
yeah,
I don't think you want
Six game. I knew that was
Wait,
cap.
Farb, what are you saying?
Bro, why you banning her chat, bro? What's up?
I don't know.
Yeah, right.
I do have to stay up though.
Raven.
But I think I'm
What
done with
is
Wait,
Raven
APM, if we
PLZ.
get married, bro, for your green card, I'm
Raven.
just saying that
What
I
you're
should have
is
taken a bet
fucking
if we could say who
IUD?
stays up to 6 games. That should have been the bet. That's the easiest.
Let me
bet
add his
ever.
Discord too.
You're not.
I knew we were
No,
not
just
making it
ask
6.
Raven,
We're
right?
not making it
Just
6.
ask
Fire watch party you got going on right now?
I've been streaming for 10.
Is he actually gonna ask me?
I added him in Discord.
You said him. Oh my. Wait, let me tell him to check Discord. Wait.
Let me unmute his stream too.
10 hours is a light day. You're talking to me and Duncan. That's a light day.
Wait, did you DM him?
Yeah, I DM'd him.
Check your DMs
That's a
from
light day.
Light day doesn't
Hey,
mean
can you
it's good for
prepare
your
That's like an
That's a
arm day.
question,
That's an arm
apparently.
day. That's a light day.
literally
Right.
not good for
Did you
your
wait?
body.
What did you ask him exactly?
This
Raven, what is an IUD
Like my
question
DMs
mark?
from light. Okay.
You said it's an IUD.
What's up, tryhard? How you doing?
Try hard. I hate you. Just why? I hate you. Just why? You're so stupid, bro. Why? You're so stupid. First of all, why are you asking me like I'm Google? Motherfuckers, type in
Wait,
Google.
why did the
these
why
things.
the bot just translate?
Asking me like I'm Google.
Like, why are you asking me that shit?
Lie.
Can't believe you put light onto me like that.
What?
You're so stupid, bro.
Ask Raven why you playing race.
Race?
Yeah.
It took me a second to think about it. I thought you
WRA
asked me for the Naraka ID.
WRAITH.
Wait, oh, you can't even see it in the chat.
Oh, Wraith.
WRAITH.
Yeah, like the most Apex type of shit, like wait.
No, don't say it. Don't say that. Like, don't say that.
Don't say Apex. Just say wait.
Stupid.
Just say the word Wraith.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Why you?
Bro.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Alright, Frostivus, we need a fucking pop-off game, motherfucker.
Alright, I will not say
Wait, so
it.
you want to take a five gifted that Frost gets top 3?
I am not taking any bets.
Watching the CN stream.
On Wolves Pace coming on out with those fist plates into the jump LMBs that you love to see. As now we get the ultimate activation to avoid out of that stagger before swapping on over to that musket shot so that he doesn't have to go into that forbidden seal and lose access to the ulti. As back watching Wufong get parried this time around. That investment earlier of the F2 comes back to bite the Volda.
Whoa,
As Mike on the low ground does not have to worry about terrain interrupting the ground.
Huh?
I say, yo, taking it on my window, that shit with the multi chats. I look like a dick.
Oh my, Mike, what, bro? We missed this whole game. I'm going to sleep, bro. Fuck all of you.
That's crazy.
No.
Night.
Like, you already know I told you just avoid it at all costs. Avoid sex and farm use protection. Goodbye.
To come away with that first
Goodbye.
round of Yang win.
Like, don't
As this
stand,
is
don't
Mike's winning victory
Bro,
moment.
okay, I'm not gonna fucking go crazy, but
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier in the show, I mean, it's just so more consistency that you can get just off of that alone, being able to get the confirmed damage opposed to possibly grapple bumping a little bit too forward for them to get the terrain to be able to roll out. So yeah, we're definitely are going to be seeing that non-stop here for the Pro League matches. But I mean, OUG's Mike with a crazy game too, 27,000 damage on the Syra. He picked up 5 eliminations on the board. Was running Prize Fall, Stormstar, Juggernaut. He had that Phantom Step, that crazy Jade. I mean,
27,000
has
damage.
to be top 5 Jades in the game.
That's
Just
a
being
like
able to
big
dodge and
number,
going in that Viz form.
That's big numbers.
yeah, okay. 27,000 damage against other pros is baby numbers
I don't get
in
it.
solos.
yeah, I'm joking. That's crazy, but like, why does he have so much damage?
Because they were fighting,
Just on
they're
cooldown.
2v2
Just
Cyrus versus
Mike
a fucking
being able to keep
Lonnie
up the pressure
and
every single
Justina,
time
and
that
they were
Justina
fucking
forced that
2v2ing
Cyrus to
on the
have to take
Spirit
a
Well for
step
like
away from the
2
fight, which
minutes,
Mike was
maybe even
A-okay
3
with doing.
minutes,
He was able to continue applying that pressure and
all forcing
making
each
sure
other's
that
ults out.
Justina was always down the health bar, always forced into having to burn a lot of those utilities much sooner. So when he came in with the actual combination that he wanted to be able to find the elimination with, the Justina F2 had long since been burned on through. So like Mike, he plays the long game. Like he always sets himself up so that he has that prioritization in the first stage of that fight, where you're always at a disadvantage when we hit into where it really matters.
Yeah, I just feel like he knows all the answers, right? To rock, paper, scissors. It just feels like he knows the exact correct answer every single time. I mean, overall, that's why he's a two-time champion, right? He has everything. He has aggression, he has movement, he has spacing, he has everything in the game. And I mean, once again, he showcases here on the Syra. Even though Syra did get a little bit of a changes there of how previously from how she was released, we still see her being very dominant in these lobbies. And you know, even though she doesn't get a lot of that health back, she can still apply a lot of pressure to these players. The dazzle just being super strong, being able to cast somebody into the dazzle stun to get confirmed damage and possible elimination is just still showcasing that how well that character is in the meta so far. So you know, we're gonna start seeing a lot more.
Just cut off C8 while he was talking. What the fuck, bro? Oh, we do not care about this. Put my music back on. When are they gonna drop this translated video though? Like, oh, this is what you meant, Vivis. He added me. I thought you found it from like something that he said earlier. Yeah, the thread? Yeah. I'm trying to check my email for this thing to be shipped. This fucking card, but it's not loading. Not my email, my bank account thing. And every time I log in and I click on your card is on the way, like it's supposed to show the tracking and everything, but it doesn't load. Okay, now it's showing. estimated delivery date is today, but it still only says shipped and not out for delivery. So maybe in the early morning it'll say out for delivery. Oh.
That absolute cluster fight in between that building with that poor Akos.
I unmuted at this the perfect time. I thought she was about to say cluster fuck, because that's literally what it was.
Crazy long, and like even then the spirit wall as well, where we had what, 4 players just vying.
Actually, we'll just wait until the game starts. Character picks though are very, very interesting. We haven't seen, it's game 2 or it's game 3. We haven't seen a Matari. We obviously haven't seen a fucking hottie. No one's playing hottie. We haven't seen a Matari and we haven't seen a Zippy. Who else have we not seen that we usually would have? Cause before, like the last in Worlds, it was Syra, hottie, Liam, Valda, Matari, and Justina. Has there been a Matari yet? No. We just said that there wasn't a Matari yet. Like there's 2 characters also zipping. I don't think I said her just then, even though I said it earlier. But Zippy and Matari have not been picked yet in the first 2 games. I mean, we're definitely getting enough characters. We have enough characters now. And the way that the changes have gone through, it feels like there's no real like throwaway game. We've gone from like obviously the era of there being like super hard meta and everybody plays these characters and there not being a lot of them and only like a few of them, so you have to essentially have like 1 or 2 games that were just like quote throwaway games, but you still had to like do your best in those games even though you weren't on the meta characters. But this is two out of 2 games so far. We've seen 2 Lonnies in each game. Like I said, I'm not really that satisfied yet. We still have to see like V2 in action. I haven't seen a single Lonnie V2 in action except for when bro had Yang depletion.
And quickly, it's what makes all these players great, right? With how hard it is to do that on the fly, it's not easy, and that's what we're here watching.
One thing that has not changed.
I'm waiting for the Frost Lonnie pick.
Map of Naraka Playpoint was the first map that released for the Battle Royale, and it is going to be more style mid.
Liam is always first pick. Like,
I'm gonna be very surprised if we see any change.
Always a Liam double pick.
Lock on the Liam, so he's immediately going to be barred from hero picks. But we're yet to see the second group of players both pick the same option. Spider's going to be going for the Sheol, and it's going to continue. Wufeng swerves the Sheol.
Like the only consistent here's the character that absolutely needs to be played first is Liam.
Arana to come through in the third selection, and Arana was on top of that immediately.
3 Sheols.
The first time that we get to see Mike locking that Sheol too. So very interesting to see whether or not they're going to be able to find.
Teacher 25 already played Lonnie versus not played Lonnie.
Yes, now It's going to be TW5 and Verse debating between who they want. Liam and Cheryl both going to be barred, but the players and heroes like Valda and Justine are still very much up for grabs. And yet again, it's not a double pick, so those heroes stay in the selection.
Wow. It's crazy because, I mean, going into
last time we saw this,
I mean, a lot of these characters are being locked out very quickly early in the
Sire would never
round
make
phase,
it this
now
far.
We're starting to see couple threes being thrown
too
out.
good,
There
yep.
it is, our second one here for the Sire.
3
Our
Cyrus.
first being the Shy Yols. But yeah,
Lonnie
very interesting
time.
to see how
Edward already
everything is
played
changing,
Lonnie.
in
Polaris.
front of us. We
No
still haven't
Lonnie,
seen,
game
Anna
3.
Valda in the mix here for our game number 3. This is the hometown for everybody. This is where everybody was putting in those countless hours, time after time. The home, Morris Isles. So a lot of players know these.
I knew bro was gonna play Lonnie.
Way better than anybody. We have another Lonnie there for Lipo, and we have Edward playing on the Temi. The tumult's being played out here for Edward. And once again, I love the Temi picks. We see Mike play Temi as well. Mike has an obsessional, amazing Temi with how he's able to extend with the Wisp as well. I mean, just being able to cast somebody with the Wisp and getting a free focus attack, depending on the weapon, you can even extend that as well if you're playing Hunks or Katana, just to be able to get double the output damage just from one F alone, and having the verticality of the F, as well as other characters.
Now
like
is he a
Syra,
V2 or V1
being able to
enjoyer?
have the crazy Fs. It's just a good different change than having Fs like Justina's Fs where you're kind of locked in place. Yeah, she did get the change where they can't really sit in your face, and they're forced to play the rock paper scissors with the dodge or the blue focus to not get staggered. But we do have our hero picks here for our third game.
V1, bro.
Let's see if there's anything
God
that
damn it.
catches our eye. We do have once again the V1 for Lipo on the Lonnie, but everything else looks pretty standard across the whole board. The Liam's playing F1 V2s now. Shayos with the F1 V1s as well. I don't think anything is out of the ordinary here for this game.
I mean, it's solos, you need combo break.
Correct, yeah.
Straight up, you need, your F ability needs to have a combo break.
Yeah.
As it is going to be Lipo picking up, like you said, that F1 V1 for the Lonnie. A lot of these players going to be dropping very centralized to each other as well. It's midday, so we're not going to be seeing an increased amount of fireflies spawning across this map either. So this map might be a little bit slower, a little bit more of a lull in terms of action when we head into that mid game, but explosive off of the rip with how stacked this drop location is going to be. It's going to be a matter of who can get those ultimates online as quickly as possible, and also if you can get your hands on a purple weapon or armor off of the rip from one of those troves, because remember, in a Mortal War, legendary weapons do not drop off of troves. The only way that you're going to be able to get your hands on those is going to be from things like your Realm of Yangs, as we're going to be having a look to see whether or not that action is going to be kicking things off immediately, as there's like 5 seconds where everyone loots through those troves, picks themselves up some staple gear, and then goes in for those 1v1s and potentially third-party opportunities as well. Wufong and Verse both checking to see whether or not one of them's going to commit to that skill rush, and then deciding to prioritize looting up a little bit further afield, as Mike is already down. The RMB from those hobbits mincing that health that the Valda just did not have access to be able to sustain past without that loot early on in this game. And now Pace losing those hobbits to a parry coming in through from Spider with the staff, already having to burn out that F1 combo break too before Pace could potentially look for that 2-1-1 shift combo. There's the grapple kick into the RMB focus coming on out. Spider with a great armor reset off of that trove is not going to be able to find the win as PXT comes on through with the chase down off those hobbits. The reach that this weapon gets before you can disengage it safely is insane.
And PXT just reading everything Spider threw at him. Spider had not the greatest game for game number 2. Now only one life remaining into game number 3. We do have WBG's verse though against TE Wufong. Wufong taking those early fights once again. We did see him with success in our second game, but now seeing him be able to do it once again here on the Cyro verse, applying lots of pressure here on the Valda. 84% here for this ultimate, so he is going to be getting that online pretty quickly. But the Cyro as well, a big parry there for Wufong to verse since the R&B focus. F-Con in there into the instant prior off the nunchucks. The F-Con in for the Cyro into the drop down R&B as well. Into the grapple, tries to catch the tap dodge, does not manage to do so. Canceling the grapples now. Verse on the back foot, trying to see he can kite this situation situation now. Does have the Volta ultimate online now, and the Syra ultimate being invested here for Wufong as well, trying to avoid all the dazzles that he can if possible. Gets clipped on the outside or on the inside of this hut though. Does manage to go through the window, so the damage is not going to go towards Wufong's way just yet. Versus ultimate does run out. Wufong though as well, but does have the health advantage there with the armor pretty much full. He is going to still apply the pressure on the backside. Mike still showing back up. He is in the backside. Respawns close through to this area. Burst now. Catches the power once again. F called in. Drop down Clink there.
Damn, the down R&B did so much damage.
Now, still trying to find the most damage possible. Scare rushes connect. The F called in there. The combo breaker does manage to escape for that situation. But Wufong now on the front end, trying to see if he can find elimination. Massive parry there, and that's all he needed into the jump LB finisher. Wufong there, picking elimination onto Verse, showing up here for this third game of the day.
Yeah, Verse trying to condition Wufong into expecting the overhold. He overheld the first time and then released early on the second, but Wufong still able to find the parry and take the nunchucks and the vault down. Yes, now over the top of that rooftop, potentially looking for a drop down. We'll repair the nunchucks before the fight begins. Now looks for the drop down directly on top of Arana's head, having to utilize that shield F1. So combo breaker is off the table now, but he doesn't need it as he finds the counter. This time around, it's going to be the combo break from the Syra side. We do have a third party attempt coming on through. 1, 2, 3 gets sent out from Arana. Risky plays indeed, but he's still able to find the elimination. Now he's got caught up into a 1 versus 1 against Wufong with those dual blades. He gets to turn that charged R&B before Arana can look for that parry, getting to mince on through the health bar. But here comes Mike Brush up with the Soul Altar, finds a parry into the charged vertical from that longsword, and just tries to chase down Wufong. If he can either get the Syra to pop that ultimate and then disengage, or potentially put the threat down and start looting through that body, he might be able to make a return. In terms of the loot that he's missing, there's no way did he just nip into a building and find a purple armor. That's insane.
This is the second time he does it in 2 games. I mean, he's just ready for him. He just knows something we don't know. But I mean, Mike always, since the beginning of me watching Mike play, he's always has those armor swaps memorized. I mean, it's just I don't know, stapled into his brain every time he sees one. He knows those locations time and time again. As we see it here, he does manage to find that purple armor there inside that hub. But Frostivus might be going against FPS EQ Star. We do have our first Rumble Yang starting to form on up here for our third game of the day. Now on the Liam, Frostivus on the first pick here for the group. He is gonna be able to have that upper hand there with the, you know, strongest character in the game. I would say, I mean, every player in the Pro League is using that as their first pick, so this has to be his pop-off game. Wufong puts it up with a Rondo there in the middle. Rumble Yang, Gate, PXT, OUG's Mike, and AS might be going to that top left one. We do have Frostivus Lipo once again on the left-hand side. Spider and T225 on the bottom hand side of the map. Star might be contesting that top-hand side as well for the realm. Do have Mike now trying to scatter out from here, starting to position into the Rumble Yang. And this is the first game we get here with Mike on Shayo. We're gonna have to wait and see how he does in the realm. Does have blue dual blades in hand. Just fully blue inventory there for the weapons. Soul Jays do not look anything out of the ordinary. Is super stacked there for Spider. Burst though on the Valda this time around, about to have that ult online with the blue dual blades. Lipo in the backside, looks like he might be giving up this Rumble Yang, just gonna wait this out, might apply some pressure in a little bit, but first ready to take this Rumble Yang. We are gonna have probably some aggression from both of these players, gonna kite out the situation here, wait this out. Now Lipo does have the armor advantage here, not sure if he's gonna want to apply the pressure onto Verse. He's trying to see if he can get inside the round, but there it is, the pressure. As soon as I talk about it, there it is, both players going right at it. Quick prowl there from Verse. F caught in there for Lipo. It has to try to retreat from the situation. 16 seconds there for the F to come back on.
There's no way. He doesn't even have to try to fight this. Like, he has his ult as well.
For himself. T225 and Spider going out. It looks like both of these players are fairly even with the health, but Edward on the top side with the ballista, trying to see if he gets some damage here on to T225. Does manage to get a quick little reset in, and these players trying to cut line of sight. Spider's gonna eat up the damage off that first one. The second one does not connect, and Spider.
Ooh.
T225
Spider
like,
getting ballista grief.
I'm going inside this realm. Spider, have fun with that.
Oh my goodness. Edward channeling his inner Shah. Sits on that ballista. Rains a day on T225's parade. Realm of Yang entry denied. Mike now takes the 1 versus 1 against Wufong. Wufong in the past has been able to keep up to Mike's level inside these 1v1s, but already that Syra, the F1 burst, but Mike actually goes into the stun dazzle. Looks for the scale rush, finds the connection again, keeps up this pressure, has already eaten through all of that armor that Wufong was able to heal back on up with that F1 explosion. Still holds on to this ultimate too. Just constantly forces Wufong to go from pillar to pillar, waits on the low ground with the R&B to be able to catch onto him as well. Another combo breaker has been forced from the Syra. The ultimate now is going to be forced, but Mike isn't able to back around the pillar in time, gets hit into the stun dazzle, into that laser beam follow through. The scale rush will be able to connect onto the Syra, buys Mike a little bit of time, but without that wave roll coming through, the stamina bar is getting lower and lower and lower, and Mike runs out of bar to be able to keep rolling out of those stuns. Now the V1 comes into play, looks for the drop down, potentially goes for that scale rush again to keep up the pressure. We've got 40 seconds left on the clock, and Mike has not been staggered yet to activate into that counter.
Whoa, catches that.
Seems like everybody is just doing exactly what they would do against Sheol.
These players are trying to take at least damage as possible.
Don't attack Sheol is basically like the key.
Just with full confidence right now with the Shaya ultimate still online. It is about to run out, so both players are going to be going right back into this fight with no ultimate online. But the F card ended for the Syra. Does not catch the damage there on the backside. Wufong drops a lot of health there. Since the LMB folks in the backside, 9 seconds of counting.
Ooh, look at Wufong was like, oh shit, that was actually goated.
And Mike is going to have that Yang depletion timer, and that was a buzzer beater there.
Bro, Wufong's face was like, there's no way I just got that parry.
He's going to be able to secure the gold pole in hand, as well as the Vermilion's burst might buff with a nice little upgrade on their armor as well. What a showcasing there from TE's Wufong, staying composed there in that situation, having to invest that ultimate fairly early, but still coming on the top there against Mike. We do have Wolves and FPA ZQ both with the buff as well, so
that was really nice.
How the aggression go towards all these players. YZG's T225 though back in the mix has.
I just want to see Vipers. I want to see NBPL solos in the next season. I want to see if anybody's gonna. I want to see if people are actually gonna pick Viper.
For the third pick there,
or experiment with her. I really do feel like that change
how this is gonna go
is actually
Mike.
massive.
Trying to snag up a little more resources.
And since Viper's rework is gonna come on the 1st
now, Spider, and this of
April, like this is gonna be really good.
Bounty, and it's gonna be Lipo in the backside, trying to hide in the bush, but he has a UAV on him. He's not able to stay hidden for that long. We do have him starting to retreat now. T225 now catches a player. It's going to be TE Wufong. Wufong winning this Roman Yang has the Vermilion's burst might, so he can get as much as aggressive as he wants. He gets the aerial R&B there for the extra damage. Catches the LMB as well. T225 drops very low. It has to invest 2 dashes. 1 dash remaining here for T225. Ronald already catching on up. Wufong as well on the backside. Might be running
out
into
of the frying pan into the fire. See, look at the
AMD gonna release any other GPUs? I don't think so.
Every single player almost in this lobby is currently outside town.
I mean, not right now, but I don't think AMD is trying to
who is down that ultimate. These players
make GPUs in the high end, right?
Too, so he instantly has to swap on over to Dagger and look to disengage the situation, cut the noise, and drop down a couple of levels before those players can scout out that Justina's full position. Is Mike, in the meantime, is getting hounded down by Lipo, who is currently mid-Lanny ultimate. And Mike, actually, I think is getting caught between 2 Lannys. At the moment, every single time he gets hops up, there's just a trick ball immediately batting him back down as Lipo with the overhold on the LMB. Mike does get staggered, so he's able to throw out one of those tortoise blocks. Will be able to connect the headlock 2 onto that Lani, but unfortunately for him, the verticality on the clips meant he wasn't able to translate it into a combo string, and he hasn't found the opening that he's looking for with less than 2 minutes left.
Wow.
So when you're thinking of the 9070 XT,
God,
yeah.
That was beautiful play there from Mike. catches
9070
the soul blue
XT.
as well.
I heard that
Catches
one
the
is
second
extremely
stagger there
good.
off the ult. Now Burst drops very low. No armor left here for Burst. Mike, knowing
For the
the player was
money
hiding,
value
good
as
for
well.
Mike as well. Overholds LMB
Like, it
focus.
could be
F card in there
cheaper,
for
but
Bob.
it's
Now
like
the ultimate invested here for Burst as well.
it's
Now
really
Mike in the
really
kiting
good.
game.
Monetary
Now,
wise
trying
and
to
like
this ultimate
value
to go,
wise, it's
to
good.
completely be dispersed for himself. Looks like Mike is gonna be able to pick up a little bit of resources there from the opposing body. Burst still has a minute and 15 prowl there from Mike. He's gonna be able to weave that F there from the ultimate and Burst. Now it's gonna go ahead and pick up a common armor swap to continue this fight here against Mike. Sends the damage, gets the damage off that LB focus there to try to even out the fight. But Mike now with the RB focus, dagger in hand, purple dagger here for Mike. Overholds, gets the 1-2. Crouch cancels that to avoid getting parried. Both players parried this time around. And Burst eating up a lot of damage. F called in once again. Massive parry there from Burst. Mike eats up all that damage there from the LB focus. Now the Burst can turn this fight around. Has the health advantage, but no, he loses a lot of HP there. Purple common armor gone. Mike now invests in the shy ultimate. This is looking bad for here for Burst. Into the 1-2 raw uppercut there from Mike. And he's gonna come on top here with another elimination on the board. And it's gonna be his second win of game number 3.
Burst not able to cleanse the Yang depletion. Neither was T2-5. He gets unfortunately sent out of the lobby by that debuff detonating. There's Mike with the tempo change up. Like, he's such a smart player, like you said. He's incredibly flexible with his hero pool. He can utilize every single weapon.
Especially for $600, yeah. Does AMD have a shadow play like thing? They do, but I don't know if the software is as.
To essentially just
when I got this 7900 XTX.
I'm going to be vulnerable. You're going to try and chase me
The
down,
software was just very tedious to use. Who's considered the best player here? Mike. He won the last 2 solo world tournaments.
Backtracks immediately to get that catch before still having the ultimate up in play and getting the kill onto Verse, forcing that Valorant to burn the ultimate just as his own V1 was about to expire, which was absolutely crucial. There is a reason he's a world champion and has been so dominant in the esports scene for as long as he has. As Spider, another one of our previous world champions, also been incredibly dominant inside the NBPL and on that world stage. Can he find the same level of play this time around, though, as he's already starting things off strong? The 1-2 into that RMB focus from those halberds, already forcing out so much pressure onto PXT on the Syra. The combo breaker has been burned. The F1 now comes on through from the Show to keep up that aggression as he looks for the RMB, finds the purple focus. PXT forced a backstep on out, goes for that bow swap, looking to make sure that the Show doesn't have a full health bar when she looks for that pillar tech activation. And now here comes the Syra ultimate. This is the danger zone that Spider has to be able to sustain through. He's playing the pillar perfectly. He's avoiding every single stun devil coming on out, but his stamina bar is burned, and now he has to hope that he can survive the duration as PXT is about to be out of his ultimate and vulnerable himself.
Huh?
Wow.
Nah, that was insane.
Focus, though. We do have Spider trying to turn this fight around. PXT does manage to kite out some of the pressure for now, trying to scare rush around these pillars. Do have Spider on the backside, popping 1 powder rain, massive shit parry there for Spider, and that's gonna be the last hit. No, still has F invested there for PXT to stay alive in the situation. The falling damage there from LMB was not enough, but the 1-2 there from Spider, they're picking elimination there onto PXT.
They're gonna move into AMD cars and video getting weird. Might just get the Intel card.
Gold armor this time around.
I mean,
gold dual blades off the box. So nice little upgrade here for SR Spider, being able to get that Remo Yang win plus the White Tigers.
Nvidia's making cards more and more like catered towards like the higher end and everything, and AMD ever since its previous gen was just like they're not trying to like compete with Nvidia in that regard. I was just like that's where AMD can get market share, but also at the same time,
turn the game around, I should say.
if AMD wants market share, then whenever they release cards, they shouldn't release them so close in price that just makes the lower priced card like completely useless to go for. Like the 9070 and the 97 and 9070 XT are both great cards, right? But the problem with the 9070 and the 9070 XT is that the XT is 600 and the normal version is like 550, right?
So PXC is gonna have to run a marathon here to try to find
they're so close in price that it doesn't warrant the $50 increase. Like it doesn't warrant like a $50 price difference. You'd very clearly just go for the XT. If you're already spending $550, you'd probably just not even bat an eye for spending an extra $50. And so essentially what AMD does is they make two products, but at the same like they make one product and then only end up selling like one product.
It's gonna be OUG's Mike on the outsides of this fight with that repeating crossbow, just trying to stir the pot and see who exactly is gonna be committing into this fight. Players with
Why don't you just get the 600 exactly?
Breaks on out. Everybody else, you can see having things like the fan, the dagger in the back pocket so that they can keep themselves as mobile as possible, not tied down, so that when a fight breaks out, they're not the ones that are being forced into using everything just to keep their head above the water to stay in this lobby. In the meantime, we can see that PXT has completed his marathon.
Wait,
He's also
there's 3 teams.
One of these straggler players instead of the mass of piranhas that are currently looking
Shale
to
team,
at
Syra
Temple,
team,
he's been able to intercept T's Wufong.
Liam team, and then Temmie by himself.
The problem for him though is that it's another Syra, and he does not want that hero removed before we head into finals lobby.
Yeah, I mean, the handshake meta, right? I mean, it's very optimal. You have to really be careful who you're going into that end circle. I mean, as we saw it there for game number 2.
Oh wait, no, it's another. There's 3 shales. 3v3v2v1.
You're not the same as us, then.
There's 9 people. I didn't see the 3rd shale that was on Yang depletion.
That's how I look at it. But PXC quickly getting aggressive there onto Arano on the backside. Arano does shop fairly a lot of those purple armors there in the backside. F caught in there for PXC. Now he might be completely looked at by the whole lobby. Cannon shots flying on in. Sour ultimate invested here for PXC as well. Mike on the top side laying down the pressure there with the cannon. Now he is going to be the focus of attention here for PXC. Does manage to catch the dazzle into the damage there. F called in. Shot ultimate invested here for Mike to avoid the full punishment there from PXC. But it looks like Arano might not be going to Mike. I think he was going to go towards Mike's way. Looks like Arano is going to be able to take a quick little reset with 1 minute and 55 seconds and counting. Has a little bit of a time to try to make this work. PSC still getting aggressed on here from Mike. The Shayo proc comes in there. I heard it in the backside there from Mike's ultimate. We do have the Syra dropping very, very low now. The scare monster off the pole sword does so much
that pole sword reached so high, bro.
Elimination and the double chained up there from the Shayo on the backside. Rondo does not. Yes, he does manage to cleanse off of that. Does manage to side inside his game with 50% rage now. Everybody scattering on out here to take a quick reset in.
Yeah, Mike has Venom Tip as well on that repeater crossbow, which was
they're looting the same body, bro.
Had to turn on to him.
They're looting the same body.
Lives on in this lobby because of that one inside the first round.
Not even at 2 different times.
And that weapon becomes so valuable in situations like these.
That's crazy, bro.
Have that scare rush, that massive hit of damage that it does when it clips those players.
And we're standing next to each other.
And that's the thing that finally takes PXT down before he can try and reposition, because he had his F1, who was trying to reposition to get a reset off. Mike had since chased him down because he knew that the Syra didn't have that ultimate. But that puts pressure now on the other Syra left in this lobby, because it becomes so much easier. You can't costume swap, you can't wardrobe change and pretend that you're a different player who still has that ultimate playing the same hero that you are. If you're the only one of that hero in this lobby, Mike has the luxury of not being the sole Shaol as we get to see Spirit World spawning up. Is it going to be the same absolute frenzy of ultimates that were exchanged on Holoroth, or are we going to be seeing this one much more dominantly player-sided? Mike does get hit into a lot of damage, losing both the armor and the health, are being chased fully away as Edward with the drop down off of this tree on those RMBs from a blue fan, just trying to put the pressure onto everybody. He does have that Temmie V free if he wants to actually throw hands and throw it into the ring, but he doesn't want to commit it until he sees some of these others use their ultimates first.
Yeah, Mike always being super aggressive here for the Spirit Wells, but it looks like FPSQ Star is going to be contesting this and capturing it.
Bro just got that hella quickly.
This the repop from the ult, he already popped it. Picked up.
Am I tweaking why is it 5800 XD or 400 USD on Newegg? Because it's an X3D. I'm pretty sure they stopped the production of the 5800 X3D.
We do have him aggressing AES, I believe, in the backside on the Syra. Now there goes the V2. It connects off the first into the drop down. Does get the damage off of that. Massive parry in the backside there from AES, trying to stay alive. But Star now, the ultimate is gone. He does have it back online if he needs it though. AES forced to pop the Syra ultimate, getting caught up. up there onto the V2 from Frostivus this time around into the slam down. Jumps very low off of this situation. The random Bane starting to spawn on in onto all these players fighting in this area. We do have the Syro.
Do it, Frost.
Pretty soon, the second grab there from Frostivus into the zone. This gets a lot of damage off to that, but AS manages to stay alive.
Nice.
Grapple spam in the backside, but the RB
3 kills. 3 kills.
AS and Arano now, since the LMB focus, managed to spin back there to stay safe. Star now picking up Mike there in the backside. The damage there for Spider onto
Wait,
Star.
Star's dead with buff.
Now Star,
The buff doesn't even last.
Getting a lot of damage
No way, bro.
No, he doesn't manage to make it to his armor swap. He's
What is that?
half a meter away from the legendary armor that he could have been able to pick back up. What a good job from every single player in this lobby to kite the fight away from the spirit wall, so that when Star actually decided to just keep that fight going,
That's unfortunate.
with the back-to-back, the 4v2 ground potential that he had available, he was not able to get to his legendary armor and pick it up in time. Huge plays comes on through from everybody, and you could see too that, like, Star, he understood that as soon as he picked up that spirit well buff, he would be coming under pressure, he would be coming under fire, because he got out of the situation. He kept the purple armor, he didn't go for the legendary armor pickup. He did not want to be caught in the mix of every single player looking to try and get him low so that he gets sent out of that lobby early. As now, with that one threat removed, we go into a war of attrition and poke. Arano just squirreled up at the very top of this tree. He's been doing work with the bow previously. Can he find that same opportunity that he's looking for? Remember too, that legendary pulse sword in the back pocket. If a player goes low in one of these fights, you better believe that Arano is going to be sending himself with that scale rush to try and get that last hit of damage and convert into the elimination needed.
Yeah, Wufong popping his ultimate very early, trying to see if he can try to pick up elimination onto Spider, but if he doesn't manage to do so, this could be very bad for him. Spider as well investing the Shayo ultimate in the backside, trying to get a little bit of health back there from the ultimate. Does manage to top off a little bit of that health. The Shayo F does connect it from the ult. That's big damage onto Wufong. Wufong now trying to run. He does manage to get a clip off the Scale Rush, still trying to fight for his life. Everybody looking at him now with the Sire ultimate offline. Everybody has the green light to try to see if they can pick up this elimination. We do have him doing a really good job of skill rushing around here with the fan, but gets clipped off the R&B focus times 2, and Edwards says the LMB follow up there off the LMB R&B focus from the fan, and he does manage to pick elimination onto Wufong, and that's gonna be Edwards' first elimination of game number 3. I was gonna say the Temmy's been a little quiet right now. That was the first time I saw the Temmy as soon as the Spirit Wheel came online for this game, but now Edward with a beautiful showcase in there with his first elimination, and I mean, this is all that matters. This is a lot of aggression from a lot of players. If you're able to get the last hit in and get those kills up, kills is what matters. If you don't have to put all in the work. If you can just make it to end game and get those kills, even though you had a slow early to mid game, I mean, this is perfectly fine. On top of this, he is gonna still get a little bit of those placement points from this alone, but now the Temmy with F on cooldown, trying to see if he can play the top side of this terrain. We have Spider and Mike and Arano playing the bottom side. Frostivus being a little more distance from everybody right now, trying to wait this out. But we do have the triple pair of Shayos being played out there. I mean, that is insane right there.
Yeah, that might not be a royal flush, but it's definitely still probably a winning combination currently. That's why Frostivus is so wary of committing into the central ground, because he is going to get turned onto by every single one of those trials who understand that the Liam is the threat that they're going to have to deal with. Frostivus now having to share that spacing though with Edward. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, especially if Edward can sit in the backside of that fight and throw out those charged R&Bs on that fan back to back to back, because Mike is so occupied taking that fight against Frostivus. He has to be careful though, given the fact that Parry is not forward facing anymore, as we've seen an elimination picked up from Prideful. There's no way in the same day we've seen an elimination from Overcomer. Arano very much utilizing this soldier just to buy himself some spacing. More than happy to showcase that he has it. In case anyone wants to try and get a little bit too close, they're gonna get bucked away by that horse all the way by the Bronco off of the cliffside and into that zone tick damage. As everyone
why are
is
they
more than patient right now to play
hitting
the
each
waiting
other?
game and wait for that zone to
Trying to
fully
make it look,
close on up. It's better for the
trying to make it
Temi
look
if
good.
the zone closes on up because he can shut down the space with his ultimate immediately. As none of the Sheols want to commit in case one of them finds themselves going low. Mike Knight gonna pop that ultimate, potentially get a little bit aggressive, maybe start building up some of that counter charge that he can throw through to be able to iframe out of something like that Liam V2 grab.
Okay,
Temi ultimate
buddy.
has already been invested on the low ground though, as Edward and Frostivus going head to head. The zone close at the top, or rather at the bottom of the cliff, forcing everyone to the top, into the Sheols, into the Tortoise block. The head is immediately going to be capped into that lock. Mike comes through with the elimination, has another of those blocks to be able to throw on through and keep himself in the mix as well. And it now becomes a game of sustain. Frostivus tried to back away from the fight, so he didn't take player damage, only went down to that zone hit, but he gets chased down. And
What
Mike
is that?
yet again, back-to-back Jacob winner. Back-to-back MVP of the day.
Wow. Out of the 3 Sheols, he was the first one to pop the ultimate there and comes and capitalizes off of it quickly there, getting 2 people into the chains, getting those eliminations, snags up the last one at the end as well. I mean, perfectly played there from OUG's Mike, being full confident in his ability to pop that ultimate early. We did see one of the Sheols pop it at the last moment possible, but that was not the strat, as we saw there. Mike with the full aggression there to be able to take control of that end circle. And I mean, that's what he's best at, being able to control the tempo of the game. Temi in a 1v3 situation against Sheols, it's just super rough being able, I mean, anything, even the Liam there from Frostivus was just super rough, especially with 3 Sheols in the pool. And Sheol just showing up how strong she is now, right? I mean, that one change has made her super viable in these games.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, he had, like...
Yo, I like these jerseys. The one that Mike has
because he can now just
looks really, like...
Yeah. It doesn't matter if you
I don't know.
him
Whatever the
he
material is,
immediately
it
get
looks
to
like
throw
it's...
out the
It looks like it's
counter.
insulating.
He gets to sit on it. Like, granted, he can't back charge up the focuses, right? If you stagger him once, he can then hold 1 charge, but if you stagger him a second time, he doesn't get access to that second one. That would be crazy if you could literally just walk up to someone and be like, okay, hit me the first time and I will rise back stronger. Hit me a second time and I'll be able to back-to-back catch you into that headlock animation and follow up through. But no, he's able to, like you said, pop that ultimate early, and that was the play, and you can see like that change is still very fresh. This is still an experimental stage where players are figuring out the timings of these things, because normally with other heroes, whoever ults first loses a lot of the time. You never want to be the hero having to pop that ultimate first. But with this meta, with this change made to Sheol, as long as you have a good grasp of the time window that fight is going to be active for, and Mike knows the time window he's got because the zone is closing. He knows exactly how long is going to be left in that game. He can literally apply just that little bit of pressure, force the fight to kick on off, get 1 hit to have that stagger activate, and then he's the one in control. When that zone closes on the low end of the cliffs and forces everybody to rise to the top, Mike is literally sitting there rubbing his hands, being like, I know you're coming directly to me, and you're getting locked into that headlock, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the crispiest Sheol we've seen throughout these first 3 games of the spring split for sure. Just crazy macro once again from Mike. I mean, wow. Sheol though, I mean, it's just I've heard how strong Sheol was, and you know, how people complaining how about Sheol being able to just completely dominate now, but we did see Sheol in the meta a little bit when she first released as well, but it's definitely nowhere near how good she is now. Being able to just delay that, I mean, it's just a crazy different mind game now being implemented in that, and it slows down the pacing a lot for whoever's against her, but she's able to have that full aggression and confidence throughout the whole fight, as we saw there from OUG's Mike showcasing it beautifully here for us tonight. And OUG's Mike coming on top there with the 4 eliminations, 7.8 overall game score. BBE Frostivus though with 4 kills as well, 5.5, and he was one of the odd hero picks here into this end game with 4 kills, 5.5. Wufong coming in 3rd with 4 kills, 5 overall game score. WZ Arano staying consistent on the board, being in that top 5.
Frost had a good game.
Games with 4.5. And so
we take those
in 5th. Did only get 2 eliminations with four overall game score, coming off his game number 2, where he did get eliminated fairly early into that game, but now starting to bounce back, getting the feel back of being back in land into the spring split here for the Narco Bay Point Pro League. Overall standings here for our game so far. Once again, a whole nother group hasn't played, but this is our overall standings.
Not like
Spike
this.
takes a little
3
bit of time
donuts.
to warm up. It seems like he is going to be hitting his stride, coming on through with a 4-point game, as it's going to be the top 12 players after that 2 days of play who are going to be moving forward into the bi-weekly finals, which are going to be taking place next weekend.
You have a spec
So
list,
you're going
like
to
a
be
list of all my
wanting to tune in
specs.
for that one, because the NBPL bi-weekly final drops will be in play for the 2025 spring season, and Mike looks like he's set to secure his position. I mean, what a crazy upset it would be if we came into the first bi-weekly and our J-Cup title holder would not be playing into it. But both Mike Arano versus 2-5, a lot of the pillars of the NBPL community very much looking just as strong, if not even stronger, as Mike continues to show feather in his hat after feather in his hat. Can he play Lani? Yes. Can he play Sheol? Yes. Can he play Akos and Liam? Absolutely, you better believe it. And you also have to remember, he won Jacob on a Valda pick as well. There is no hero that Mike is going to be weak on. So we can have a look and see how that last game played out.
Yeah, beautiful showcasing here from all the players here for our Game 3 highlights. T225 there into elimination onto PXT, sorry. TE's Wufong here with the roll onto Verse, into the ship parry there for the jump LB finisher there for PXT. Arano against AS, ship parry there from Arano into the fist blade jump LBs. F-Con in for the Sara, still manages to catch the prior once again into the uppercut 1-2-3. In the backside, Wufong stops the damage off the 1-2-3, but sends the R&B focus there onto him to confirm the elimination. And this was a scrap out right after that. Wufong with a follow-up R&B. F-Caught in there for the Shayo. Arano with no O online here. Does get caught up off the R&B Minx there off the dual blades. In our first Roma Yang, OUG's Mike against TE Wufong. This was a very close fight here. Mike had the health advantage.
That parry, bro.
Dodge back parry there from Wufong to take out Mike there. That was clean there. Mike against Verse this time around. Just, no O online here for Verse, which is super unfortunate. Had to pop it there to try to cleanse the Yang depletion timer. Gets caught up there from Mike. Spider in the Roma Yang to the 1-2 finisher there against PXT. Pace been a very strong, player back in the summer split last year.
Yes.
Now, a little bit of slowdown pace here from Sub, but I mean, it's just for day 1, game 3. So everybody's gonna start finding it fitting, and now with game number 3 done, this is where everybody's gonna come out hot.
Yeah, I mean, Pace very much known for his Valda and his combo extensions off of Valda setups that you can do. With both the F2 and also that V2 connection, as we're going to be having a look at Mike, who is not slowing down in the slightest. Back-to-back MVPs coming through from him. There's that Venom tip and barbed bolts with all of the damage attached to that repeater crossbow, as well as fire arrows and target lock. So he was making sure that a lot of the mobility that these players had access to was very limited indeed. Fire Smolder as well coming on through with the Assault Smolder Soul Jade, so that every single time he grappled onto one of those players, they would take that fire burn damage too, which would then be affecting the effectiveness of their healing kit, cut by 50%, as we can have a look and see 3,754 damage done with skills and ultimate. So that's the damage coming on through from both the F1 and also that counter coming on out from that V1. Something to note too, we were talking about the fact that, some of the major changes coming out were out of the game rather than inside of it in terms of that talent glyph. That stamina bar that these players have access to every single time we look at those 1v1s, a lot of the time those fights are ending in the red. So you can see that having access, or rather not having access to the wave roll in the same way that it was last year, is having a major impact to how these players are having to space around each other.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about, when I mentioned the triple parries from Mike. It's probably forcing him to parry a little bit more than usual, from him having that free will, being able to dodge away from the danger. But now, if he does stay in the pocket, his options are a little bit more limited now, opposed to how they were before. So, once everybody starts figuring out their best playstyle now with the wave roll gone, I mean, it was a very big staple inside these players' kit that they use that for everything, right? When they're in the pocket, to avoid any ultimates from specific characters, anything. anything in the game that required them to use wave roll, it was heavily used in the pro league. So now you're gonna start seeing, you clearly see Mike.
Hi everyone, welcome to the first interview of the 2025 NBPL Spring Split. So this time we have Frostivus from BBE. So please say hello to our audience first.
Hello guys, I'm Frostivus from Team BBE.
Okay, welcome. So the first question will be, how do you feel about to be the first players for the whole 2025 NBPL Spring Split?
Do you mean like the first to be interviewed?
Yeah.
Well, I'm honored, of course, to be the first
Really?
to be interviewed, of course, because it's an honor to be interviewed for the first time in the new season.
Yeah, to be the first one, will be always be very honored. And also, how do you think about today's matches?
Lemma Man
Today's
CA talk, dude.
matches, To be
What was
honest,
that?
At first
They
I'm
just
a
cut
little
his ass
bit nervous,
off?
Yeah.
Because coming here, I didn't have that much practice, and I came to China a little bit late. For the first 3 games, I think I did quite okay, and I'm just gonna that I can continue to do the same.
Yeah, also for this time, we are already moved to a new patch, and for this time, Hadi maybe no longer won't appear anymore. How do you feel about that?
I'm pretty sad because my 2 favorite hero is Kylian and Hadi, and right now they are both kind of very weak, almost useless. So I'm not gonna play them.
You already give up them.
Yeah, I give up on Hadi and Kylian.
Okay, you give up them because they're useless now. Okay, fine. So let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. Answer for treasure, please. Okay, so this time our question is, how many players chose Liam in game 3?
What the fuck is this
D1,
man
D2,
Naruto say?
D3, D4. So
Leah Craigasm, but no.
oh, I should say screenshot. Wait, so if you know the answer, please write the answer. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Please count down the time.
Wait, what?
Count down the time.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot, everyone. So what's the answer again?
2.
2. Well, we always said when you and another players use the same hero in the game, you will be kind of teammate for 1 game. So do you know who's your teammate for the 3rd game?
Yes, I know. Even before the game starts.
So you already know when doing
Huh?
BP.
Well,
Yeah, like doing the band picks.
oh yeah,
because
I was about to say.
Like the nature of the tournament, you have to take notes. And since I know who is in my group, which is picking first, and the first pick is always Liam, so it's guaranteed that it's almost guaranteed to be whoever is in my group.
Wow, so smart. So how do you think about your teammate for the 3rd game?
My teammate with Liam was Star, and I think Liam is actually his best hero. So I was quite lucky to be in the same group and picking Liam with him.
But maybe for the final circle, you didn't see him, right?
He died too fast. Unfortunately, even with the buff, he still died too fast because there's too many Shales.
Is that one of the reasons why you didn't get the first for the 3rd game?
Yeah, I thought when Star got the buff, we would maybe get top 2 or some kind, but apparently there's too many Shales, and in the end we just got killed by all the Shales.
Yes, it's kind of pity. Well, let's talk about something out of the game. So we know you already
Damn, she got a
moved
lot
to
of questions.
BB, so how are you recently, in BB?
I'm pretty happy, to be honest, in BB. It's kind of the same with Alliance. It's just that it's like a new environment, and of course new people as well. And they don't speak English or Chinese, just Vietnamese. But it's okay. I'm still pretty happy with them.
How do you communicate with them?
They can speak a little English, like very little.
Yeah.
A little Chinese also, and since I've been studying Chinese, I can understand a little bit.
Will you maybe go to Vietnam with them for traveling sometime?
Later for tournament, maybe. Yeah, I will still go.
Wow, that's so cool. So we still have 3 games for today's, and how do you think about the following games?
I'm just gonna hope that I can continue do how I do until now and try to get as much points as possible.
Okay, good luck to you. We can see Frostu is quite happy for this time's sprint play, so hope you can get what you want for the following games. Okay, that's all for the interview. Bye bye.
Okay. That was a long ass interview. But still W interview. Hmm. I know they're advertising the old battle pass, so wouldn't putting something new be more logical? Yeah, we don't talk about logic around here. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Hello, hello. I have returned.
Like the zipping, if it's not a personality pick.
Yeah.
So Tammy is always one that we tend to see coming in through because he's just the most viable out of the damage control options. He's safe, right? He's very, very safe. He's got a combo breaker. His ultimate buys you a lot of space. You can use it aggressively. You can use it defensively. He is a strong option into Realm of Yang and Spirit Well when we head into those end games. He doesn't have escalated value at certain parts of the map either, where he peaks in terms of that early game and loses value towards the later. He's just a safe constant throughout the entirety of the match, as opposed to some of the other heroes.
I'm back, thank you.
Also, I know this is off topic, but like, I remember when Faria was very in the meta when she first came out. You know, she was super strong, especially in those in-game situations where she's just able to mech up. The V3 being also like another like combo breaker in a sense. I would love to see you know, Faria possibly get a change in some sense. I'm not sure, because it's hard to try to I would say balance in a way where she's not super aggressive. Like if you buff up her.
Is this
damage
Frost
and her
time to
mech,
pick
I mean,
Lonnie?
It could be super crucial, but I feel like she still needs something, because like I mentioned, she was very in the meta, especially in the earlier days of Holoroth. I remember where she was just super dominating those lobbies with her being on the field. But you know, little by little, the devs
Gonna
have
get some
been
water.
tweaking a lot of the characters. So I mean, not a surprise that we're starting to see, you know, those characters that have been changed into the meta. Another character like Shayo that has been into the meta heavy was Valda ever since she got her change as well.
Yes.
So you know, it's very interesting to see how these players shift into that new style. That character has changed, and I look at it right now like we're on that Naraka Blade Point 2.0.
Well, there we go. Blanket lights out. Liam and Shiel both locked off of the board. Who is going to be coming in that third hero selection round? Edward's going to be picking up the Syra. Lipo's going to be opting for the Justina. So we're potentially still going to have 3 Justinas and 3 Syras running around. And we saw the ramifications of 3 Syras running around.
Yeah.
Jacob, she has since somewhat been nerfed. However, with wave roll having the changes that have occurred, we saw in terms of the Realm of Yang, you do not have the same level of stamina to outlast the Syra stun dazzle. Just continuous
3
spam,
Justinas.
and it's catching these players out because
Polaris
they burn
chose
themselves
right.
out of those stamina refuges.
And we got actually a 3 lockout Justina already. Pros from the Syra picks. We do have T225 locking that in, possibly versus matching that Syra, unless he wants to pick either a Valda or even a Temi. Oh, he's gonna go with the Akos. We're starting to see a lot more consistency in the Akos now, being in that 5th group selection.
I wonder if he's predicting Mike is gonna go Akos.
Ooh. Trying to play the handshake game, 200 IQ, picking whoever's in your bottom group. Nope, it's not gonna be. It's gonna be Mike picking up that Temi as well as Arano, matching him, knowing that Temi being a lone wolf sometimes is. I've seen it before from Mike coming out on top, being the only Temi in the lobby, but you know, being able to secure another one and try to dominate a lot easier in the end game is definitely the wave there for Mike there. So he is gonna secure the Temi, and I mean, we've seen how strong Mike's Temi is, so I would not see him. It would not be a surprise for me if we see him on top for this game as well.
Yeah, and I expect he's probably going to be a little bit more aggressive with the ultimate to cover the Spirit Well, as opposed to when we saw Temi in the last map, and he held on to that ultimate. I was so surprised he held on to that ultimate instead of contributing it to try and stop Star from walking away with that Spirit Well capture. But we can have a look and see, is there anything that is out of sorts? Combo Breaker on the Syra, Combo Breaker on the Liam, V2 on the Liam, no V1 shenanigans coming on through. It feels so strange too, because when Liam first released, the meta was actually gravitated towards V1 on the Liam with the Auric Blade teleports that you would be able to throw around things like the Pillar into Realm of Yang, but Arano has since standardized that V2.
Yeah, the V2, we saw a little bit of it, I believe, in game number 2.
No Lonnie. Interesting.
Liam,
this is Frost and Stars double
right before the last frame of that R&B
double
Focus,
Shale pick.
connects. they could just restand.
Trying to
off
figure out
that
what
alone with
CPU
the
cooler
ult
I'm gonna
online.
get.
So that's
Ayo.
back-to-back blues for free, just having an ult online. And once again,
What's your current
that ult
specs
is
that
so
you're
versatile.
rocking
You
with?
can go up and do those double focuses like that. You can use it to apply get the pressure away from you, just sending someone flying across the map. Once again, I've seen some crazy bow headshot restands with that as well. So just the versatility of V2 shows out that these players have mastered that character. And I think V1 is a lot easier to use, and your options for it are a lot more one-dimensional, where you
Specs are
know,
not
you get
updated.
caught up, you
Oh,
throw
I
the blade
see.
on the ground. You can go ahead and get the siphon back from it, but if you catch somebody in it, you can castle it into the prio. I just think that now at this
Reading some
rate
shit
that
on my
how long
phone.
they've been playing Liam, they just feel a lot more comfortable running that V2, especially with the value it provides.
Well, speaking about comfort,
Oh,
fan is
fucking
always going
brightness
to be
is
a
so-
comfort
turn
into
that shit down a
solos
bit.
meta. AS has so many options that he can go for. Selects the R&B charge focus. Ready forces that Justina's F2 out from both of these sides, but Lipo comes on through with that parry and will be able to get the better of his mirror. Spider now with that scale rush. Looks for the LMB prio into the grapple kick, follow through charged RMB on that Hangstone. That's eaten through all of the defenses that Verse has available. But can Spider, he's done so much of this work. 75% of this health bar that has been removed from Verse has been Spider's handiwork. But here comes Star looking to try and vulture this kill away. But Verse takes advantage of the third-party invasion to be able to get his hands on a grey armor reset, and both of these two players are denied the kill.
Oh my god, Spider with a massive parry there, does manage to pick an elimination down to Verse. Mike takes out T225 in the back end. Star now with a massive jump parry up opener there against Spider on the backside. Rana now landing down with a Tumultuous, but now Star picking an elimination onto Spider and now applying the pressure onto Arano in the backside. Does manage to get some damage onto him with the health advantage as well. Arano trying to kite out the situation, and this is another known terrain here for these players here in Predoria, being able to use this terrain as for their advantage to make sure they can avoid some of this pressure thrown their way. PXC taking out Mike. Now Mike is only gonna have one health or one life going into this remainder of this game, with one elimination already in this game. FPSGQ Star though still trying to catch up onto Arano, and it's not gonna be easy with the geyser in play, this big terrain rock here as well. It's just constant scale rushes, a lot of hard work to try to catch someone lacking here for these scale rushes. And there it is, still gonna continue to kite this out. And you know, I wanted to mention, oh, there it is, big damage there on the backside. The pole sword is not gonna be enough, and Star is gonna pick elimination onto Arano. Frostovus and Lipo going at it. We do have Edward in the mix as well here for the third party.
Yeah, Lipo able to come in through with the blue armor. Syra F1 already going to be invested. Lipo does have both of his freezes, finds it onto Frostovus to lead up into the RMB from those halberds. Edward looks for the LMB prio into that extension.
Gonna have to rebuy everything since moving to AM5.
Another of those
Yeah.
dashes. Heads on over towards that
That's one of the things that
Goes
sucks.
for the wall hang to be able to scale rush away once Edward closes up the distance too. Good bait comes on out from that Justina, utilizes the last of those dashes to put himself up onto these rooftops so he can find the spacing to go for this armor powder reset before swapping on over to that fan. Now utilizing both the LMB and the RMB in terms of playing inside that pocket. Edward with the overhauled Lipo doesn't feel comfortable with the play that he made. Goes for the F2, thinking that he misread the situation. And both of these players going to take a little bit of time to cool off before they come back into this fight anew.
Do have Lipo still playing a high ground. Edward does ice off some of this pressure and backs on up. Buffon drops very low. Has, I believe, PXC in the B2 ball. It looks like there's going to be a quick reset in for himself as well. AES going out against OUG's Mike, and I did see one of the last
Using
for
the
whistle
dope
that
skin.
is going to be on
W
cooldown there for
Justina
Mike.
skin,
Getting
bro.
quickly aggressed on here from AES on the Justina, trying to see if he can find elimination onto Mike, but Mike doing everything he can to wait up for this F. There it is. It's on cooldown. Still going to continue to scare rush on. Now, has the ultimate online if he needs it as well, but he can't get aggressive now that the F is back online. We do see him sending the 1.0. He's going to get parry here from AS. Has the F to avoid the damage off of that as well. Does not catch him in the whisk. Yes, he does. The lingering frame there off the R&B focus catches the restand into the musket shot as well. And now AS does get a lot of pressure thrown his way. He's going to have to chill out for a little bit. He's going to take a quick reset in. The first Roman Yang is starting to come on up. But what I wanted to mention a little bit earlier, I mean, with how the groups are, a lot of these players know if you're not playing the top metas right now, you know, Liam, Syra continuously. Hold on, we got triple uppercuts in from Wufong. We got into the jump LMB.
Damn,
Jump
that's
LMB
unfortunate.
there from Wufong. I was trying to yap, but Wufong was like, I got a combo for you. Coming in high here, beautiful showcase here from Wufong.
Oh, the staircase downward spiral. So many resets off of the grapple kick when they're just held in the air a little bit longer because they started a little bit higher. The higher you start, yeah, the longer you have to take to fall. That's exactly what the grapple kick combo gets to take full advantage of. In fact, some of these players will on purpose kite you over to that terrain so they can start a fight with you at the top of the staircase so that you break your neck on the way down. As it is going to be the first realm of Yang spawning on up in the lobby. Mike wanting to get pro position onto this one over towards Skygaze Coves, but he's actually going to be locked on out of the Coves one by Spider, who drops that Moonbane directly over the top of it to secure himself the entrance. Now Mike is going to have to contest with WBG's Verse and YCG's T225 if he wants to be able to get his hands one of those Yang passes that gives him free entry into that portal way.
What's crazy was, right, before, if you guys didn't know, the longsword could infinitely continue grappling combo like that with no terrain, right? Just flat ground. So they had to completely change it to where you need that terrain to be able to extend those uppercuts. But I mean, longsword was not very played a lot back then. But even though it had the potential of that, it just made it super strong. And whenever a player didn't have another weapon, definitely longsword was being played out. But the Sire Ultimate are already invested here from Edward onto Wufong, and Wufong's gonna fall off of this. He does have a second life here for this game. OUG's Mike T225.
These good CPU coolers are basically dirt cheap.
Yeah,
I got myself a
opportunity to try to find a third party. But we have
what do you call it?
Invest in this Aqua's Ultimate there to try to secure
IQ
this
Link.
Yang. We do have him already waiting this out with 14 seconds remain. He's gonna have around 3 seconds left, possibly, to enter the round when that ult runs out.
People would say that it's quite a premium cooler, since it has its own like software and everything too.
Just gonna wait this out. V2's out there to completely close it out. Now, which players are gonna be able to take this realm of Yang? We do have everybody posted up on this realm as well, I believe. On it's just the area. It's just orange. It caught me off guard. But Mike now waiting this out. But yeah, R&B Pro, a little bit of love tap there to watch. He's trying to bite up some resources.
But the liquid one, yeah.
Be our first one in the realm of Yang for game number 4 on the Shayo. Has 2 great weapons right now, Purple Fist Blades and Purple Pole Sword in hand for this fight. Waiting for his opponent. This player's always waiting for the last moment.
No, way too much getting a $35 liquid cooler or a $35 air cooler. I mean,
now players are gonna join. Okay, I was gonna say
air coolers are fine, but for me, like liquid cooling is much better, in my opinion.
Wait, Spider is up against his Org.
Yeah.
WBG
I switched from
gonna be going head to head, but the one that we're gonna be
an air cooler to a liquid cooler, and it dropped my degrees by like
from PXT
10 to 15.
Gonna force out that combo breaker from the Shaol. Ultimate also called into play. PXT now burns out his own combo breaker, puts himself
is def better, but I'm not super attentive, so if it broke, bye PC. I mean,
he's in that position, and now it just becomes a kite. He just has to be able
for my liquid cooling, like this isn't my second, like this is my second liquid cooler. My first one started dying early because there were some.
Justina already burned one of
those like
dashes coming on out, as well as the ultimate activation to knock Star back, so that he didn't get the opportunity.
This stuttering sound on my
Star gets hit by the freeze,
my cooler and everything, and
place,
one of the loops was like a little bit messed up.
Still has one dash. He's gonna burn it. Looks for that one into the uppercut, the grapple bump into the R&B on the 2-1-1.
What is Pace doing?
But will he be able to find the damage now as we get reset back into that neutral? He loses the weapon.
Should have just done the maybe you just see 0.9 by accident or 0.8.
Waiting out that
if you got the focus there, you definitely could have killed him.
Opportunity just loses that focus there. gets parried. The damage off the purple fist blades is enough there for the elimination there for Star. So Star now is going to get the buff plus
Maybe it was just a
weapon
miss.
upgrade there from that Roman Yang. We also have Burst winning his
misinput
for his side against Spider at PSGQ as well, winning the Roman Yang. Spider now with 3 minutes and 55 seconds, trying to stay up here for this
Interesting
game
that I'm yawning
on the Liam.
when I slept for like literally the entire day. I think it was like 12, 1. Actually, maybe it was 2. I was watching some shit. Even after I ended stream, I stayed up for like a few more hours, like maybe 1 or 2 more hours. Then I went to sleep and I woke up at like 12. So I slept for 10 hours, by the way.
Resurrecting right in front of him,
and I'm yawning.
So might be getting into that
Only been up for
PXC right next to Frostivis. Mike as well in the mix
for 7 hours.
With 3 minutes and 27 seconds to try to cleanse now. Do have him on blue armor. We just saw his Roman Yang. As soon as I say that, just magically finds a purple armor just laying in the middle of the map. Just
magically finds Mike though. Mike might have actually utilized that purple armor to bait players in close, because now he catches him with the pitter patter of the charged element beyond that staff. The Justina already burns out that F2. Mike in full control of that situation can try and keep up this pressure with that staff, being able to utilize those lunges.
Sparta's dead first again.
Directly behind this Justina, goes into the R&B, potentially looking for that parry. PXC flashes for that parry. As now it is going to be that Justina ultimate coming on out. Mike going to be committing that ultimate too, as the Justina cannot dash through that wind wall. And it turns now into a third-party opportunity for Mike, who gets to play Invader, as both PXC and Frost are stacked too close to each other and get hit by the Wisps.
That's crazy, bro.
Picks up one, might be able to find a second.
Oh my god, beautiful showcase in there from Mike, re-grabbing those whips into the pistol shots there to confirm the elimination there. But now Frostivis at full throttle with the ultimate advantage currently right here. But there's a no ult zone here for Mike, trying to pop it as fast as possible. Does manage to do so, gets cut off at the R&B, but F came back from cooldown. Now neutral game for both players coming in hot.
Mike is dead.
Catches the reply once again, and this could be
nice, Frost. Let's go.
Catcher there off the R&B focus, and Frostivis taking out the 2 times now, and this is gonna be Frostivis' first kill of the game. Mike gets out with 2, but now Frostivis trying to jump up higher here in the leaderboards.
I mean, Mike and Spider both sent out of this lobby. And I really hope we get to see a replay of Spider matching up against Verse, because Verse on this Arcos was actually able to come out with the Roman Yang win against the Liam, who, as you pointed out, Frostbus touted Liam as the strongest hero currently in this meta. So the fact that he lost to an Arcos is very interesting indeed. Hopefully we'll be able to see how that occurred a little bit later on, as currently we're going to be watching Star get chased down by JL's AS. AS comes on through with that Justina dash to be able to close up the distance. Grapple wasn't doing the trick, but now he has to contend.
Nice.
With the third party coming out from the Syra realm of Yang. Buffs are going to be showcased just before they could expire too. Vermilion Birds might kicks into the mix, allowing the continuation of Versus Lobby's existence. And now, with AS having secured the soul bloom that he was looking for, he looks to try and disengage this fight, but he is not out of danger just yet. TW5 more than happy to keep up the pressure considering he's still got that Syra ultimate in play, and AS trying to disengage away from one player runs into another instead.
Yeah, we do have AS trying to cut out the situation. Another player caught up now. Do have him trying to go for that full reset in, and AS loves those double dashes in that Justina ultimate. Just the second time I catch him doing that. Do see him getting caught up by the raw uppercut into the 2-on-1 R&B focus there from T225. Another player showing up to the mix as well. Now AS drops very, very low here. Edward doesn't go for the lowest right now. Sees another
nice
player
parry.
on that side. Big parry for AS. Double parry as well onto Edward. Does send the damage. Does not get the full capitalization due to the F. But Star now trying to back on up. AS has to let go of his armor. He is currently on common now. But T225, Edward, and everybody in the mix are going to continue their focus onto AS. We still have him trying to scatter out from the situation. And here, does manage to spin back the R&B focus there from the Hong Sword. But now, there goes the full damage.
You're done. Ooh, nice parry.
6% off the ultimate. Massive parry as well. It does manage to get
and we out. That was a nice kite.
Now coming back, the ultimate now coming back here for AS. He is going to manage to take a full reset in. And it looks like that's all he needed to try to scatter out from here. But the pressure is on still towards him.
Yeah, massive play comes on from AS. The fact that he was able to pull that ultimate up is crazy. As we're going to be having a look at our second Rumble of Yang fight coming on through. This time it's going to be Frostivus versus Arano. Frostivus taking the full hit of damage from the charge horizontal coming off from that spear. Comes out with the F1. Looks
like
for
brought
the
it back
ultimate.
21. Brought it back only 21 points. Yeah.
And can now keep up the pressure. He does have the long shot in the back pocket too. So Arano on this time he's going to kite away from the invisible wall.
No, Frost.
Pushes Frostivus to the ulti into the wisp grab, and Frostivus gets taken out by the bow as the shell was not able to activate the counter since you can't do it when you're under attack.
Wow, Lipo still going at it this time around against Verse, and this is Rama Yang. Justina ultimately popped here for Lipo. We do have the 2-1 coming in here from the staff. Into the jump, it'll be finisher. No, still up. We have Lipo trying to stay alive in the situation. 1 dash remaining here off the Justina. Oh, also 1 tap. Does manage to dash on in, catches the freeze. Aqua's ultimate invested. Is he able to have the weaves here? Weaves the first one. F to stop the pressure from coming on in. The backstab there from the F does manage to keep him up for now, but Verse now applying lots of pressure there with the 1 HP Justina. The scare rush, it's a little bit of damage onto Verse. The ultimate still online here for the Akos into the scare rush there from the ultimate. Is gonna be elimination there for Verse.
Verse is on absolute fire. He's won both of his Realm of Yanks, which is where this Akos needs to be that apex predator inside your 1v1s. He struggles into the multi-way fights. If he can pick up 2 eliminations inside a Realm of Yang, as well as scale himself up into being able to survive that end game, as well as having that buff, making these players very much.
What is this?
This fight is, oh my goodness,
bro.
I've never seen the arm being utilized in that manner. We're just playing Ring Around the Rosie. This is gonna be
bro, you just kited this man while on the fucking catapult. That's crazy.
Connects onto Frostivus as both of these players going a little bit low, backing on off both of them, getting hit with that Yang depletion, wanting to be able to take this 1v1's. Lipo finds that parry. Frostivus gets hit into the jump horizontal. Follow up as Lipo yet again commits the rampage, and Frostivus is forced to try and commit the hands to slap and buy himself out of the situation. This samurai doesn't have Vajra. It's
he didn't ult,
here comes
bro.
the third party. Verse shows up to the mix with the charged R&B staff, scooping up Frostivus and the elimination. And unfortunately, the
oh my god, Fugui is in the chat.
As that 1v1 slips through his fingers, and now he's on the run from the Tiger, looking to just hide away on the second level of that building as Verse goes right past him.
That's unfortunate there for Lipo, but he did not invest ultimate, so he can still have that in his arsenal. Potentially Verse applies the pressure, but with his White Tiger's powers on Verse, he is going to quickly invest his ultimate to try to see if he can pick up the next elimination. And he still doesn't know that this player has Yang depletion timer, especially with him trying to ice off the pressure right now. But Lipo needs to be real careful in this situation. We do have him now trying to kite off the situation. Lipo, though, staying up for the time being. I believe around 3 minutes now for him to try to cleanse his Yang depletion timer. Verse, though, just quickly catching up to him with every movement he does, catching the scare rushes, catching the light attack damages as well. Lipo trying to resort inside the zone to try to ice off some of this pressure here for Verse, and that through the window jump LMBs. It's just so beautiful to see. We see that as well when players are trying to run away and catch the scale rushes out. A lot of players like to jump LMB up to be able to nullify the fact that these players are trying to escape for them. And we see Lipo having to change to a common armor here. He does manage to get a common armor swap. Verse not letting go of the gas pedal. Not even touch once here against Lipo. Full armored out here with the gold armor. We do have him now getting the counter grapple, and a lot of these players might start moving on in as well. We have Star on the backside. We have a congestion of players on the top side of the minimap as well. We have T225 taking out AS. Lipo drops very low, and it might just be in a matter of time that he gets picked up here. The Prio inside the zone. Another common armor swap here for Lipo. Every R&B for a little bit of damage onto Verse, but in the zone, taking a lot of damage. Verse with elimination here onto Lipo.
It's so unfortunate too that the fight going down between T225 and AS is not close enough for the Justina to run directly into where the action is happening and hope that everyone turns onto a lower health target. We saw from Verse as well in the back pocket with that longsword. One of those legendary soldiers is going to be the Phoenix Burst. It was parried the first time around. That's okay, there we go. Arana commits the arm and flies out of the situation as opposed to dozy-doing his way around the players trying to commit onto him this time around. The terrain taking a little bit too hot for his blood, as there are so many players in such an enclosed place, especially with the Moonbane in a really inconvenient position. Anyone who is caught late into rotating into the next zone, trying to put themselves into a better placement to capture out the Spirit Well and gain access to the White Tiger's Forest, which is going to lie within, is going to get punished by that Moonbane coming into place. That's going to force all of these players to immediately gravitate to that positioning a little bit earlier, as opposed to trying to take some of those previous fights. Arano is the player that we're going to be following along with. The Temi has made it all this way, so potentially we do see that ultimate come down and make that Spiral just a little bit harder for these players to stick around into, as Arano is the first one who is going to be that. He's not the only one, though. We can see 205 just hanging around the fringes, wanting to check out whether or not
You said get a Zotac 4080 for 7800. Not paying 2K for a card.
It's going to make it harder as well. If one of these Cyrus pops
Yeah, I mean,
they disappear and change that weapon.
I got my 4080 for the original, like, I think it was less than the original price.
So they're going to be sticking very close to each other.
Or around, it was around like 1200. It's like, yeah, this card should have been $1,000. It really should have been.
Going to be keeping himself out of sight, entirely different.
And $1,000 was already pushing it.
From him, as now the Spirit Well contest begins. Who's got the Soul Jade, which sees everybody take a big step backwards. Versus got the Merciless Havoc. It bought T to do 5 at the last time around, but Wufeng, there's a reason we've got a great sword out. Do we have an Earthshaker in play?
I saw him drop down with a triple charge. I'm not sure if he converted to Earthshaker, if he canceled a lot, but he's definitely going for those triple charges off the top rows, as we just saw here. But I mean, Verse with the Merciless Havoc here is just to be able to control a lot of the pressure here. Oh my god, gets the grapple bump, can't go for the focus, but it looks like the body went towards the top side here, so does not get the damage. But the Merciless Tibet can keep contesting this area, and he is going to pick up this this buff as well, the White Tiger's powers, and has
I mean, he didn't get to ult.
Utilization of another armor as well. For his,
honestly,
for any
I wouldn't even go
needs.
for a 4080 now that the 5080 exists.
Keep in mind, he did get eliminated very early into the start of the game, but being the lone Akko's in his lobby, he's doing a really good job staying up, picking the correct fights, and being able to come on top. And now with a fairly stacked loot that he has right now, he's looking very potentially to win this game as well. But Arano's macro is looking beautiful.
Like, they're supposed to be the same price, right?
Mean, we saw a bow restand off the R&B focus from the spear to recast the prio. So I mean, just little stuff like that. It's just insane to watch here, especially in
the way that generational like uplifts are supposed to do,
would love to see a lot more,
or the way that they're supposed to be is that they're supposed to be the same price as the last generation, not significantly
a lot of potential
more than the last generation.
So yeah, it shoots a little bit slower than a musket, but having the potential to restand off of a headshot alone is just a great tool to have, especially if you have that crispy aim like Arano has. Verse, though, still on the White Tiger's power, can get active, but we see him trying to focus a Syra here in the situation. Scale rushes out in the backside, but we have 225 and Edward.
Damn, what a headshot.
To try to stay up, and the pressure here with his lone Akko's here from Verse might be a bad situation for him, but he's trying to make the best out of it with this buff in play. We have a Syra ultimate invested there from Edward, so this might be the best case scenario. Does manage to weave the Moonbane.
They're not the same price. They're not.
Time. This could be super bad. The Temi team is going to invest it for Arano as well. One of the Syra ults are about to go out pretty soon, so just we're gonna have to wait and see how this pans out for those players. Arano trying to scatter on out. It looks like he does manage to do so with this terrain here. Is gonna be able to catch a full reset.
Yeah, Edward is that Syra who burned that ultimate, is going to be disappearing. T25 still holds on to theirs, though, so we're likely going to be seeing Edward trying to break away and go for a weapon swap and pretend to be the other Syra, but Verse has been able to keep track of which of these Syras has utilized that ultimate until now. He loses a massive chunk of that legendary armor. Does still have the armor reset, and that is one of the Syras down. Edward, the Syra who burned that V1 earlier, and now it becomes a matter of pressuring the next ultimate out of the other Syra still in the mix. Verse with the RMBs into that rampage coming on through, just continuous pressure from this Hong Sword. Finally, T25 is forced to part ways with his ultimate, and Verse, job done, looks to disengage. He makes it into the open space so that he can scare rush off of those cliff chasm edges. back towards where his armor reset is going to be, but TDD5 gets to play the verticality, still with these last couple of moments of his ultimate with the stun dazzle, prevents the Liam from breaking free to the top ropes, where that armor reset is potentially going to be. Now the Akos pops the ultimate, knows that the Sarah is going to be low. TDD5 drops down to the low ground, utilizing the trap clip to make sure that Verse isn't going to be super hot on his heels. We'll be able to find one armor fighter, but unfortunately he runs directly into Wu Fong. And Verse is gifted a full reset opportunity. The problem for him is that he committed the ultimate, and now he has to try and find value of it in a multi-way fight. TDD5 eats so much damage coming through from the range shots of the bow. Will still be able to put himself onto the lower level of the building with this longsword, scale rushing just backwards and forward before these players can lock him down. Finds a blue armor swap as well into that zone, but Arano with the bow has been able to track down where the Syra has gone to. And TDD5 without that ultimate does have the combo break, has to make sure that he doesn't slow down on that trap clip. Now utilizes the F1 to get
From
the
a glance,
verticality, but
it's
he
a 300 plus difference at least, but I could probably find a lower gap.
Who
Yeah,
chases
probably.
him down with the fan, and we go from 5 to 4 players. This lobby is not done. Verse and Star both dueling for that MVP potential, but Arano and
Cam?
Wu Fong, with enough players left in this lobby, if they find the eliminations, can still steal it away.
Yes, and this is a different character in zone now for this game. Everybody is on a whole different hero. We do have Verse once again on the Akos, Arano on the Temi, Star on the Xiaoyu, and Wu Fong on the Liam. And now, just a matter of moments, Zone 6 almost completely fully closed. Moving on into our last and final moments of game number 4. We do have Verse once again, Gold Staff with Merciless. I mean, being able to chunk out a lot of damage here from range with this weapon, being safe in gold for him as well. It's a very strong weapon to have. He is playing the low ground game here, so we have to wait to see how he comes out from the zone. Now, Arano, once again, another player with, I mean, fully gold weaponed out pretty much with 3 gold weapons in his inventory. Just gonna wait out the last and final moments of this game. About to have his ult online once as well. We have Star on the Xiaoyu, purple weaponed out. Does have a good variety of weapons though to his arsenal, but Arano trying to claim the high ground here on the Tomoku. Fong on the Liam has the potential to catch somebody there with the V2 and get the damage inside the zone there with the Liam. It's just a matter of time with the fan in hand. It looks like our player on the below ground might just play the healing game at this point. I don't think there's an exit here, so he is going to be playing out. Nope, he goes right back in. Verse quickly getting caught up by the burst there from Arano, though, trying to get some shots through the wall. Doesn't manage to connect off of that one, nor that one either, but the pressure is there from Verse, and Verse here's his Burst calling. He needs to be real careful of that.
Yeah, Merciless Havoc, though, can pressure these players who are a little bit too close to the edge of that zone. And he's spotted
There's 4 different characters. Nice.
Into the middle,
traditional solos.
Onto Wu Fong, who's going to be forced to keep himself into this building, or else he's going to take all of that damage through the window. Verse tries to find his opening. Again, keeping everybody at arm's length, but trying to build up that little bit of damage necessary to hit that last bit of charge necessary to hit into his ultimate as the zone fully closes on through. Arano throws out his Temi ultimate. Everyone gets locked into the direct center of
He
it.
got grabbed to the wall.
Means that you're immediately in the spacing for the Liam V2 to catch you and throw you directly into that storm. Wu Fong tries to break away. The bow shots, though, still coming on out. Arano
3
is down.
people alive?
The elimination, and it is
3-way tie?
For last player standing, no one gets the kill score multiplier. And I believe it might be enough that Verse was able to find that elimination onto Arano that's just able to push him the distance necessary to pick up the MVP.
Yes, he doesn't get the
player
points, but still does manage to get
is
the
insane.
MVP. And I think that V2 ball connected to the smallest crevices on the roof. There was probably a small little opening there, and he literally caught him through that and was able to completely shift his momentum there with confusion, I believe, just getting caught up from downstairs with a V2 Liam, just completely changing your positioning of that end circle. It was just crazy
grabbed
to
him
see
through the
that
wall
in that situation. But Verse once again doing it here for his 4th game of the day, and that was going to be our last match here on that map. Now just a matter of time that we see the MVP, but I'm pretty sure it was Verse there. It was enough for him to take that MVP here for this game. But wow, what a shift of momentum there. Mike getting eliminated. moving on into the mid game, and Spider as well not having a lot of the presence here for this game alone. But so far, I mean, it's been surprising to see how well everybody's playing, and nobody is so far ahead from everybody. Yes, we do have Mike possibly still in first place throughout these whole games, but everybody's putting on a fight for sure.
I mean, the surprise is we had an ACOS win, the lobby.
Yeah.
The only ACOS as well. So, like, if those players had turned onto that ACOS, he would have been sent packing, but he was able to play absolutely perfectly and make sure that he was not being locked down. When we saw him pick up the Spirit Well, you saw that he was immediately going to patrol. He put as much distance as possible between himself and everybody else, read the terrain, spotted out to see where everyone had ran to disengage away from him because they knew that he had the full tempo control. So he knew exactly where the Cyrus will hold up, and all he had to do was force the Cyrus into burning those ultimates early, and he was free for the home run.
Yeah, and I mean, I wanted to mention this during the game. I mean, we saw earlier in that game, in the start of the game, game number 4, a lot of the pressure was thrown towards a Versus way, knowing that, you know, a pick like that is probably towards the bottom of the groups. And I believe now throughout this game 4, these players know who's in whose group. A lot of the pressure was being thrown through to Versus way there, and he managed to bounce back there, winning his Realm of Yangs and staying on top throughout the whole game. It was just an insane comeback to see with just how much pressure he was going through in the early on in this game. But I mean, it's just those little macro decisions that you're able to make and how you're able to bounce back from it. And another thing is just another answer for treasure for everybody at home. Make sure you guys swap on over from YouTube to Twitch. You guys are watching on YouTube in order to win a random spring split gift. But the question is going to be, who is leading the standings now? OUG's Mike, WBG's Verse, WZ Orano, or YZG's T225. And once again, guys, these questions are gonna start getting a little bit harder and harder throughout the night. And you know, we haven't seen the overall standings after this game that we just witnessed. But if you guys are just keeping an eye out on the leaderboard on the left-hand side of the screen while the games are on, you guys are able to get that information. So good luck to everybody going for those prizes.
I mean, we'll see it real soon who is going to be in the lead, but there you go. Verse was able to come away with the MVP. It was a tied score.
Wow.
So I believe it went down to overall damage done is the way that it's figured out, considering it was a tied game score, tied eliminations, tied time surviving, and it must have been damage that tipped the scale for Verse to be able to come away with that MVP. It was incredibly close. It was a whisker away, some could say. But Verse, with that ACOS pick, will be able to walk away with the win as we head into the next part of the second half of the day. And that's going to affect a lot of things, I think, for sure. Because if Liam is touted as the strongest hero, and we've heard that Volda and Shiola, like, second pick and third pick, suddenly ACOS being able to win against Liam, we need to see whether or not that was a curveball or whether that can be done consistently, because that might push ACOS's pick rate back up.
Yeah, and I remember a lot of the Aquas were coming out when Aquas got the change where he was able to V2 Shayo out, right? So probably it's something that they're working with to try to counter all these Shayos, especially if they're not being locked out. But our overall standings here for our matches currently so far, do have Lipo struggling a little bit. Did get some points up on the board this time around, sitting at 2.5, AS with 5.5, Spider with 8, PXT with 10, Edward with 10.5, as well as Wufong. And then now moving up from our 6th to first place, we have Frostivus at 11.5, T225 with 13.5, Star with 14.5, Arana with 18, Verse with 19.8, and Mike still dominating leaderboard currently right now with 21.3. Not so far off from Verse. Verse playing very, very well, even though he had a donut there for game number 3. Just the amount of points that he was able to secure there for his first game of the day, where he first secured his first MVP of this season, was able to bounce back as well for this game with that 6.5 point overall score, which jumps him up to second place.
Yeah, Verse, one of the very strong contenders. Last year was incredibly impressive in his 1v1s, his Realm of Yang fights. As we can have a look and see exactly how that match went down with the replays brought to you by China Unicorn. Hopefully we get to see that Realm of Yang fight that we didn't between the Liam and the ACOS, as we can have a look and see Lipo coming on through with that parry leading into this elimination against JL's AS. This is Mike coming on through with the nunchuck parry onto T225 with that massive hit bit of damage, and then getting to take advantage of the fact that with this great sword, TTT5 is locked into stone form, finds a second parry before completing that elimination. TTT5 trying to do everything he can, but unfortunately removed both of his weapons, having to resort to the fists and the slaps coming on Idas. Here's Wufong getting to utilize that staircase, and down and down and down PXT goes until he hits quite literally rock bottom.
Yeah, he did get completely calmed down there through the staircase. Frostivus against Mike. This was Frostivus catches him off this F as well. The no ozone was popped, but it didn't even matter here against Frostivus. Catches that LMB into the dodge R&B, into the 1.0 here from the longsword. Beautiful damage there from Frostivus, and that's how Mike was eliminated here for game number 4. Burst now in the backside, applying lots of pressure. Did have a Liam there, getting the V2 there onto Arano, I believe, and he does get elimination, but it was not enough. We do have our MVP for this game, and it's gonna be the Alcos for the first time of the night. Verse, WBG's verse coming in hot, and it's gonna take me a little bit time to get used to saying WBG's verse. You know, I'm so used to saying WBG Spider, but now WBG's verse here with his second MVP of the night with 15,000 damage, 5 eliminations on the board. Once again on the Alcos. You know, a very surprising pick to take MVP with the characters in the pool. He was running the Phoenix Blast, Merciless Havoc with the gold staff. It was just a beautiful combo there for himself. Advanced Hills, he had Sap, Juggernaut, and Rampage there for Hong Sword. We see him, swapping from the staff into the Hong Sword as well. Just how strong the Rampage is. But yeah, I mean, it's been a crazy game here for Verse, playing very, very well. Arano's been playing very consistent throughout these games, making sure he's putting up those points on the board. And I mean, that's the name of the game, is consistency, right? Until you go into the bi-weekly finals, where you have to take an MVP home to close out the bi-weekly finals. And I mean, Arano time and time again has been one of those players that has been super consistent and being one of those first players to hit the threshold to be able to take the bi-weekly finals homes. And he's just, you know, hasn't been able to close that out and take a bi-weekly like that. But I mean, needless to say, he's always been super consistent. Everything in his kit is he's a very strong player overall, as we see him now being able to win those fights. But yeah, I mean, it's been a crazy night so far, and I know we still have 2 more games to be playing out, so it's not gonna stop anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, Arano versus Wufong, all of those players stood out, even paced as well from last year. They were all incredible in their own right, like you said, managing to hit things like those MVP eligibilities, but never quite able to finish out. They just needed a little bit of experience. Now that they've got that experience beneath their belt, maybe 2025 is their year, because what we're seeing so far is that Mike is getting challenged, Spider is getting challenged, the new blood in NBPL feels like it's their time to shine, and with this new meta, it might be theirs indeed.
Yeah. Another player that I feel like had that issue was T225, right? I mean, T225 has also been a very strong player throughout his whole career, and I mean, even almost nearly taking a J Cup home that one year. It was a heartbreaking. It's been heartbreaking for the T225 fans out there, and a lot of people have been wanting him to take a chip home. So I hope this year he manages to, you know, stay on that top level throughout the whole series of his matches to be able to take a chip home. I would love to see different players, you know, take chips home. I feel like it's always been the top 2, right? Spider, Mike, always on the top. So yeah, I love versatility, but I mean, it's just gonna be very hard to try to dethrone these players, especially when it matters the most. I mean, just think about Mike, how strong he came out here for J Cup last year. It's just experience, and these players every day they're gaining it, and you know, if you want to be the best, you have to take out the best.
I mean, if we're headed back into Akos meta as well, if Akos is a true challenger to the likes of Liam and Sheol, like Mike is known as the Tiger King in China. That there is literally a famous, you even see it when they're advertising the Bumblebee fan. There is a uber famous customization of Mike's own face that has been done for your Akos heroes. And like, it's his most known hero. We don't get to see him use it all of that often because of where Akos found himself in the meta, right? Both Akos and Takeda used to be the top dogs of the solo world, and unfortunately we moved away from being able to see those two go
Should I just get an
head-to-head.
850 watt gold
But
power
if
supply?
we
Yeah.
are returning to things like Shayol coming back
850
into
should
the
be
mix,
enough.
and Aka's
I
coming
think
back
it's
into the mix, these players who have been
most
around for a
definitely
very
enough.
long time are going to have a huge advantage. If it is going to be the year of the new blood versus the old guard, the old guard already having been able to do time with Sheol and Akos and the previous heroes is going to give them a massive lead in understanding those hero kits.
Yes. I love how you mentioned Takeda, because I just quickly thought about Tarka, right? I mean, that's our next character being reworked. So yeah, I would love to see how a Takeda rework will go. As you mentioned, I mean, Takeda was super strong in the meta, especially on release, with just being able to reloop those Furins. If you're able to catch those slide uppercuts, I mean, we saw even T225, even in the summer split last year with a crazy Takeda pick, but he was completely dominating that lobby and showing the potential.
Takeda MVP.
Yep. I remember that correctly. It was on more.
Huh. Yo, what just happened to my stream?
But I know he was just going insane with Takeda and every.
Refreshing the page. It's not me only, right? Or is it only me? Yo, what is going on? Freezing for everyone? Oh, okay.
Which is was a big surprise, you know?
Yeah, before Matari became meta, Fong would be the one to try and force Matari. And he was one of the ones who would just go for these weird, crazy picks. I still remember the Karumi.
Oh my god, the Karumi, yeah.
Yeah, remember the Ramel gang and the fact that the Karumi got a kill, actually against T2 5.
Oh
Which
my
is
god.
a little bit awkward to live down, but the OGs of NBPL remember the days where we got to see the weird picks come when you were out of your hero points, and Fong would just pick an absolute curveball that you would yeet into that lobby, and you would have to be able to adapt into something that you never expected to see come out.
Now moving on into our fifth game, our hero picks was against the Liam. This time around for Mike and Arano, this is a super dangerous group right here. You have Arano and Mike both on the Liam. You know they are gonna get active.
Liam first, Sheol second.
As well, picking up the
Any
shot.
Lonnies.
See it there in his group. AS and PXT. The pick for S is gonna be Valda. Pace, aka PXT, has had a slow night thus far, but I mean, we've seen him pop off time and time again.
No,
so
I've never played an NBPL, bro.
He's not a stranger to the top side of the leaderboard, but he is going to be playing out his Syra game for this game. Edward, aka Wang Liang. I'm gonna keep saying their previous name because
isn't this game 5? This is the second. I knew for a fact. Second Lonnie pick, bro.
For Edward, love to see the Lonnies now. Definitely the most the most exciting character to see for me personally right now, because I haven't really seen there that much.
Please play V2
love to
again.
see this character being played out today. Lipo now trying to take a little trick there from versus Buck, playing that Akos here for his fifth game of the day.
Thank you, Frost. Like, bruh, when are you gonna play Lonnie? This is the day. This is the game.
For this game alone, Star now on the Syra.
You better not play
Spider
V1.
and Wufong with the last picks of this game here for the last groups. What is gonna be here for Spider? Waiting this out. Wufong as well. Both super strong players. Spider bringing out the Akos this time around, so we are gonna have a pair of Akoses for this game alone. And Wufong now hovering through the heroes, trying to see who he's going to lock in for this game. But Moxie, I believe we haven't really talked about the slap nerf. Remember how heavy slap used to be in these games?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought about it. I did see someone try to slap, but it's not how it used to be
Slap
before,
nerf.
right? You could catch pry off
What?
it before, and it was just super strong, and it's so quick, right? Non-parable, just in the pocket, being able to get a slap hit.
And it's not a soul jade. So you
not a soul
couldn't,
jade. Yeah.
you couldn't remove it from solos the way we saw Focus slide. Oh, gone are the days that we would see the slap
Why is
offs
paste illuminated?
come through, indeed. But all of these players, you can see immediately, everyone saw that Akos
Thank
was
you,
able
Frost.
to beat Liam. They don't see the
V2
names
Lonnie.
of
This is the way it
players in
should
lobby,
be.
But they do see the
Fuck
kill
out of here.
feed
No V1.
heroes,
We're only
that are
using
being played.
V2.
So everybody saw that a Yang fight went down between a Liam and an Akos, and that Akos won. So we're going to now be seeing that testing grounds come on through. Utilize the first day of the season, your first game day of the season, to figure out what works into what. And Spider is actually going to be rolling out for the first time that we're seeing today the Akos F2. So we've got the raw variant rather than the knockback with the damage reduction, which was actually picked a lot of the time last year because it was able to prio into that uppercut confirmation. Mike and Spider would always utilize the F2 on the Akos rather than the F1, but since we have seen these Akoses move into the F1, so they have the damage reduction to be able to tank for the multi-way fights that they're threatened with towards the end game cycle.
Yeah, I like to think about the originator from the F2 was Panda Man. You know, Panda Man. Yeah, Panda Man loved that F2 on that Akos. Especially when he came out, everybody was running F1.
850 because they'll probably upgrade GPU later.
Yeah. For the first time. Yeah, that was just insane to watch, and it was countering the new stuff. But you know, players quickly adjusted to that, so it didn't last for that long. But you know, being innovative like that.
Anybody using like purple path?
In my book, I would say being able to pull something out like that in this level is just insane. But Mike quickly dropping down to 1 HP.
Oh,
Dubai, trying to snag up this
wow.
nice grab over here from Mike.
That's actually insane.
To the 1.0. He stays alive there.
T25 is pissed.
There from Mike.
Kill him, Polaris. Yeah.
SC
Buck is very expressive right now.
That situation.
Yeah, and that is going to be Mike sent back to that Soul Altar. AS now burns through that Volta F2. Fistblades versus Fistblades. Who's going to come out on top? AS gets knocked into the stun dazzle.
Polaris, this is his come-up game.
F1, but Lipo
got a lot of value.
From the Syra, and then with that fan, skill rushes off of the side of the building. PXT cancels the ultimate early,
kill him.
picks up
This
the
is
soul
so free, bro. If you don't fucking kill this man right now.
That rage as quickly as possible. As Lipo knows he's got an advantage.
Oh my
There's a window
god.
where the Syra doesn't have the ultimate as long as he doesn't let her kite over to the Forbidden Seal. And with that potentially in play, Lipo is not going to continue that fight.
Super unfortunate there for Lipo. Nice start there for himself, though. We do have Wu Fong in the mix right now, trying to get active against Arano. Arano, a nice jump LB. I mentioned that earlier when these players are going for that scale rush. The jump LB counter into the follow-up focus attack there for Arano to pick it elimination onto Wu Fong. Lipo now against PXC has that off ultimate invested already.
You better kill him.
Lipo trying to see if he can catch a V2. I believe he does have another extra one. R&B into the grapple bump, into the uppercut once again.
Let's go, bro. 3 kills off drop.
Extension here for Lipo, into the jump LB
okay, we don't know. I don't know about that, bro.
The power now for PXC in the corner. Big damage into the 1-2-3 as well. And PXC turning the fight around there, coming out victorious here in the scrap off.
Bro, that's just not fucking true. This is why, man. Why the fuck are we doing down R&B after jump LMB on Akos ult?
Enough to use them just yet, but now that he's down these armors and is also kited onto that staircase, there's no troves in play for an armor reset. The 1-2 from this halberd chunks away Aranas, though, putting these two at an even footing, and AS is actually able to utilize the 1-2 from the halberds to keep Arana far enough away that he can go into that trove and open it up through a blue armor reset, and suddenly the ball is very much in the Volta's court. We do potentially see a third party come on through. Frostivus, they just ran directly
How
past
to
him,
lose
and
momentum
knows that
easily
he's
is
not
what
going to be safe. Looks
in an
for the
instant is
fear
what
of
Polaris just
disengagement, takes
showcased.
a lot of damage by trying to set it up initially, but will be able to find it the second time around. tries to find an armor reset, but unfortunately the tropes are not in any of his RNG's favor. And now he has to put himself onto that rooftop, gets one vitality off, but Frostive is hot on his heels, keeps up the pressure. Scale Rush connects, it interrupts Serrano's disengage. The Liam forced him to throwing out that F1 just to keep himself in the move, but here comes AS.
Bro, when did AS get so clean? What the fuck?
That disengagement option, and Arano gets stuck on the wall, has to utilize it now to Scale Rush away, but the grapple from Frostivus holds him into position, and now it's just a matter of who's going to be able to find the elimination. AS with the reach of the halberds will be able to take it.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Just cancel, bro.
That Lonnie ultimate now has to end it early to hold on to as much reach as possible because the Volta still had the V2 in play.
I see the vision.
Edward.
Okay,
Spider.
There.
Okay.
Just 1 second too late popping that ultimate, but now he goes back to neutral for himself and opposing player. Spider at Plume Castle. Looks like he is aggressing Edward in the middle of the map right now. Spider with blue armor, blue weapon in hand on the Akos, trying to see he can try to get a little active here. Looks like FPSGQ Star is in the mix as well. He's going to be running right into Spider right now with gold pole sword in hand, getting that puzzle down for himself. The F2 out here for Spider. Looks like the Dazzle is going to use it just for a little bit of health, a little bit of bow shot there from Spider onto Star. It's going to be a little bit of a skirmish here. First Roman Yang already starting to form on up here for these players. We do have OUG's Mike with 1 on the board. I believe there's like 2 other players who have elimination so far. We're gonna have to wait and see the locations of this Roman Yang. Wufong and Lipo close to each
also,
other.
for the record, we already know that that Viper change is coming new season. I'm playing Viper in comp. I don't care what anybody says. I'm playing Viper in comp because I think that that's enough of a change to make her viable all the way through, leading up until like end circle.
Take the bottom of if he can. We have a Moonbane Charm called in from PXC this time around. The man Pace still hasn't been able to find his momentum in these games so far, so hopefully he can have a different outcome here for this game.
You know, Viper Viper hard counters Liam too, and Liam is just like the strongest pick right now.
Purple armor, blue weapons all around currently for himself.
Because Liam is Takeda, and Takeda gets fucked by Viper, so anybody who works like Takeda will just immediately like lose to Viper.
And Spider are going at it here on the bottom side of Plume Castle.
Yeah, start with that legendary pole sword, picks up from solving Salvation Podiums, looking for that Scale Rush opening. You can already see Spider. Despite having purple armor, has already lost a massive chunk of it from that connection coming on through. Start swaps off of that pole sword onto that staff, keeping himself as mobile as possible out of arm's reach of the players. A little bit too close
I see
to
2 people on each other. What the fuck is this?
That realm of Yang wanting to try and pick up that Yang pass.
It's the rematch from early game.
Has been able to pick up his. Mike is going to be sparring him out for control of this one. Already burns out that Liam F1, so no combo break can play until the next couple of moments.
Damn.
As Mike loses the armor, goes for the scare, very accurate with these bow shots, able to keep the Liam all the way out of that fight, and Mike is forced to
Edward is fucked by Spider. What is this?
Lonnie ultimate coming into play. Someone feels like they're going to be able to take that Yang. No, they've been pressured. Spider was able to catch one of these landing so incredibly low. Edward on the back foot throws out the trick ball, but has not been able to get any of the damage that he was looking for, nor set up any of these combos. This is purely to try and stagger Spider.
Got the heals though,
so he can buy himself a free disengage, but that ultimate is going to be done. He's been able to run himself into one of these buildings. Has to make sure that he's not spotted though by TD5. He's going to go through that realm of Yang portal, and Spider went all the way around the building, but did not pass the perception check of where that Lonnie was actually hiding. Master of illusions, like indeed.
Hey, I don't want to see this, Yang. Go to fucking Frost versus Panda Man. Wait, who's playing on Wolves right now? Pace.
We have the Justina against Syra here.
Panda Man's not playing today. I just remembered.
Bro,
wait, no.
Able to do a lot of damage. He is,
Wolves Panda Man was fucking last season. Panda Man is on SS1. That's what I was confusing Panda Man and Pace. Okay, we can't be dropping those.
For the TOD, but he drops it. The uppercut. Pop does not raw dragon. Was a little bit pushed up forward there to be able to catch the knockback off of this. Now that Syra being able to apply a lot of pressure here onto Wufong, uses the dash to get some cover here from the pillar here on the other side of the map. But now the pressure's still going towards his way. Star trying to stay up here on the side. Syra. The ultimate does run out now. The freeze
Damn, bro.
does not connect, but manages to catch the Prowl. The F called in there for Star. I believe no more dashes there for Wufong, but catches the reply off of this. Can go for the 2-1 extension. There goes the first carousel into the second one as well, into the second carousel, and that's big damage there for Wufong. Showing up here with the long
Frost
sword
lost? No, bro.
and that's where it's dangerous here for the longsword.
Oh, that was a ticking time bomb, and that Siren needed the F1 to escape out of it.
Every Lonnie on V2 has lost Yang. How? I don't understand.
As far as he did. He got 2 grapple kick extensions in that carousel wall extension. Absolute crazy.
Need to
stuff.
see a
That's
replay
why
of the
you're gonna
Yang.
see, like, so many of these players. Raven was talking about it. We saw it in Jacob. That was one of the major changes that occurred in the last year. Spider would always have a longsword in the back pocket.
Yeah.
Now it's been standardized. All of these players are going to be looking for that longsword wall extension carousel combination string, because if they can get it and you don't have your combo breaker, it's curtains. You're done. Just, you know, take your hands off of the keyboard and enjoy the pony ride as the music flashes around you. Get ready to strap yourself back into that lobby once you hit the soul altar, and are now saddled with Yang depletion, as unfortunately for Edward, seems like he's still on the run from Spider. Spider's less a tiger in this lobby and more of a bloodhound. He's got the scent of this lobby and he is not giving up.
Oh my god, just with that bounty on him, he just can't go anywhere. Yeah, like, you just have to kite out that situation as much as possible. We do have a Vault, the ultimate invested there from AS in the back end against Wufong. Now, it's like AS ult is going to run out now, and the pressure is going to go his way very fast as well from Wufong. Trying to see if he can catch up as fast as possible. Has gold hung sword in hand, so the damage against that blue armor is going to be massive there. But we see him full grappling out of the situation. T225, Star, and PXT going at it here as well. The Syra F called in there for PXT. Star trying to take a quick reset in for himself with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining here for his Yang depletion timer. Still has that gold pole sword, so if he does manage to get eliminated, somebody's gonna get a nice little Christmas gift there with that gold pole sword. T225 getting caught up here with an RB uppercut there.
The grapple bump.
Oh my god, the full extension there. He swapped off there. Does get the damage there onto T225. We do have the call in there from the Siren, but the uppercut, the raw uppercut there from Star, takes out the elimination onto T225.
Yeah, Star just plays the waiting game for one of those players to have to go low enough to disengage.
They're gonna deal enough
and
damage
then
to each other to
manages
like
interrupt the
to
escape
reset.
plan. Has
Unless
the F1 to buy
he still
himself
has the
spacing, just jumps directly back into it so that he can't get follow pressured up into by PXT. Now out comes the Syra ultimate. The stun dazzle catches his mirror. The F1 is going to be invested, but Star is able to dodge directly ahead of it. And PXT now is trying to find this heal. It's not super important that he wins the 1 versus 1. Unlike Star, he does have that familiar bird's mind. He might actually choose to stand still.
You gotta know.
Low
Yes, let's fucking go, Frost.
He's about to go down to 20 seconds. If this fight extends any longer, he might take it out of the lobby without the buff proccing. He is dancing with fire, going for the F1 activation, and just before he can hit the
both
10
Frost
seconds
and
remaining
Edward got kills on Lonnie.
Fight.
Let's go.
Star finds the
V2
elimination and
supremacy.
takes PXT down, but oh my goodness, that almost went horribly, terribly wrong.
Oh my god, that was insane there from Star though. Being able to stay composed. We do have
No, I don't want to see this. I want to see the Frost fight.
Against Toronto, Shayo for T225. The V2 catches here. We are able to take 1 battalion. There goes the wall bounce. What's going to be the mix up here? F caught in to avoid any damage there from T225. That's a smart play there to avoid the follow-up damage off the V2. Weaves the second V2 though, and he throws out the chains. Does manage to connect with a new Shayo chains. The proc comes in off the nunchucks, catches the tapped off prowl there off the LNB prowl. And now we have Arano. Chops very low. The healths are even here for both of these players. We do have him catching with the 1-2 in the corner. Tries to wolf around, and that gives him the prowl there for T225 into the aerial R&B finish. And that's how he
show the other fight.
Sword and winning that Romo Yang. Beautiful showcasing there from T225. And we do have our second Romo Yang now sparring on in. I mean, it's just, I feel like we just had straight action non-stopping, but 10 players still remain currently here for this game. These players are posted up for the second Romo Yang Lipo Star here in this area, trying to see who's gonna be able to take this Romo Yang versus PXC fighting for it in 15 seconds. The realm opens. PXTs take a quick little reset in. Xiaoyu ultimate already invested here for Verse, and we see that he is gonna have a lot more than enough time to stay in this ultimate form to be able to take the realm Yang. T225 and Mike drops very low. The V2 comes out, I believe, here for a player. Mike on the Liam does not catch the second one. Tries to snag him and tries to throw him back, but did not manage to catch. Nice little roll there from T225. Both shot misses. The second one connects, and that's a headshot as well. That's a lot of damage there onto Mike, but T225
he's
still trying to play pressure. Oh,
he is running directly to AS. Has AS spotted out that Mike has been pressured? As we're going to be following T225's perspective, keep an eye though in that bottom right, because Mike or AS might be showing up in the kill
Justina
feed
versus
as we watch both Wufong
Shale.
and T225 go head to head. Wufong, the legendary Hongsword,
Verse.
Justina has been looking for those TODs.
Who's
with
Verse
the
playing?
Freeze dashes previously. Will he be able to find more success? Both of them taken to the sky, exchanging the pistol swap shots as Wufong catches the charged RMB off of the ground connection. Goes for the overhold. The Shale already having to invest both the F1 and that ultimate. Now going to be coming into the mix. Wufong buys himself a little bit of time without having to worry about the stagger knockback. Goes for the freeze, finds it onto T225. The stagger comes in. The headlock gets called into play, and Wufong has to burn one of those dashes to get himself to the pillar so that he can start to play either the kite game or the charged RMB catch.
Oh, he should have just dashed him.
If T225 tries to scale rush or grapple up onto this Justina's position.
It's so fast, the Xiaoyu chain. I mean, we saw him there go for a prio into a dodge, and he instantly gets caught up there with the Xiaoyu chains. But now both ults are gone for both of these players. Wufong clinks off of that.
Ooh, nice catch. Or nice dodge.
Crouch weave there for Wufong onto the NB focus there from the longsword. The follow-up 1-2 there from the longsword to get some extra damage onto Wufong. T225 being able to cut this out. Gets the damage off the scare rush into a follow hip as well. Wufong still trying to apply the pressure. Eats the damage off the RMB focus. That's a lot of damage off the gold longsword, but Wufong still on the front foot pedal, trying to go strictly in. Does catch the scare rush up early. Gets the RMB focus damage. Overholds it. F caught it for T225 and Wufong. F's are on cooldown for both players. Good comes in ×2.
Oh, he grappled. Why did you grapple, dude?
And T225 not happy about that one. That was a super close fight between both of these warriors, and Wufong coming out on top.
Oh, Wufong goes for the focus hold to
Justina
avoid
supremacy.
the stagger. That T225 tried to put against that Justina. What a read! If he hadn't gone for that one, that fight goes entirely differently, and T225 is able to come on through with the win, especially since
Who's
Wufong
Verse playing
burned the
this
F2.
game? I forgot.
Everything that T225 was doing at the opening stage, when
Wufong bountied Frost? No, dude. It's not worth. Yeah, you don't go after each other, bro.
The combo breaker, because he had that long sword.
Find the person who has Yang depletion.
That carousel combo into the invis wall.
I'm glad they didn't go after each other.
Wufong holds on to the combo
Oh, Verse is also playing Shale. So both Shales won. Okay, nice.
He's playing the
No, Shale lost, I forgot. Or T225 lost.
Now, unfortunately, T225 is going to be hit with that Yang depletion. Lipo in an exact same situation. The Shale is taking a little bit of downtime to head over towards that Rift Dealers and pick themselves up some extra loot. As Lipo is going to be running directly into one of the last heroes you want to run into when you have Yang depletion. You do not want to be taking a fight against OUG's Mike, but then again, neither do you want to take a fight against Verse when he's that stacked up in equipment. That was legendary armor already in the hands of Verse. As T225 also kited over to that Ballista Tower originally, since so many of those players go to that location wanting to just utilize that pillar and keep out of a fight so that those with Yang depletion are forced to look elsewhere.
Yeah, this is where it starts getting tricky, right? Second round just ended. A lot of these players instantly know whoever's applying pressure has the anti-depletion timer, so it's very dangerous to try to start a fight with anybody. I think positioning is very important in these situations, so you do not get third party, especially with how long these fights last between these players. Even if you have ult and managed to snag up the elimination, I mean, there's somebody always there right after. Oh my god, the bounce back there from the flower.
The cacti.
It's gonna take out the Verse. Verse is gonna get bounced back there from the cactus. Lipo though, trying to make a run. Does get caught up here for some damage from the bush there from T225. Everybody has his eyes onto Lipo, and this is what I was saying. You were getting aggressive earlier in this fight. He cut it all the way through puzzle side and still getting full aggressed on by 3 players this time around. And this is where it might not go so great for him. First, Buffon with full gold armors in hand right now. Lipo uses F to try to get some of that damage reduction in play for himself, but now getting caught up, still being able to scare us around. T225 being the first one in. Verse as well with a grapple there. Does manage to catch up there onto Lipo. Trying to use the bottom side of this terrain to try to stay up. Cuts right back in from the zone. Wufong on the outskirts with a, oh my god, the massive RB focus there from the pulsar to pick elimination onto Lipo.
Yeah, and pick up the Soul Bloom. T225 is denied the cleanse. And now, thankfully, he didn't commit his ultimate, but he can't make the desperation play. He can't continue the fight because that, like you said, is going to give the game away. Every single player is going to know that there's another one with Yang depletion. They know that it's a Shayol, they just don't know which Shayol it is. Verus has a very good idea that it's a Shayol that's not him. He is incredibly stacked right now, and you can actually see him trying to figure out where exactly T225 has dropped on off because there are so many exit strategies underneath Salvation Podium. You can go out the way you came in, or you can go out on the other side of that hallway. And T225 now has spotted out that there's a massive play as Frostivus, it looks like, is getting turned on to potentially as the Ballista also comes into play. T225 having to burn that F1 for the damage reduction to live the absolute onslaught that comes on out from Wufong on the other side of Salvation Podium. And it's Edward with the pistol who actually takes T225 down. Wufong has denied the elimination damage off of the fire burn from that Ballista, but he's more than happy to zone everyone away from that Rift Healers because now he can go shopping.
In such a dangerous zone to be fighting in, right? I mean, you see the drawbacks to fighting in this area. Wufong quickly hears.
How did Edward get a third kill?
Across the map, being able to hop on one of these Ballista and eating up all that damage while you're getting aggressed on by somebody already, and that tick damage from the burn. It's just so much pressure here in this area. It's just super dangerous to try to start a fight. But in that situation, I mean, T225 with that Yang depletion timer, Verse was, you know, he wants to try to see he can keep that Shayo going into the end circle. So he also got aggressive there to try to get the elimination there for T225, knowing that one player has Yang depletion timer of the Shayos. Obviously, it's not him being on the same character. Once again, not trying to move into these end zones without the same hero is super tough. Especially like in the situation where you have Edward and Frostivus both on the Lonnies, you know there are going to be handshaking in that situation. So it's just super rough there. T225 does not manage to stay on top. So now Verse is going to have to deal with all this by himself like everybody else. But Edward, we do have him in the center of the Spirit while trying to stay up. Does manage to pop the Lonnie ultimate. The bounce backs, I believe, does get a little TP in there to avoid the damage there coming in from the Spirit Will pressure. AS overholding the pulsar. Fong with gold fan in hand. OUG Smite always trying to contest these zones, wants to take those buffs, waiting for the perfect opportunity. You see him just lurking in the back, just R&B weaving in, trying to see if he can find some source of damage in Wufong as well. We do have Frostivus in the backside on the Lonnie with a fan as well. Now PXC trying to claim this middle zone. A lot of damage happening. It's going to start happening pretty soon as well. We do have Storm Shot, I believe, as well from one of these players.
Many people are popping their ults.
Lots of damage, but AS is going to be forced to pop this ball, the ultimate, and he has to make the best out of this, because if he does not secure this ball, this could be really bad for him.
Yeah, especially given the fact that he's the only Valder in this lobby. He will be able to use that VT, though, to manage to zone everybody away. Everyone decided it's much better to disengage the fight and get
just
out of distance, out of vision.
Also returned from my nap, so they try and kill the teaming meta. There's some instances where like people that are on the same character pick, that if one of them is low and the other one is not, like they will go after each other. But other than that, like if it's still in the best interest of said players, and no, they're not going to go after each other.
PXT so incredibly low, 2 hits connected onto PXT at the exact same time, and he's immediately forced into burning out that Syra ultimate just to keep himself intact. Goes into the center of Salvation Podium. We're probably going to be seeing that Thorny Roller roll its way around into that threat zone. As PXT now out of that ultimate is going
He's
to
gonna
be
die
a
to like
target.
clanking.
The Volda knows that he doesn't have it. He turns the RMB onto the Volda, looking to try and chunk down, sets up the skill rush too, before swapping on over to that spear and utilizing the threat of that erudition.
Oh, he missed.
One of the soldiers that has that purple last hit of focus that cannot be parried, and that is going to buy himself space and respect, especially if he can utilize that last hit to knock these players into that zone. But the zone itself is going to close, and now comes the question of whether these players can escape out of it, if they have the health bar to live the gauntlet that the Thorny Roller and that little bit of damage tick from getting out of that zone is going to give them.
Nice, Frost.
PXT with the F1 from that Cyrus survives it, but Verse is taken down on the rotation, and PXT is able to find a purple armor swap. He's still not out of the woods just yet, though. There are so many players nearby, and he's still incredibly low. He doesn't have a fan. He doesn't have a dagger. The skill rushes are going to be so much lower, but he still has that erudition, and he's utilizing it to dodge, duck, and weave around all of the hits. Jail's AS throws out the vertical focus from that longsword, but it doesn't find the connection as PXT, with sheer force of will in this erudition, Souljade is holding himself in this lobby.
Nah, that Jay's the MVP right now. Literally keeping PXT alive.
Rip. But hey, the Lonnies are cooking. That's what I like to see.
Being the one picking up the elimination down to PXT, but what a beautiful run there for PXT, trying to stay alive in that situation. Frostivus though active right now with 2 eliminations on the board.
Mike, Mike.
Trying to ice off the pressure there.
Thank you.
Might be a relocating.
Fuck was that?
Onto AS. Looks like a quick little reset is gonna happen for AS. Mike wants to say with this character, due to the 2 Lonnies in play, Edward and Frostivus. Now AS does have that gold poster in the hand, so he is gonna be able to get some sorts of damage when the zone completely closes. Wufong on the top side there on the Justina, playing the top side, waiting this out, does not want to be the center of attention. We do see him just chilling up there, waiting for the zone to completely start closing in 14 seconds. Now Frostivus, Mike,
look at Star
AS,
fucking hiding. They don't know that there's another Syra
we have
left.
to wait and see how this last moments unfold. We do have OUG's Mike with 1 elimination on the board.
He got
2
found.
stars with 3. OA's Edward with 4. BBE Frostivus with 2. And T Wufong with 3. As well as AS with 1 on the Volda. Just a matter of time. We'll see the last and
The
final
Volda,
moments of
the
this
Volda
game
and
unfold.
the
Our
Syra
second
need to
last
die.
game of the day. Wufong applying some pressure there with the pistol shots on the top side, looking very healthy. We do have other 2 players with gold armor. It's gonna be Star and AS, but now Baldo's out here.
Yeah,
for
now
AS.
he's dying.
He
Yeah,
gets
get
a
his
lot of
ass.
damage off the gold fan, but it responds with a massive parry off the Wufong. The F called in there for the Justina, and AS is gonna use this opportunity to
kill
pop
him.
his ultimate. He's gonna take a full reset in for himself.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't see
This could be
it.
bad for him because zone
No,
7
bro.
hasn't even
I'm
started
still
spreading.
watching NBPL.
Yeah, but
What?
he pops it now so that
Y'all
he can
wildin',
get it
man.
out of the way and then work back into rebuilding the
I'm
V2
thinking
when
y'all
the
gonna
zone
be asleep. Y'all
actually
just
collapses onto all of
shit.
these
No,
players.
bro.
They lose
My
control of that
schedule
space,
is
and
4
something to point out
NBPL
as well is
now.
that the Lonnies, I believe, are both using the V2.
Yeah, you're
not the
wildin',
V1.
but hey,
Frostivus, I
man,
know
my
has
shit
the
been.
V2.
Listen, my
Now,
shit
Edward
fucked up
has
2
been
years.
liking to pick up that V2
What?
previously, so we're not going to have that same level of verticality as if the V1 is
Chill, bro.
currently
Spring
in
break,
play.
bro. I gotta
Fix
like
a star
use
on
all
that
my
Cyrus, still
time.
holding on to that ultimate, does not have a lot of that
Dang,
legendary
I haven't
armor
slept, so I don't
left,
even know what
but
time
does
I
have
wake up
that pulse sword
today.
in
When
the
I
back
fall asleep,
pocket.
it's over with.
Unfortunately, is going to be able
you're
to
cooked.
take it out of Star's hands. He
Yeah,
has to
definitely
burn his
fried.
combo breaker, and his
It's
ultimate
cool
goes
though.
incredibly low
When
against
you
the
elite
orcs.
like me and
Pops
shit like
all of
this is
those stun
normal.
dazzles to be able to heal himself back on
Okay,
up.
buddy. I don't know
As
about
we're
that.
down to almost 1 minute left
Yeah,
on this
okay,
game,
alright.
and this boulder is
Check,
still not being pressured until
Yeah.
now.
Yeah,
AS
kill him.
without that
Damn,
ultimate
of
was
course Mike
hoping
steals
to
a
be
kill.
able to build it back on up, but it's OUG's Mike with the pistol. He's not even in view at the moment. He's hidden off screen because he's only on 1 elimination. That's the second of the match. He has to play this perfectly. Now he gets to get a little bit
See,
more
now if he
aggressive,
was
a
running the
little bit
purple
more
path,
oogly.
he would be
That's
healing
what
right
all
now.
the casters would say as here comes the Liam V2, and there goes FPX's star.
Still 2 Lonnies though.
Oh my
The Lonnies are
God,
definitely gonna
Mike,
win.
the
Okay, bro.
perfect
Frost, don't
uses
die.
there to snag out the elimination. We still have 4 players remaining here. The both Lonnies are still alive. Frostivus throwing out a V2. He's trying to extend off of this. There it is. Instead, only focus off of that. Gets the damage.
Look
Now
at
the
that
F
heal,
caught in
so
there
nice.
From Mike. Frostivus still has 1 more charge of his ult left overholding, trying to see if he can find. Oh, nice little TP on the top side of the map there to avoid some of this pressure. Jumps right down there. Edward with an air R&B. We do.
Look at Lonnie is so good for end circle now, bro.
The bounces there off the balls there from the Lonnie ultimate. Frostivus drops very low. The Justina freeze is
Finally, a Lonnie V2 fucking 1, bro.
But it wasn't enough for the MVP.
Bruh.
Game number 5. We're gonna have to wait and see. I believe it was though, with the amount of eliminations he's had. But what a bounce back there from always Edward snagging up his first MVP.
That is why V2 Lonnie is better than V1. Every time you get the heal, every time you get the ball comes back to you, you get 200 HP, bro.
Off of those catches,
and that 200 HP can negate storm damage.
Just because like so many of those players were stacked one on top of the other too.
You know, but he could have also pressed V. Like Edward didn't he didn't teleport back to his ball to get the V to throw it. He could have gotten he could have spiked the ball on that.
You can see Mike there looking a little bit glum. He really thought that was his opportunity. That was the first time today that Mike was coming into those endgame plays, and he wasn't leading eliminations in the lobby, so he had to play perfectly. He couldn't afford to give himself away because he was the only Liam in play, and everybody would just turn and lobby him down if they knew that he was going to be around. So he couldn't even reveal. If he killed anyone with an ability, it would give up the fact that there was a Liam still around. He had to go for things like the pistol, just chalking down players.
Yeah, it took long enough, bro. I've been waiting.
It really felt like he was picking up his stride, right? He was able to come through with the V2 and quite literally shoot Star out of the sky. But unfortunately, he got turned onto, and Edward just getting to sit and hold on to that ultimate a little bit longer. We're getting to see that Lonnie, very similar to some of these other heroes like Valda, being able to hold on to their ultimate and have it later in comparison to their mirror, because Frostivus was also on the Lonnie, also running the V2 variant rather than the V1, but he pops his much earlier, so it doesn't get as much value. He doesn't get as much sustain nor damage off of the trick ball resets.
Yeah, coming in, I thought, you know, we were never going to see V2, right? I just thought the staple was going to be V1. But V2 looks very, very promising in those in-circles, especially when everybody's congested, like you mentioned. Just a bounce back between all those players in a small area like that, getting that HP back, I mean, it's super helpful, as we saw there for Edward. I was gonna call him Mario. for Edward, but yeah.
Standings okay, not standings
nice
time.
Change. Well, not change. It's surprising to me to see the V2 being so well played from these players. But another answer for Treasure for everybody at home. In order to win a random gift box here for the spring split, the question is going to be who won in the Roma Yang. Is going to be FPSDQ Star, BBE Frostivus, CWZ Arano, or D YZG's TT25. And yeah, I mean, just difficulty gets harder, right? You have to be paying attention in these matches in order to take one of those gifts home. Make sure you guys swap on over from YouTube to Twitch if you guys are watching over on YouTube in order to get a chance to win one of those gifts. But wow, what a set of games we had so far. Lonnie showing up that she can be very potentially played in these games. From the people that I talked to, they didn't really think Lonnie was going to be played in the Pro League, but you know, these players
Let's
are,
go,
you know,
Frost, another good game.
and trying to see how she does in these matches. But you know, Edward showcasing it here.
Both Lonnie's on top. We like to see that.
Being able to snag up 5 eliminations on the board with an overall game score of 9. Wufong with 4 kills, 6 overall game score. Frostivus with 3 eliminations, 4.5. And Frostivus as well now has been playing very consistent, being in that top 5 as well. So he is jumping up in those ranks. I believe he was 6. So this could give him a potential to be around 4th or 3rd. OUG's Mike with 4.5 as well, still trying to snag up points, as most points as possible to stay in that first place spot.
Verse, unfortunately, not finding the same level of success that he has previously, and off of the back of only picking up 1.5 points, is definitely not going to be overtaking Mike, who I believe is still leading the overall standings, given the fact that he walked away with a 4.5 game score. So this last game of the day is going to be very telling, especially because a lot of these players are going to already have burned through a lot of their double hero picks coming on out. So this might be potentially where we get to see the AWOL Zip. Potentially, I don't think we're gonna see a Honey, but
even after that, Frost is still 7th. What? Wait, he went down. He went down a place.
Like that nerf.
The fuck past
the fact
Frost?
that he can no longer use items when in flight has just gutted his viability entirely in solos. Maybe he's still around.
I'll
in
fuck with a
trios
1660
with
Ti.
cube play,
Be with the
but
7800 extra D. I mean,
it's
that
gonna be
bottleneck would
felt
be
that too, for
quite
Yeah, and you know when
massive,
hotties used
to
pop
be
the
honest.
ultimate and the hotties were being aggressive in that ult form, a lot of the wave roll was being used, right, to avoid.
I'd still
the
go
damage
with like a
output that he
4.
could
I mean,
in
I
that,
used to have
in
a
that ultimate
3070.
state.
I'm not
But now
entirely
that,
sure
you know,
how bad the
it's
bottleneck
on,
would
where you don't
be,
have the unlimited amount of wave rolls,
but
I would have still expected him to be picked. You know, being able to potentially get
I don't know if I'd go with a 1660 Ti. I mean, do you you still have a 1660 Ti? I'm assuming, and you don't have a 7800 X3D.
It was the staple of that character, and I mean, for so long, ever since Hottie came out.
I mean, you'd just be GPU bound and everything. Like your max FPS probably wouldn't be able to reach
Worlds, right? He came out right before Jacob.
what the 7800 X3D,
and then right after that,
you know, should be around.
In either Spider
But
or Mike Stream was dumb, obviously playing Hottie, and
the amount of
everybody in the
FPS
lobby
you
playing
get,
Hottie.
I don't
So
how much
Hottie
FPS
was,
you get with
you
the
know,
1660
what
Ti
Liam is
right now, like
today,
the most that you
at
can
that
get.
point, right? So now, like, seeing him just one change like that, being the versatility of him being played out and not being played out, it's just crazy to see.
You know what was crazy? The fact that Mike turns that situation around with the sliver
About 100
of
FPS
that
in
he did, being
VR.
able to find that grapple bump. Is Wufong getting the the back-to-back carousel chain with that invisible wall helping on out.
What
in
about
the
a
realm
what
of
about a
Yang.
free trading?
So you can have a look and see the Syra mirror come down between Star and PXT. Both of them feeling their opponents out. The Clanks coming on out. Star finding that parry that he was looking for leading up into the first stage.
He was like
of that
160.
RMB pulse of vertical
I'd say that
swing,
if
which
you
chunked the
you'd probably
health
only go up to
before
like
heading
maybe
into a
around
second round of Yang wins. That jump horizontal coming on through from Wufong.
maybe
Previously
anywhere between
buoyed up the
200
fact
to
that
like
he survived by
240.
holding focus so that he didn't get staggered by the
And you'd
light
probably
attack
just be
coming on
like
out from his opponent. And this,
80 to like
this was the bane of T225's existence.
200.
This ballista pressure coming on through. You can see Verse here is getting
anything up
put
is
into
better.
the
I mean,
blender
yeah,
off of
anything
that
up is
ballista.
better.
But then when we head
I just
into
don't
the
know.
second
I don't
round
know
of
like
Yang depletion
where you
state,
would be because
that
I don't know
ballista
anybody
came
that
back
has a
into play in
1660
huge time.
with
The bounce back
a 7800
Mario.
X3D.
Edward showcasing the Lonnie VE2, staying on top there for our 5th game of the day, and also taking the MVP once again on the Lonnie. Nice, cool little animation. I mean, just a super creative character in a pool. I don't think we had a super bounce back ult like that.
W character, bro.
Being able to see the versatility of characters here in Naraka is just amazing to see. We do have Edward on the 5 eliminations, 9.6k damage, taking the MVP, his first MVP of the season, running the F1v2 on the Lonnie, Tempest Kick, Sap, Benefit Bar Bolts, Juggernaut, and a standard damage reduction Jade for himself here for his loadout. Had a crazy amount of healing. Look at that, 12,000 healing there for this game alone. What a showcase in here.
Bro
Boys,
had
Edward.
less
I mean,
than
what can we say?
10k damage.
He played that
What?
situation
He
there,
had
that
more
circle,
healing
and
than
it played out
damage on
perfectly
Lonnie.
for
That's
him,
insane.
having Frostivus as well as Alani, and you know, I
If you
mentioned
got
it
even like a
in-
cheap
during
30
that
series,
game
you'd
as
be so
well,
much better
where
off
Verse was
with
kinda
your
put in a
7800
situation
XRD.
where he kind of had to try to help out T225 to try to snag up a Soul Bloom, just because in the situation he was in. But in previous maps, we saw with how much the
Let me pull a Duncan stream.
To perform in trio.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know about
the thing
trios,
is,
Lani.
you know why? You know why? Because whenever I go into a Yang fight, Lani is so easy to get bursted. She's just such an easy target to pick up.
See, do you want to know
Unless
why
she-
that is though? I
Why?
think it's because so many Lanis are using F2. Because F2, the non-combo break, is like, it doesn't have very much like focus priority on startup, and to be honest with you, I don't think it's like all that useful. It can be really good aggressively, but I think without the combo breaker, you're kind of trolling. With the combo breaker, you have so much survivability. Telling you Lani V2 is it. People for real don't know how to play Lani. I mean, I kind of agree with you, Light. I agree.
I think that Lani is really strong character, but I still think that she's good in solos. I don't see her right now in trio.
Maybe I can play a bit of her in trios today.
I mean, we
That'd be
already
cool.
seen Mado play her, right?
Yeah, but Mado was
Wait, what is
playing
this?
with F2.
The fuck is Fong?
I mean,
Mado was
but
What
the thing
is-
combo break.
Mado is really good mechanically, so he can pull these things
What
off.
is this?
He plays
Yeah.
her well, like, let's be real, he plays her really well. But
Oh,
still, like, for the team, I don't feel like he's really providing anything
Yeah,
for me.
but
and
you
I
want to
feel
know
like I
why
have
that
to
is?
babysit him.
That's because when he
Manhua
so
Fong?
the reason why
Dude.
combo break is so important is because in those situations where like you
Either
could
3080
have,
Ti or 4070
you
Ti.
have, like, in those
Honestly,
situations where he like you start a
I'm-
fight,
if I'm being
if
1000%
he gets
honest,
caught one time, right? And
if
multiple
from where
people
you're
focus him down,
upgrading,
he's gonna get
a 30
busted,
series would
and
be
then as soon
fine,
as
but
he's
if
gonna
I were
have
to like
use
really
his-
want to upgrade
his
and get like
F2 as a
a
disengage,
4070 Ti
which is,
Super
like,
would be
literally
like
the opposite of what you want to do, and then
like
he's
I don't
gonna
think
have
you
to,
need a
like, heal
GPU better
once,
than the
and during that
4070
time,
Ti
he's not
Super.
gonna
Like
be
I
able
think
to
the
help the rest of
4070
the
Ti Super is
The thing is, he gets caught and
probably,
he's dead
you know,
immediately.
Nvidia has
That's
had
it.
so many problems, right? Like they've
He's
had
dead.
so
In
many
trios, like,
issues
if you
lately
get
with the
caught like
last two
this,
generations.
especially in Young, by 3 people, you're dead.
Like the discontinued
This is why you,
4080
as a
12
support, want
gigabyte
to position yourself
version
properly and
that
you
had
want
the
your
12
team
gigs
to
of
heal for you
VRAM,
as
and then
well.
you have the
Otherwise you're dead, because
the 4070, and then you have the 4070 Super, and then you have the 4070 Ti, and you have the 4070 Ti Super. It's just like,
Yo,
bro, just
Ken,
make
what do you mean
like
by
the problem with
KKJ? What
Nvidia
does
is
that
that they've made these cards, and then
What's
they
that, hello?
have
What's it
cut
doing?
down versions of them, and then they sell them like they're trying to fucking gatekeep
I know.
performance
we could try it.
into
We
the
could try
higher
it. I'm gonna try and
tiers,
show you
like
what
the
I mean.
higher end cards, and then even in high end, you're gatekeeping people that have the 80 class cards from performance, and then you're just putting the rest of the performance in the fucking flagship card. Like that's why I don't like the 5080. Like if for me, I'm never gonna go and get like a fucking 90 series card. Like even if I had the money to do so, and I had disposable income, I probably still wouldn't do it because the optimization, like the what's that shit called? I forgot. I'm having a brain lag right now. The rasterized performance of the 50 series, like of the 5090, is still like dog water. But they increased the price by 500 USD.
Wait, where are
They
you
increased the
Extreme, like they just showed his hair. It's so
They
awkward.
increased
I can give you this link.
For one, they increased the price by a shit ton. They increased the CUDA cores
And,
by a fuck ton.
You can watch it like at the same time so that we're not.
And it's only for the 50 series card. Or the 5090. But for the...
I was confused. So,
It should be an eye-opener if you see the 4080 if you see the 4080, the original 4080, which was a cut-down version of the 4080 Super, and then you compare it to the 5080, there's literally only like 1,000 more CUDA cores in the 5080 compared to the 4080, and then like a few hundred more compared to like the 4080 Super. So it's like, but then you'll sit here and, like I was saying, that the 4090 to the 5090 has the same value of CUDA core increase, maybe slightly less, than the 4070 to the 4080 Super, or from the 4070 to the 5080. And like, for what? For what reason? Why?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're exactly right. I agree.
But realistically, and like I said, the only reason why I have a 4080 is because I thought that I
I
didn't
really
like that
hope
was
at the
back
end of
during a
today they,
time
like, show off something
where
in the season. Then again,
we
think
thought
about
that
it,
the
they're
GPU was
probably
the
gonna
reason
wait
and not the
until the
CPU, with that
finals
performance in Naraka was like much
to do
lower.
that.
And if I could sell my 4080 and then get a 4070 Ti Super, I probably would. I'm not gonna lie. But since I'm already at a 4080, and you don't typically downgrade to other cards, I'm just gonna get this equivalent card, or the equivalent class card, when the upgrade proves actually like worthy and everything. Like, I wanted to get a 5080, which would just entail me trading in my 4080, so I'm not paying this full value for a 50-80, but I would only even do that for like Reflex 2. But the only reason why I'm not going to do that, or I'm probably not going to end up doing that, is because Reflex 2 is going to come to the 40 series. And I'm pretty sure multi-frame generation is also going to, I don't know if that's a 50 series exclusive, but it should. I think that one was also said it was going to go to the 40 series cards. It's just that the 50 series has it first.
Alright, last game, everybody, let's see it.
Is the Alliance? So the Edward guard is the
I got frame gen on 1660 Ti.
Alliance
yeah,
is AL.
that was like...
They're not playing today. OA is a new org to NBPL. It's called Once Again.
Okay.
And Edward is Wang Liang. Wang Liang obviously used to be Wang Liang,
DLSS 4,
right?
DLSS 3.5
last year, and then because Wolves is too long in the name.
Yeah, look at this. The NVIDIA Reflex. Reflex 2 is coming to everything, included from the 20 series all the way to the 40 series, coming soon.
He changed his name to something else, so he went with Edward. Eduardo. Exactly. No surprise, yeah. Where's the Targa pick? Let's get it, come on. Targa pick
Just
on
setting,
Morris
but it's not relevant for any
Knight.
competitive
That's
game. Yeah.
Mike with the Game 6 ACOS. There we go. MVP for Mike.
My boy.
To be honest, last two phases, they're kind of restricted.
Just a setting, but it's not relevant for any competitive game.
They
Well,
don't
you
have many
can.
choices than Lani.
I don't know if you can.
Yeah.
Can you get
Temmie's actually,
MFG on
Temmie's
40
one of those
series?
picks that gets picked up in like the later phases.
I could probably get it. Like I have the setting to enable it, but it says that you need a 50 class card to use it.
I think Frost.
Like if I go to NVIDIA software. Watch.
Does he not play Justina? He hasn't played just. Oh no, Justina's banned.
NVIDIA app.
The target pick. Come on, bro.
Let's go.
Oh wait, he hasn't played Valda. Okay.
That's me. Wrong one. Or I guess I can do browser window.
I'm surprised there hasn't been
But
a single zipping pick. A single one.
So,
like, why is
Naraka Blade Point.
This, like always the safer pick.
DLSS model
Solus?
frame generation.
Yeah, exactly. Illusion.
Adding multi-frame generation 3 and 4. RTX 50 series GPU is required to use this feature.
Because zipping got.
And I can't change this, but I can change DLSS 3.5 to DLSS 4 by using latest.
At the same time, you know, I understand why she's not being picked because there's a lot because the thing with NBPL now is.
But aside from that, like I can't change the frame generation
unless you're first. And then, if you don't get as many participation points or like placement points rather.
Only thing gatekept is DLSS 4. No, it didn't. Did they stop gatekeeping DLSS 4? Yeah, it's not. You can just go into the NVIDIA app and change the setting. Multi-frame generation is gatekept though.
Without combo break, it's a little bit sus.
But I don't know if that's ever gonna come to the 40
oriented.
series because it doesn't say it on the website. It only says Reflex 2 is coming to all the way down to.
Lani.
MFG was bypassed on like day 1. I forgot how they did it. Well, if that's the case, then A. Because all I know is that NVIDIA released that Naraka Blade Point ship where the guy had like 100 and
a lot of people have already picked her.
112 FPS, and then MFG was like 4x, and then he had like 130 FPS, and then turned on multi-frame generation, and then had like 500 FPS, and I was like,
Hardy is dead now, I'll tell you. Hardy is dead.
But why?
A single Hardy pick today.
They're probably gonna buff him again.
Also found out how you can go above 3 and 4. Really?
They'll probably make him heal when he hits someone. You know.
That's actually a good idea.
It's probably gonna be that.
That's actually a really good idea, Young. I hadn't thought about that.
I mean, that's the only choice to revive him, so
yeah, you're right. Yeah, and that wouldn't be too bad either. Like in terms of, like if you use it aggressively, you're not gonna be healing much because you've got your like full HP. If you're using it defensively, you have to go in. You know.
And Mike is dead.
And risk potentially.
Yes.
Like, that's actually a really good idea. Big brain.
Yeah, and if you just want to run, you just run.
Mike took a shot.
Be ready to get shot.
Wait, actually, Mike get shot. In game.
Wouldn't that just make him more of a character who has to ult early and not wait?
No, not necessarily. Because it still has versatility. If you're ulting early, I mean, that's what he is right now. Like, you have to ult early.
You have to ult early, yes, that's how I see it.
But if they were to change it so that if he wants to heal in his ult, he has to hit somebody, he's still gonna be able to, use the ult, like, once he's lost full armor, you know, as long as he's not too low HP, you know, it's okay. But, like, in those clutch situations, you might still be able to get a little bit of healing off.
Yeah, and it's not hard, so because the wave roll got.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Mike sends this. Holy shit, the damage. Mike's popping, 2 kills already. If Frost gets a good game, he could break top 6 here. Or break like top 4 even.
Yeah, he's like really close with points to everyone.
Yeah.
He's doing really well, I would say.
This lobby is crazy hard as well. Like, this is Jacob lobby.
How's he do that air grapple with spear? I swear it's impossible.
And his
Air grapple with spear. Wait, I didn't even see. I was typing in the official chat. What's up, Charlie?
This year I want to see Beijing in China.
I want to see Beijing too.
Only mean big nose.
Yeah, you can make
big nose.
If I ever have to cast Beijing as big nose, big nose getting the kill.
Oh, it would be so funny.
So running
to
TFT.
kind of
Okay. What's up, Seb?
Big nose name.
That would actually be the funniest thing. And BWG big nose,
big nose
taking down OUGs. That would be content. Looks like 265 might be a bit far.
Michael Marcos, okay.
We still don't know what the egg is doing.
Top 0.1% nose.
Yep, is going back home.
Huh?
Yep,
I still don't know.
What do you mean?
Yeah, like I still don't know how he's gonna perform after training or something.
Wait, how do you know he's going home?
I think I read something about it.
When?
Not long ago. Like some days ago.
Wait, these guys are gold up and what the fuck? Oh, it's blue, what the fuck? Oh, you have no resistance. Oh.
Does this alt count as...
What do you mean, Lucia? I'm not making things up. You'll never believe. Wow, what is this motherfucker?
You know, Taki?
Power nap, time skip 2 hours. Just gotta make sure I stay for 4 more hours and I can build this motherfucker before I sleep. Yeah.
Does it matter?
Alright, let's go, Frost.
I don't know.
I mean, he's right, actually, it doesn't matter because you don't have range resistance, melee resistance anymore, you just have damage reduction.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot about that shit.
Nice. Frost has 2 kills. Honestly, this is a pretty good day for Frost.
Let's go, Frost.
He's at 18 points. Game 6.
2 kills. Solid.
What's this accelerant core shit they added? The weapon core system?
He could actually do it.
Weapon cores
He's
are
at
nice.
18.
They're super OP as fuck.
Second place is 21.3.
When he's young, get 1 kill.
He is playing Valda though. There's only one Valda.
Well, he's gonna get, if he goes to the end game, he's gonna get focused as fuck.
Don't know why he fight when he has the purple armor.
How do I unlock it though?
I mean,
Need to get mastery 18. That's what forced me to stop playing bunny only.
well, you don't know why who fights.
Yeah, and then when you finish it, it gives you a free core binder.
Akos had the white armor and fight Valda with purple armor. Why? Because in that kind of situation, he knows that it's going to, like, he's going to get forced to fight anyway. Like, the Valda isn't gonna just let him go for free, meaning that it's better for him to try and fight and potentially win.
Verse.
Then instead of
Oh my god, Verse is rolling.
instead
dumbass.
of letting
Bro.
it stall out. Because if he lets it stall out, right, and he ends up getting chased, the resurrection that he has,
He just
the
gave up
rebirth,
Yang
is going
to
to
a
get,
Temmie.
is going to expire. Like, the res that he had would have potentially expired by the time he ended up dying later on, if he did die, right? So it's better to try and gamble with the fact that you've only got white armor, which isn't all that valuable, so you don't mind losing it, to try and have the potential upside of getting a purple armor, getting another kill at that like timing during the game. And with Yang coming up, it means that there's going to be a significant number of people in Yang, which means that he's going to be able to loot safer and recover his game, right? If he waits till later, dies, then maybe his rebirth runs out. If he waits till later, doesn't die and survives, then he's going to be looking to try and loot up and like scale up in the game once everybody's come out of Yang.
GG.
And that means that 3 people with buff and 3 people with Yang depletion are all going to potentially be around to try and
Alright, Frost.
Whoa,
so you
nice
see what I mean?
Whoa, wait.
Frost, holy. Oh
This
my god,
Valda-
he's destroying.
Wait, this Valda skin is actually pretty nice with this hairstyle.
Somewhat advanced thinking of the game, you know, it's not like a normal.
Oh, it's Polaris. Rip Polaris.
Thinking about this kind of stuff, unless you have like tournament experience, it's not like something that you would immediately think of.
Come on,
Which one am I
Frosty,
rooting
come
for?
on,
I mean,
Oh
I
my
have to
god,
say
Frosty was fun,
Frostivus,
let's
so it's
go.
definitely one of my favorites because I mean I know him pretty well, he's a friend and stuff.
Come on, Wufong. No, Duncan stream. Lonnie
I'm
supremacy.
supportive of everybody, you know.
I'm supporting Frostus, that's it.
Panda Man's gonna be playing as well. He's not playing today, but he's gonna be playing on Saturday.
You're gonna time him out. Kill him. Bruh.
Do you think we'll see Purple Path users? No, like it's just not worth it, bro. Having the grapple speed and the grapple distance and then taking your extra rage is gonna be always more worthwhile. Having maybe like a point in luck might even be better than going for Purple Path. Purple Path is not really worth it in my opinion. Like Purple Path, you get some value for sure, right? But it's like very conditional value. With the first glyph on blue, you get extra luck on gold troves, which is really good for Immortal War. And then if you were to go a little bit deeper into that, instead of taking some rage, because you can rely on soul blooms in Immortal War, might even be better because then you can look to try and play macro game and buy stuff. You go for item.
Polaris.
You go for like
Polaris
a
is
shop
getting
build
glitched.
basically.
Holy fuck!
Damn.
Bro. Polaris goes
Like,
down.
he raised there because he saw the Liam with the fucking signal thingy. But the Liam attacked him instead of helping him.
Surge.
Astro baited actually.
It looks like Frost is dead, but he's got buff, so he's chilling. Nice. Can he force out? No. He got Edward lobbied, but He's got red buff too, so it's kind of... Look at this. Look at what are we watching right now? It's just Piggy in the middle, bro. It's one guy surrounded by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people. What the actual fuck, bro?
I died like this yesterday, bro.
This is insane. Spider has 9 points. Yes.
What does Purple hate?
Best day.
I pressed J.
Purple supremacy soon.
I saw 10 instances minimum where Purple Path would have saved people. Only a matter of time. Easy. Thanks, D. I mean, you say that though, but like, can you not say that there's also like countless times where like, if they didn't have that extra bit of grapple distance, or they didn't have that extra rage, or the defense buff on alt cast or some shit like that, or cooldown reduction, that they would have also died, you know? That was a weird scale rush. Optimal, look at this. Spider swapping to pulse sword to scale rush away, to grapple away with. Ace. Oh my god, Wu Feng with the bow shot. Fucking hell.
This day was not. This is not Spider's day.
Maybe you're taking me as an example today. Don't say that, buddy. And extra, you've been playing the game for like what, 6 months, and you're already doing pretty well, man. In a competitive environment, bro. You should be proud of how well you're doing. Is this the last game? Yeah, this is the last game for the day. After today, tomorrow, there's going to be trios, 6 games. The day after that, it's going to be more solos for 6 games, but it's going to be different groups. So there's 3 groups. Day 1 is this one. This is group A and B. The next solo day, I'm not sure if it will be B and C or A and C, but it'll be one of those 2. And then the next day after that for solos, it'll be whichever 2 groups haven't fought each other, basically. And the same function for trios. And then it's basically 3 days of group stage every week for each mode. So 3 days of solos and 3 days of trios. And then at the end, so not this weekend, but next weekend on Saturday and Sunday, there will be the bi-weekly finals for solos and trios. So, and that's going to be like the top 12.
Let me go back to the lobby real quick.
Top 12 in terms of points off of the group stage days, basically.
Damn, nice parry.
Yeah, exactly, like. And I mean, bro, you've been in China, man. You know how difficult it can be to do those sorts of things, man. No? Making me happy? Well, I will always call things how it is. I try and be as honest as I can when it comes to whatever. Oh, the uppercut. Double uppercut. Double uppercut into 2-1-1? That was kind of nice. What the fuck? Well, maybe, yeah, like, maybe. Nice, I love trio games. Solo is one guy getting jumped by multiple players. I mean, not all the time, Ginkgo, not all the time. But solos has evolved into a very multi-way fight kind of game, which is just, it is what it is, you know. It's just how it is. It's how solos will always end up going, you know. Ooh, that's nice for Star. It's releasing, yeah. Grapple. Star gets cooked, yeah. That is true, like, and it does help. So, like, I agree, and it especially will help after, like, in multi-way fight situations where, like, if you manage to get a parry or you manage to get the soul bloom off the body, then, and you're low HP or something, you can potentially get a lot of value out of it. That's true, but at the same time, think about it. If you're getting a soul bloom in a Mortal War, you're already going to be healing 1,000 effective health. You're healing 500 HP and 500 shield. So if that's the case, you know, like, is the damage reduction that worthwhile? in comparison to something that will help you get the Soul Bloom in the first place. You know, like, one thing that I've always thought about, and something that Mado taught me pretty early on when like back in the day, a couple years ago, was when we were discussing glyphs, was that he would always much rather have something that gives him a flat bonus as opposed to a conditional bonus. Which, ever since then, I've always had that in mind, because it's extremely based. Like, if you have, like, taking luck, right, for example, it's a conditional stat bonus, right? Taking something that is conditional on you picking up a Soul Bloom or you getting a parry is conditional, right? But if you take something that gives you a flat bonus at all times, then you're always going to get benefit, no matter what the scenario. You might not always be able to get that exact benefit, right? But it's still a flat benefit.
Oh. Edward might get the first place.
Yo, is there a world where fucking Edward gets first? Wait a minute.
There is, actually.
Yeah, he can. He just
Frost has 3 now, which is good. It's on Valde. If this goes to endgame, then it can definitely be really good for him.
I think Edward just needs 2 kills in first place.
You get what I mean, though, like, right? I'm assuming. Let's go, Frostivus. Yes, indeed. Funkadelic. What's up, buddy?
But now, you know, it is day one. He still has a lot of time to adjust, especially just being the first day. He can just go back to the VOD and see his mistakes as well. So that's always a good thing to do for these pro players. Rano, AS is going to go ahead and get the tune up. He is going to have that Jade.
I mean, like, when it comes to grapple speed, having the second grapple speed glyph, only, like, if you take the first 3 and then you don't take the second 3, you know, the difference between the two is only impactful if you're grappling at max grapple range. Only then is it ever impactful. If it's mid or close range, then the grapple speed increase from the second level of it is like negligible in terms of value. I did some testing with this a while ago. Thing is though, this is gonna be kind of tough for Frost now, because who's he gonna be friendly with? He's the only Valder in the lobby.
Doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
Wouldn't it be Syra or something?
Well, you say that, but there's 2 Cyrus, and they might want to just get him out.
If someone wants to team, you just team with him. It's like the most Syra.
That's true, but it makes sense.
Fuck is Edward doing, bro?
I mean, it's AS, he's turbo focusing him.
Yeah, but he
needs to drop fucking stanchion, bro. If he drops stanchion, he's kind of chilling. Stanchion, I swear to God, bro, it's just so turbo grief. Wait, wasn't Frost in EU? No.
Frost ulted as well. He's trying to run.
Yeah, but the other guy with ult isn't gonna stop. And people know what is 1 HP. Yeah. And there's like no terrain to kite. Unless somehow he like absolutely destroyed this guy.
Ah, he's cooked. Sag, man. Sag. Hey, still a decent day for Frost. I would say. It's still a very decent day for Frost. He told Raven that he'd hardly been able to practice because he got to China
have 1 or 3 storage slots.
You know?
Yeah, he did.
I'm assuming 1-5.
Like he only got to China what?
Wait,
like
what?
At the beginning of last week.
What is the 1-5-2-4-S?
Week, and he's been settling in and moving all his shit in, blah blah blah, getting used to everything.
1-5 and 2-4s.
Does not surprise me.
NVMe, like PCIe.
I mean, for someone who had not had much.
I have 3.
He's doing incredible.
I'm using a B. I'm using the Asus Tough B650.
Izine, how's it going? What's up?
Asus Tough Gaming B650 plus Wi-Fi is the one I'm using, and it has 3 PCIe slots.
You tournament finally?
I have
NBPL,
I have 3 SSDs. Actually, I have all my shit as SSDs. I have no hard drives. But I have like I have 2 traditional SSDs, like the square ones. And I have 3 of the NVMe SSDs.
After. We haven't seen a single Hardy. This is current patch. This patch that they're playing on is the current patch that we have. Wufong cooking on Lani, yeah.
That's what I like to see.
Oh, massive parry.
Alright, Wufong, why are we throwing 1.0s? Take this 5 points, take these 5 kills to the dub. What's Lonnie's default hair? Pretty sure it's some short shit, right?
I'm curious, do we think we're gonna see any Kylan?
Yes, it is.
Probably not.
In solos, no. I expect to see him in trios though.
Okay, yeah, I get it, yeah.
He kind of loses to Shiol. He kind of loses to
Lani.
Yeah. He doesn't really lose that hard to Liam. I feel like the Liam matchup is like
you win against Liam normally.
Yeah. Justina, it's kind of like a I don't know. I feel like Justina is somewhat even.
Kind of lose. If you get frozen once and you don't have if you're like dead.
Yeah. The fact
Like
that
your
you can
immortality
use F in
doesn't-
your ult is very good.
It's still a big.
Oh, what?
Syra destroyed
My
Kylie.
God.
Oh my fuck! What
Jesus.
the? Yeah. What
Bro
the
just
fuck
blew
was
up.
that?
What the fuck, bro?
The
What?
fucking head glitch. The fucking like the top of his head, bro. Oh my god, dude. That's insane.
I can hear fucking 225 slamming his desk from here.
You can hear him screaming, "Watch out!
Oh, we're going to talk about this after the game, I can tell you that much.
It's people playing CS, yeah. Jesus. That was a fucking snipe and a half.
That's a fucking horror attack.
Yeah, that's a
Scary,
jump
man.
scare right there.
Yes, I
TV5
would
probably
get scared.
jumped out of his chair.
Yes.
Holy fuck. Making it look like he had no range resist.
Look at them all just standing on the rock with bows, just aiming up at it. It's ultim time. Yeah, maybe like.
Yeah, I told you for 3 weeks, dude. V2 Syra is troll. No V2 Syra.
I mean, V2 Syra is better for Yang. It's undeniable.
No.
Yes.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
But they found a solution. They just grabbed
The
him
reason
and
why it's
fucking
better
killed
for
him.
Yang is because, so, like with V2 Syra, you can.
Wufong wins end circle. They force. Wait, Wufong literally wins this.
When you're shooting the beam.
He's the only character that still
completely
heals.
Protected by any form of CC, like Liam Ball, fucking, like Taka Punch, just Steed Freeze, whatever, like a Shiol ult, you know, anything. Nothing will pull you out of V2, right? But V1 gets interrupted by all of those things.
And that's why.
And the reason, and V2 gives you a massive stun, right? That allows you to get a huge potential advantage. It heals you during it, meaning that it can be defensive or aggressive as well, right? And then the fact that there are, although you can definitely cut it out in Yang.
Oh man, thank
it's
you.
Still it's still difficult to do. Like the Syra could definitely somewhat consistently get that stun, right? So because of that, like, is definitely good for Yang compared to V1, which V1 can be pretty easily kited and mitigated by
what
quite
the
a lot of
fuck,
different things.
Wufong?
Like Shiol ult, Liam ult, all sorts of different things can mitigate it and fight it off, and you have to like throw the balls down to be able to heal yourself.
What the fuck was that?
Wait,
he dashed up into the air.
He did.
No,
he's MVP.
He's first. He's first.
Yeah, he's first in terms of points.
Okay.
No, he won that game too. They showed the MVP at the end of the game. Yeah, he won that game.
Yeah, Edward. That's what I'm saying. Wait, did he win? Win? Was he on Justina?
He placed second, but he won the game overall.
Oh,
he's overall
right.
first in the ranking.
Wait, he's fully. Oh shit! Damn. Yeah,
that's
nice.
what I'm saying.
I thought you were talking about the game, and not for the day. Oh, no.
And I disagree with the Syra thing. Getting the V2 off is really not that easy. Like if you want to dodge it, it's really not that hard. And the stun is kind of cosmetic. Okay, you can get some damage with it, but you can still break out of it afterwards. It's not like a Viper stun.
That's true, but you can do
that much either. And you can heal during the Syra V2 too. Like if you go around the pillar, the Syra only way to stop you is from getting the beam on you. And like if you rotate around the pillar correctly, you should be able to get the pot off. And then if she get too close and she does that, you can just scale rush and you're out. Like the ult is like not that good for Yang.
But with, I don't know, man. I mean, I feel like with V1, you're struggling to actually, like, you can't heal yourself unless you like literally just spend a bunch of time like throwing the balls down at your feet, right?
Yeah, you can't. Yeah.
And then, like, you get staggered by so many different things now. But the thing is, though, that's what I'm not saying that V2 is necessarily the better option overall, because you know Yang is Yang, right? I think V1 is still better for like for outside of Yang, it's better for heal off situation, all of that sort of shit, right? But I feel like V2 is
I need to see the
slightly
points
better
for this.
Yang than V1.
How? I need to re-examine.
Also,
nah,
you know
bro, I don't
way
even need to
the dazzle
re-examine that
works with
Yang
V2?
or
It's
that
not
end
like the
circle.
other dazzles.
He
It's
just
not that,
dashed
like,
up
you
when he
get
shouldn't have
hit
done that.
once by one instance of damage and you're able to
He
break
ended up
out.
getting stunned
They
by the
have to either
Syra ball.
You have to like you're stunned for the full 6 seconds unless like the gold health that you get, which is basically like the amount of damage that you have to take for you to be broken out of that. You can do damage up until like the last bit of that, and then you can do a big fucking one-hit focus.
Yeah.
Which is a considerable amount of damage if you get that stun. But then at the same time, like, you're healing yourself passively, right? You're healing a considerable amount of HP when you use it.
I wouldn't say considerable.
I mean, it's not as much as it used to be. That's for sure. It used to be used to be fucking ridiculous. You remember? It used to be crazy how much you healed. But now,
it was like it was crazy.
Yeah. Now it's not so much.
Honestly, I don't know why. I think
I don't know. I mean,
watching the
I
YouTube
haven't
stream
played
is much
either of
better.
them, but from my like perspective, that's kind of my take. But I agree. Like, it is. I've been able to get to. I'm able to somewhat consistently get away from V2 stun. But at the same time, you know, like, I think V1's probably just better overall in terms of like the rest of the game.
Oh, if you fight in a hard drop or something, like V2 is absolutely useless.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not good. Right, well, that is the day for solo NBPL. First day of NBPL. PogChamp.
Edward first, that's crazy.
Did Edward end up first place? Yes, he did. He did. Massive from him. Bro, this lobby was so stacked, it's crazy. This lobby was actually crazy stacked, man. Yeah, yellow, oh, slog, yeah. The fucking, the CSGO sniper, bro. Actually massive. Go hydrate.
I'm gonna dip, guys.
We'll see you. Bye bye.
Yeah.
Have a good one, bro.
Bye.
How you doing, Yellow? What's up? You got it clipped? Hang on.
How long have I been streaming for? 7 hours?
okay.
7 hours is pretty long. Okay, I'm probably gonna end here.
Crazy.
Damn, bro. I've been streaming for 5 hours already, and it's 1 o'clock.
I want to see the headshot that this guy said he clipped.
Crazy.
Yes, watch it dunk.
Oh.
I need to see this because I missed this.
Short days and long nights. Short days and long nights. That bow shot there, sniped from there, and then. Bro.
What?
Wanna see
Insane.
T's reaction?
How did he even shoot him there?
It's not real, what the fuck? It's because of the drop of the bow shot.
That's insane.
Professor Dunking.
Okay.
You're excited for trios tomorrow? Yeah, it should be good. Should be good fun.
Alright. I'm gonna go and send you guys over to dunk.
Days and long nights.
So go show this man some love, and I will see you all in the next stream. Good night, everybody. Take care. I'll be up. I don't even know when I'm gonna sleep. I don't know if I'm gonna stream the Trios NBPL, but we're definitely on the solo schedule for now. So we're just not gonna. We're not even gonna. I don't want to try and fix my schedule for Trios and then mess it up for fucking good night at 9 a.m. Probably won't go to sleep right now. I'll probably just. I mean, if I went to sleep exactly right now and then I woke up at like 5 or 6 p.m., then that means it would have been like I would have been up for 12 hours, and then I would just go to sleep like around now, and then wake up like in the midday. So this when I sleep, yeah, this would be a generally good time to sleep instead of waking up at midnight, right? All right, well. Go show this man some love. I'll see you all in the next one. Peace. I'll see you in the next stream.